see that. Okay, I see that.
Josh, is there anything I can do?
Nika, I think everything's looking okay. So
Okay.
we got the live stream going, but just to let everyone know, we haven't made this meeting live yet.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm here, but just let me know. Just
good.
for a while, but you know, make
Sure.
sure everything is okay.
Absolutely, thank you. So Michelle, I can broadcast this or make this live at any time now.
Okay.
We got about 5 minutes.
Have you heard anything from Dory this morning, Josh?
No, I have not. Okay, Michelle, I just want to let you know that I confirmed all the commissioners are in the room. And then the first 3 presenters, Erica, Jamie, and Kelly, are all here.
I can barely hear you, Josh. Did you say that the briefings are up?
No, so I sorry, got my mic too far from me. I confirmed all the commissioners, the DOJ staff, and Bob and Michelle are here, of course. We have the first 3 presenters in this room. So if you're waiting to get started, I do have most folks here in the room. So
Perfect. And you're ready to do the introduction about the operation of the platform, right? When I get to that point?
correct, just the same thing as last time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so seems like it's already, I'm leaving this room.
All right, thank you,
you.
Mika. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Josh, we have 3 more minutes, but when we get to that point, it sounds like everything's ready to go, right?
Correct.
Perfect.
And I'm assuming that, so for example, as in terms of the presenters, some of the folks who will be presenting later are still not in this room, but that should be okay. I'm assuming they'll join as we get closer to their part. So
Right. They'll be contacted or watching. Yeah.
sounds good. So I can go ahead and make this live now, just so you know.
Okay.
And this is all linked to YouTube. All right.
Thank you,
We're
Josh.
now live. Yes.
We have a couple minutes, so I'll wait so people are all ready. Michelle, you know that you're muted, right? Yeah.
Oh, I can check. Hold on just a second. 1 second.
Well, it's 8 o'clock, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the October Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting. Thank you for your interest and for being here. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm from Langlois and represent the 4th Congressional District, and I'll call our meeting to order now. And maybe we could do introductions. So Vice Chair Woolley, could you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair Wall. This is Greg Woley, Vice Chair. I represent the Portland metro area, which is Congressional District 3.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I represent at-large Eastern Oregon, and I live in Sisters.
Thank you. And Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, I'm Jill Zarnowitz, and I represent the 1st District and live in Yamhill.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning, I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I am in Paisley, Oregon, and I represent Congressional District 2.
Thank you. And Commissioner Spellbrink.
Good morning, Bob Spellbrink, represent Congressional District 5 from Siletz, Oregon.
Thank you. And Director Melcher, could you also introduce yourself?
Good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher, Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Josh Metzler to give us an overview of the operation of the platform. Josh, could you introduce yourself and do the overview?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Metzler. I work for the Center for Public Service at Portland State University, Mark L. Hatfield School of Government, where we work to enhance the legitimacy and effectiveness of public service institutions and democratic governance through the integration of theory, academic research, and practice. Today, I'm here to provide technical support to the Commission and ODFW staff to be able to hold this Commission meeting virtually through Zoom. We're glad that you're all here and on YouTube stream and appreciate your patience with us as we continue to learn and adapt to this new virtual world. I have a few comments to orient you to the Zoom meeting platform before I turn over to Chair Wall to continue the meeting. So first, only commissioners and presenting or participating staff will be visible on the screen. Next, to help with communication and meeting management, we ask that commissioners and participating staff, 1, please keep yourself muted to limit background noise. The mute button is located at the bottom left of your screen. We ask that you wait until you're recognized by either the chair or vice chair before unmuting yourself to speak. Next, please use the digital raise hand feature to signal if you have a question or comment and wait to be recognized by the chair. This icon can be found by clicking on the participants icon on the bottom of the screen, which will open the list of participants on the right hand of the screen. In that panel, you'll see a blue raise hand icon. And just note that you may need to expand your Zoom screen to be able to see this icon. Next, please limit use of the chat feature. The chat feature is available to participants and commissioner, as it can be distracting for meeting participants if others continue to use the chat. We ask that you limit your use of chat in the meeting. Also understand that the chat will be saved as part of the public record. Now, if you're a non-participating attendee that is not visible on the screen, you will not be able to mute or unmute yourself, but you will be able to use the raise hand feature explained earlier. Some of the observing attendees may be asked to participate in the meeting. At that time, I will announce that I'm switching your role from the observing attendee to a participant. There will be a small blip on your screen, and then you'll be able to unmute yourself to speak and start your video. Once your participation is complete, you would move back to an observing attendee status. While you're making your comments, you will notice on the screen a timer, which will show your allotted time. Lastly, our backup contingency plan, if there are technical issues, is that I will end the meeting and restart it. You will need to log back in using the Zoom link you used to enter the meeting now. In the event of an inappropriate disruption, sometimes called Zoom bombing, I will first try to remove the person from the meeting before rebooting. Again, we're pleased to have you with us today. And with that, I will hand it back to Chair Wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, and we appreciate all the help we've had from your center. For logistics for today, it'll be a fairly long meeting. We think it will end around 3:30. We will have occasional breaks and we'll stop for lunch around noon, depending on where there's a good stopping point. Agenda item C, which is the Bowman Dam Fish Passage Waiver request, has about 35 people signed up to testify. We're likely to start that one right after lunch. And that means that we'll take the wildlife connectivity update either before lunch if timing allows, or right after, well, toward the end of the meeting after the Bowman Dam one, as it is on the agenda. So thanks again for being here. And thanks especially to staff who have put this meeting together for us, in spite of also having all of the COVID and now the fire aftermath to deal with as well. I think we'll go right to the director's report. Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and good morning, commissioners. We do have a lengthy director's report for you today. As we started 2020, perhaps even in late 2019, we started adding items under the director's report to just really provide some background and some depth on issues that we're engaged in that you all maybe don't hear about regularly and certainly don't necessarily come before the commission on any regular basis. So we're picking up to a degree where we left off with a number of items that had been scheduled earlier in the year and that were postponed. And so we'll be digging into those here under the director's report. I did first want to mention that we provided the field reports to you again in written form, and we won't go over those here today unless there are any questions. I do have Deputy Director Erica Kleiner online here to give the monthly expenditure report. Erica.
All right, good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. So I will jump right into a brief report for you today. It is going to sound a lot like last month, which is good because we're in a great place financially. So the data you have on your written report goes through the end of August. Revenue from license sales is remaining healthy. Although we did experience a little bit of a revenue decline in September, about 20% over the same month in 2019, we did attribute that to the timing of some hunt start dates. So as Director Melcher let you know earlier this week in a communication, last year several hunts, including general season for Western Oregon buck deer, started on September 28th, and this year it actually fell October 3rd. So we found out is that we did sell more tags this year compared to last year. We sold about 4,000 more, so that's 5%. And we also found out that almost 40% of our customers purchased over the three days preceding the deadline. So we were looking for a wildfire impact. We didn't see that, which we are thankful for. Participation through annual angling and shellfish license continues to be very strong. People are outdoors, they're purchasing fishing licenses. On the expenditure side of things, spending continues to be down as well. We've had a lot of challenges in 2020 and our program managers are spending conservatively. We're seeing, and you can see this in the financial report, most programs are about 10% under their expenditure limitations. And then that leaves us with 54 million unrestricted cash. This has jumped up in September, and I think I told you this last month too. We were waiting on a pretty sizable federal collection, and we have that now. And so preliminary September numbers are that the unrestricted cash balance is well above 60 million. So for 2021-23 budget development, I wanted to mention a couple of things here. The first is that the September economic and revenue forecast was released recently. The long-term general fund forecast is still below what economists predicted pre-COVID, but the trend line is well above where it was in the May forecast. And this is important because the May forecast projected a deficit for this biennium of $2 to $3 billion. So with the new forecast, we will be entering next biennium with a $1.7 billion beginning balance. So what exactly this means for 2021-23 budget development, we don't yet know. We do know that the Chief Financial Office started review of our agency request budget, the one you approved in July, just this week. So we're starting to get some questions about our policy option packages at this point. And then I have a couple of audit updates for you. The first is that the ODFW Audit Committee did meet on September 24th. And it was a productive meeting. The committee did two things. The first is the committee approved the 2020 risk-based audit, which looked at the agency's deferred maintenance. And the committee also selected a 2021 risk-based audit topic, which is looking at the review of controls for our sales for daily angling licenses. So we did, that allowed us to complete the DAS survey. And so our information will be reported in the 2020 statewide internal audit report. And then finally, we do still have an internal audit vacancy, our auditor position, and we really want to get started on our 2021 audit. And so we will be moving through a selection process for an internal audit services vendor through a statewide price agreement to start work so we don't lose any ground. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Erica. We do have a question from Commissioner Labhart, and I have one as well.
It was regarding the field reports, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have two comments regarding the field reports. Kurt, I just want to recognize the historic efforts by your staff in dealing with this issue with the fires, you know, Klamath Hatchery, Rock Creek, the evacuations, the level 3 evacuations, the heroic efforts to save fish, to release fish, to get back in there to feed the fish. And some of the lives were disrupted, family lives were disrupted by these fires and going to be on for a while. Even you were evacuated. So I just want to personally thank the department for your heroic efforts to do what you could for these hatcheries and the efforts that the employees put into that. Second, I wanted to mention something in the first part of the report on mule deer research, because I thought it was very telling to me, and I wanted to publicly mention this. This is in regards to mule deer research. I'm just going to read two paragraphs real quick. Research into the factors contributing to Blue Mountain mule deer population decline has been ongoing at the Starkey Experimental Station, Starkey Forest, for 7 years now. And then collectively, these results suggest nutritional resources in the Blue Mountain summer range is insufficient to support an increasing mule deer population. Habitat improvement projects that open the forest canopy to allow for increased light penetration should improve the quantity and quality of mule deer forage. Additionally, removal of dense understory conifer growth will allow more room for palatable forage species to grow. And I know there's a lot of issues why there's the mule deer decline, but I very much appreciate when science speaks, and we've got a 7-year research project that's coming out with some results right now. And I thought that was pretty telling, at least for one segment of why we've got a mule deer decline. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. Erica, I have one question on the financial report. Could you say a little bit more about the federal distribution? Was it all what we expected, or was there also some COVID-related distribution?
Chair Wall, thanks for the question. Does your question refer to the COVID funds?
No, you mentioned that there was a federal distribution. I just wondered what that was. I thought you said that one was, we were expecting it to come in, and it did, and it was significant. So I just wanted to know a little bit more about it.
Sure, thanks for that clarification, Chair Wall. So that was actually a payment through Mitchell Act that was about $4 million that came through in September, mid-September.
And was there also COVID-related money that came into the department?
Chair Wall, yes. Through DAS, there was some COVID relief funding that came through. We have submitted for some of that money through DAS, but we don't know yet how much we'll receive out of that funding.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
And-
Your hands up, so thank you, Deputy Kleiner.
And Chair Wall, I was just going to add to the Mitchell Act distribution. And that's a distribution, essentially that's a receivable for us. So we do the work, we pay the bills, we pay the staff, we pay all the expenses associated with the Mitchell Act hatcheries, and out of our cash, out of our unobligated cash, and then we get reimbursed after the fact. And so the distribution was one that we expected, and it's really just covering costs that we've already incurred.
Thank you, that helps. Would you like to go ahead with and introduce the next one, Director Melcher?
Sure. If there's no more questions for Erica, we'll release Erica then. Next on the item under Director's Report, we're going a little bit out of order here from our tradition, but we do have a block of, I believe, 16 administrative rules, temporary rules that have been signed in the last roughly 30 days. And those do all require your ratification, and we're standing by. And if I can't answer any questions, I will figure out who we need to move into the meeting room to answer those questions.
I did see a hand up, Commissioner Zanowitz.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, the only question I have is on the commercial fishing gillnet emergency rules. Is that something that we typically do when there's excess fish where they can gillnet in the Columbia River?
Yeah, Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz, all the rules that you see here related, whether they're related to recreational fishing or commercial fishing, are essentially implementing the current commission policy, which provides for commercial gillnet fishing in the Columbia River upstream from the mouth of the Lewis River, and also, of course, treaty Indian gillnet fishing opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question, Director. It's number 122, and it establishes regional dry maintenance time periods. What could you say a little bit more about that one, what it is and what drove it?
Well, I probably will phone a friend on this one, but I believe it's related to the recent legislation that changed as it relates to maintenance in agricultural ditches. And I will look to see who we need to bring into the room. That could be Dr. Peckinham Stevenson. I see she's already on, but we may have to bring someone else in.
She's
here's Shannon Hearn.
Name again?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Fish and Wildlife Programs. Director Melcher is correct. This is related to House Bill 2437, which passed in 2019. Oregon Department of Ag is developing rules so that they can look at dry ditch maintenance. There's a whole set of rules developed within statute. Our role in that was to develop these in-water working periods on a regional basis rather than stream by stream as we currently have them, so that there's a narrow window when we expect these ditches, traditionally maintained ag ditches, to be dry, and they can work to clean those ditches out.
Thank you, that helps. I don't see other questions, so is there a motion on this one?
I move to adopt or to approve the temporary rules adopted by the department.
I
Thank you.
second.
Commissioner Zarnowitz moved and Commissioner Woolley seconded to adopt the temporary rules. Those in favor, could you do a thumbs up so we can see? And all 6. Okay, thank you very much. That one passes. Director Melcher.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. Then we'll continue with the director's report. And first up, we will have Dr. Jamie Anthony giving you an overview of our monitoring and management of wild steelhead on the Oregon coast. This director's report item actually comes at the request, I believe, of several commissioners, including perhaps Commissioner Zarnowitz. So Dr. Anthony, I think I saw him on at some point. Yep. Oh, there he is. Yep, he's there.
I'm on. Can everybody hear me all right?
Loud and clear. Yeah, take it away.
All right, let's see if I can share my screen here and get us off to the races. I'm getting an error that says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Try it again. I just changed it.
Okay, here we go. All right, so you should all be looking at a beautiful wild steelhead.
Yes.
All right. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Melcher, those joining on YouTube, for the record, I'm Jamie Anthony. I'm the Monitoring Coordinator in Fish Division, and today I'm going to give you an update on some of our monitoring and management of wild steelhead on the Oregon coast. So before I get too deep into things, I wanted to hit on a few aspects of steelhead biology that are going to be pertinent to the talk. In Oregon, we have 2 run types of steelhead, a winter run and a summer run. Our winter fish are those that are returning to fresh water between November and April before spawning in December to May. That's in contrast to our summer fish that are typically returning in March to September, holding over in freshwater for a period of time before spawning in December to February. And that's a life history strategy that tends to be favored where there's a partial obstruction to passage that's more passable during that summer period, or where there's some really long distances that need to be traveled between the ocean and spawning areas. And you'll see a couple examples of both of those today on the coast. These fish are typically spending 1 to 3 years in freshwater rearing before they head out to the ocean, spend another 1 to 3 years out in the salt before they come back, mostly maturing around age 4 to 5. But there's a lot of plasticity there in both the age structure of these fish as well as variable times, as you can see in the ocean or freshwater. From a monitoring perspective, that can pose some challenges in that if we're trying to monitor something like the response of an adult abundance trend, for example, to a management change or an environmental perturbation, it can be several years of lag before we have a clear signal where our spawning cohort in a given year represents fish that have sort of grown up in that new management scheme or post perturbation. We also know that, like our other anadromous salmonids, our steelhead are very responsive to conditions for ocean productivity during that period that they're out there. And ocean productivity fluctuates through time. This is one metric of ocean productivity related to ocean productivity, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And this just shows kind of fluctuating periods of relatively good conditions for salmonids out in the ocean, punctuated by protracted periods of poor conditions. And we'll see those reflected in some of the abundance trends that I'll show you today. Note that more recently, around 2010, we were kind of in the middle of a pretty good period out in the ocean for our salmon and steelhead, followed by a period of poor conditions, and maybe a little hint, at least in this metric, of some improvement. But you'll see that reflected in some of the abundances I'll show you. So a word on steelhead fisheries. So in Oregon, opportunities to harvest steelhead are predominantly based on hatchery programs. So we manage hatchery programs to provide opportunities for anglers to harvest hatchery steelhead, while also managing those programs to reduce risk to wild populations avoiding interaction of those fish on the spawning grounds. As far as wild opportunity, these are pretty limited opportunities in Oregon. We have no directed take in our ocean commercial fisheries. They're only encountered in small numbers, so minor incidental take. Wild harvest is prohibited in the Columbia River, with the exception of tribal fisheries. In our inland waters, as well as our coastal rivers, there are no current wild harvest opportunities for summer steelhead, for wild summer steelhead, and only limited opportunities for winter steelhead. And those are in some of our coastal basins and in some of our Rogue and South Coast basins. And I'll talk more about those in just a little bit. So in Oregon, we manage our steelhead on the basis of species management units. There are 9 extant SMUs in Oregon. So these are just collections of populations based on run timing, so summer versus winter, and a geographic distribution generally based on biologically or ecologically related populations. So today I'm going to talk mostly about our coastal SMUs shown in yellow and our Rogue and Rogue South Coast SMUs in blue, but I will give you a few examples of some of the data sets that we have available in the other SMUs just to give you more of a statewide flavor. So steelhead monitoring for status and trend, I'll kind of characterize in a few kind of coarse boxes shown on the left. So when we're doing spawning surveys for steelhead, we are typically counting reds, so the nesting depressions that they're leaving during spawning. And we do that rather than counting live fish because these fish are very cryptic, very difficult to observe on the spawning grounds. So we're much more able to enumerate reds and expand our red estimates to a fish abundance basis. So that will be a lot of the work that I'll show you today. We also have some capacity at some sites to count live fish at fixed sites. So these are things like passage facilities at dams and ladders. Like you see here, this is the Siletz Falls ladder. We also have that capability at some adult traps and weirs, and for juveniles at things like smolt traps. We also have snorkel surveys. These are typically for juvenile steelhead, although we do have a few areas where we use snorkel surveys of summer holding pools to index the abundance of summer steelhead. And then we also have habitat, physical habitat surveys for status and trend. So while that's kind of the basis of a lot of our status and trend monitoring, I do want to point out that throughout the state, we have projects to address research needs and critical uncertainties. This is just a figure related to a study involving smallmouth bass predation on juvenile steelhead in the John Day. So just wanted you to be aware that those things are happening, although today I'm going to be focusing mostly on adult abundance status and trend via red surveys and fixed site counts. So moving into the coastal species management unit, our winter and summer steelhead SMUs are managed along with fall and spring Chinook, chum salmon, and coastal cutthroat trout as part of the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. That plan was approved by the Commission back in 2014, and it included an assessment of the current status or status at the time of plan development, a desired status, so where we want to move those populations, so those SMUs, through implementation of the plan. And then it prescribed management actions related to hatcheries, harvest, predation, and habitat intended to help us get to that desired status. It also included a monitoring strategy and implementation guidance. So within that coastal species management area, our winter steelhead are broadly distributed throughout the area in 19 independent populations. We group those further at a little tighter resolution into management strata, or just collections of populations. So we have the North Coast that you can see in green in the figure there, the Mid-Coast in orange, Umpqua in red, and the Mid-South Coast in blue. In our assessment for the Coastal Multi-Species Plan, we assessed this SMU to be at a status considered strong guarded. But strong because we didn't have significant viability concerns, guarded recognizing that we had some limitations in some of our monitoring data, in particular some of the timeframes available. As part of that plan, the plan prescribes some hatchery program adjustments to continue to be able to provide harvest opportunity for hatchery fish while minimizing impacts to wild populations. But it also provided for some of those limited harvest opportunities I mentioned earlier. And again, I'll talk more about those in a bit. In contrast to our winter summer steelhead in the coastal SMUs, the summer steelhead populations are much more restricted in distribution. So just 2 populations, one in the Siletz in the mid-coast and one in the North Umpqua in the Umpqua stratum. These were classified in the plan as sensitive vulnerable, largely reflecting that distributional constraint. So we recognize that being restricted to just a couple of populations in and of itself imparts some sensitivity and vulnerability. Again, the plan prescribes hatchery program adjustments to continue to provide some opportunity to harvest hatchery summer steelhead while minimizing risk to wild populations, but in this case, no harvest opportunities for summer steelhead in the coastal SMU. So moving into winter steelhead specifically, this is just kind of an overview of those monitoring programs. So we have red surveys that are spread throughout the ESU over recent, the SMU over recent years, around 160 of those per year. These are surveyed on a 14-day rotation throughout the spawning season. Abundance estimates based on those surveys are then combined with fixed site counts at Winchester Dam covering the area in red on the North Umpqua. And that's, it enables us to do a roll up to an SMU abundance estimate. We also have an index red survey in the salmonberry population shown there in kind of orange color. And that is a long-standing spawning survey that predates our larger red survey program and gives us more of a temporal context that I'll show you in a little bit. And then we do have some capacity to collect some data on adult steelhead at trapping sites associated with life cycle monitoring. These are sites where we're enumerating fish entering a subbasin and juvenile fish leaving. So we do have some capacity. These were designed generally for coho, but we do collect data on additional species, including steelhead. For juveniles, we have those juvenile snorkel surveys, again, spread throughout the SMU, around 160 sites per year in the area in blue as well as red. And again, some capacity to measure out migrants at some of our life cycle sites. So moving into some of our abundance trends, just to orient you to the figures that I'm going to show you, I'll be showing you annual abundance estimates as a column graph. Generally, a 5-year geometric mean shown in that black line to smooth out a little bit of the volatility and give you more of an indication of trend. Then there's comparisons to desired abundance and critical abundance or conservation abundance criteria from the plan. And then below the figures, I'll typically show you the most recent abundance estimate with a couple of comparison benchmarks. One of these is the post-CMP average abundance, so 2015 to present. The other is a pre-CMP 10-year average. And one thing I do want to mention about that post-CMP average is just recall that lag that's associated with these fish. It's really probably only been the last couple of years before we're really getting to the point that our spawners are truly reflective of the post-CMP period. Oops, sorry, went too fast. So to get into this figure, this is the abundance estimate for the coastal SMU based on those red surveys and counts at Winchester Dam. As we expect in any anadromous population, we see some volatility through time, but through this data set, 2003 to present, no significant trend, linear trend in abundance. Since plan adoption, we've been between critical and desired abundance. 2 things I want to point out, because you'll continue to see them in some of these other figures, is note the lower point in 2017. That was a challenging year for steelhead across the coast, and you'll see that reflected in some of these data. And in 2020, we noted a bit of a bump over some of the previous years, and you'll see that as well. So we can also take a look at a tighter spatial resolution than the SMU level. And these are looking at those management strata or collections of populations. Here I'm showing you the North Coast and the Mid Coast. Looking at the North Coast, again, some fluctuations through time, good and bad conditions. This North Coast stratum does have a weak negative trend associated with it, and a couple of years at or below critical abundance since plan adoption. But worth noting the significant rebound close to desired status in 2020. Moving to the mid-coast, again, volatility, but no significant trend through time. After the low point in 2017, this stratum has been pretty strong, up close to desired abundance. I'll take us a little bit further down the coast to the Umpqua and Mid-South Coast. So first, the Mid-South Coast in blue. Like the North Coast, a weak negative trend associated with these data, a couple of years below critical abundance, but again, significant rebound in the last year. The Umpqua, which is the product of RED surveys as well as counts at Winchester Dam, like the Mid-Coast, a little more stability through time and generally relatively strong after 2017. So we're not able to go to any finer resolution based on our larger RED survey program. We don't have enough individual surveys within each individual population to produce robust population scale estimates. But we do have a couple of places that do allow us to take that closer look and really valuably give us a longer term perspective. And this is one of them. This is the salmonberry subpopulation of the Nehalem. This is an abundance estimate based on a longstanding spawning survey conducted annually since 1973 in the Salmonberry River. And here we can really see those fluctuations through time with changing ocean conditions. Some periods of relatively high abundance punctuated by quite low abundance. And one of the things I want to point out about this figure is we can also look at this relative to the period of record for our stratum level estimates. So we can see that we have a much different view of some of these cycles if we only have that shorter record. So that's how these longer term records can be really valuable. We see low points, for example, around 2013, but we also see that we've been at those places before. We have another opportunity to take a longer term and tighter spatial look at these populations at the North Umpqua, where we have a long-term record at the Winchester Dam. So this goes all the way back to 1946. Here again, we see volatility through time in response to changing conditions. The low point that you see there in the early to mid 1990s was a common low point for many of our coastal salmon and steelhead stocks, but growth has been really strong since in this population and continues to be a real strong point on the coast. Moving to the coastal summer steelhead species management unit. So monitoring here is a little bit different. Rather than being based on RED surveys, we're relying more on fixed site counts. So for the Siletz population, these are counts at the ladder at Siletz Falls. For the North Umpqua, it's counts at Winchester Dam. We also do have some of those abundance indices available for holding pool counts of adults in Rock Creek and the Steamboat Canton subbasins. Juvenile surveys, there are juvenile surveys conducted in these areas as part of that larger SMU effort I talked about with winter steelhead. But in these cases where those two fish, those two runs overlap, for the juvenile surveys, we don't distinguish between winter and summer fish. So taking a look at these abundance trends at the top, the Siletz population, again, you see that low point in the early 1990s that we saw with winter steelhead in the North Umpqua. This is also incidentally when we began passing only wild fish over Siletz Falls into the upper basin. So significant increase in the following years and volatility, but generally stable between desired and critical abundance since plan adoption. In the North Umpqua, we have that longer term record again, where we're able to see all the way back to 1946. Since plan adoption, it's been variable, a little bit of a low cycle there, but generally within the range of what we see before. So again, it's nice to have these long-term records in some of these areas to put some of these cycles in context. So before I leave the coast and the coastal SMUs and head further south, I wanted to cover some of the wild harvest opportunities provided by the Coastal Multi-Species Plan for winter steelhead in this area. So the CMP provided for 3 new harvest opportunities for wild fish. And these are shown in green in the figure there: the Salmon River population, the Big Elk Creek management area of the Aquina population, the East Fork Coquille management area in the Coquille population. It also provided for the continuing wild harvest opportunity in the Sixes River population that had a pre-existing wild steelhead fishery. And that's shown in gray in the figure. So you can see these are fairly limited opportunities, only a few areas in the coastal SMU where this opportunity is there. The CMP also included monitoring and conservation triggers to help manage these fisheries. One is based on critical abundance thresholds and the stratum level abundance estimates that I just showed you. So in this case, if our stratum level abundance falls below critical abundance in 2 consecutive years, that's a trigger for us to consider curtailing these fisheries, ranging from closures to changes in regulations and so on. We also have an allowable harvest rate threshold there of less than 10%. We assess that with a couple of different approaches. The first is using, again, those stratum level estimates, and we downscale those to the population or management area based on an apportionment of the percentage of that stratum level estimate that we believe is represented by these fish. That comes from some historical data from the 1980s, as well as things like stream mileages. We then compare the abundance estimates from those, we compare those downscaled abundance estimates with harvest estimates based on expanded harvest card returns from anglers. Then we also have a crew of 3 that goes to some of these areas and conducts spawning ground surveys with enough density of surveys to produce a population or management area scale abundance estimate. Simultaneous to doing that, they're also surveying anglers, conducting creel surveys to develop an estimate of harvest. And so another way that we can look at calculating a harvest rate for these areas. That program was in the Salmon River from 2017 to 2019. We then moved it to the Sixes River in 2020 to get an idea of what harvest was looking like in an area with a more longstanding mature wild harvest fishery. So here are the results so far from both of those methods. We see the harvest card and downscaled abundance estimate harvest rates shown in blue. The harvest rates derived from creel and spawning ground surveys shown in orange. So a few things to note. In general, at or well below the allowable harvest thresholds identified in the plan. The Sixes River didn't actually have the same sort of threshold expectation as the new harvest areas, but we do expect that it to be at a similar level. So that's why I've shown you the threshold there as well. One thing to point out, the somewhat high 12% harvest rate in the initial year of spawning ground surveys and creel in the Salmon River is believed to be an overestimate. That was a year, it was a low abundance year, and a lot of those fish came in late after spawning surveys had come to a close. So we believe that that represented an underestimate of abundance and an overestimate of harvest. In the following years, we lengthened the survey season to avoid having that happen again. So at this point, I'm going to head further south into the Rogue and Rogue South Coast species management units. So in this area, our Rogue South Coast winter steelhead are found in 7 populations in a coastal stratum that you see in the upper figure shown in the tan color, and 4 populations in the Rogue Basin shown in green. That's in contrast to our Rogue summer steelhead, so only the Rogue Basin, not in the coastal basins, and these are in 2 populations, again shown in green. Both of these SMUs are part of an ongoing conservation planning effort with stakeholders to produce the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. Like the coastal plan that I just talked about, this is a plan covering multiple SMUs, including the steelhead SMUs, as well as coho salmon and coastal cutthroat trout. Neither of these SMUs is currently federally listed as threatened or endangered, and the draft assessments as part of the planning process have classified the winter SMU as strong guarded and the summer SMU as sensitive. So quite similar to the status assessment in the coastal SMUs. There's currently no wild harvest opportunity for summer steelhead in these areas, but there are wild harvest opportunities in the main stems of some of the coastal basins that you see here and the main stem of the Rogue. So monitoring in the Rogue and Rogue South Coast looks a little bit different than in the coastal area. We still have that snorkel survey program that uses snorkel surveys to enumerate juvenile steelhead. So in the Rogue stratum, that's an aggregate of summer and winter juveniles. In the coastal basins, that's winter steelhead. Our adult monitoring is largely based on the Huntley Park seine. This is a netting project, and if you look in that picture on the lower left, you'll see that net kind of arcing through the water. This is a project in the lower main stem of the Rogue River. That net is pulled 15 times daily, 3 times a week from mid-July through October to give us counts for steelhead of late-run summer adults moving up into those Rogue population areas, as well as half-pounders. So half-pounders is a unique life history strategy found in only 4 rivers in the world, one of which is the Rogue, the other 3 are in California. And this is a strategy where the smolts head out to the ocean, but rather than being well-behaved and staying out there until it's time to come back to spawn, these half-pounders come back up into the river after 2 to 4 months out at sea, overwinter again in fresh water, and then head back out again to continue their ocean rearing. This is a strategy employed by most of the summer steelhead in the Rogue Basin and a substantial proportion, around 30% of the winter steelhead. And then we also have our habitat surveys in the Rogue stratum and coastal stratum, as we also have up in the coastal SMU. So we don't currently have adult abundance estimates for this area for winter steelhead. As I'll show you in a little bit, we do have some forecast metrics related to, in particular, the half-pounders, and we are able to get those juvenile estimates. But we are continuing the discussions about additional monitoring as part of the planning process to help close some of that gap. So we're considering additional monitoring surveys, investigating the potential to establish fixed site counting locations based on sonar or adult traps, additional monitoring of harvest and creel, and incorporating more monitoring of temperature and flow into our monitoring programs. All of this is still in development, so more to come on this, but I did want to point out that these additional monitoring programs will likely require additional funding or program shifts to bring online. So I'll show you a little bit of that Huntley Park seining data. Up at the top, in red are the half-pounders. So these are just the same counts of half-pounders going back to 1987 when we began differentiating wild and hatchery fish. Some fluctuations through time, but generally quite strong recently. A little bit of a downtick in 2019, but coming back in, this is just a partial count so far for 2020 and well above the draft conservation status identified in our stakeholder process. Again, these are reflective of both summer and winter fish. But what's really interesting about these wild half-pounder counts is that they tend to be quite well correlated with counts of adult winter steelhead from the period where we had the counting station at Gold Ray Dam before that dam was removed. And even more beneficial is that correlation is based on the half-pounder counts being correlated with those adult counts 2 years later. So it gives us a really nice potential for a forecast metric of adult abundance cycles. Moving down to the late summer adults, these have been relatively stable through time and again, well above conservation criteria. and moving up closer to those draft desired status criteria in the plan. Most recent estimate tracking above the 10-year average. So I wanted to talk as well about some of the wild harvest management in the Rogue South Coast area for wild winter steelhead. So this is all still in development as part of the plan. We believe that these harvest rates are currently quite low, generally less than 15%, most well under 10%. And these are based on estimates from when we did have a larger red survey program, as well as counts at Winchester at Gold Ray Dam. This has been gotten a degree of validation with our recent movement of that creel and spawning ground survey down to the 6s. Although that's a coastal SMU stream, it's adjacent to this area and another example of a basin with a long-standing wild harvest opportunity. And that came in at 6% harvest rate in 2020. So ongoing discussions around wild harvest management and how we're going to approach that through the plan include the potential for new authorizations or endorsements to help provide additional information about harvest, as well as potentially resources for monitoring, revised angling regulations, and incorporating adaptive control mechanisms. So things like the conservation status criteria and harvest rate thresholds, like what we saw in the coastal multi-species plan, but also some forecasting metrics, things like the half pounders and incorporating juvenile surveys as well. And then, of course, additional monitoring to go along with that. So leaving the coast, I wanted to just give you a flavor of some of the trends and data sets that we have throughout the rest of the state. These aren't comprehensive by any means, but I did just want to show you at least some featured trends in some of our other areas, the Willamette, SMU, Lower Columbia, Snake, and Middle Columbia. Some long-term trends are available here. I think it's kind of interesting to look at these and see some of that cycling that we expect through time, but to look statewide and see that you can even still see some synchronicity in some of these ups and downs across a broad area of the state. Another thing I wanted to point out in the Upper Willamette SMU is that very low point in 2017. That was a real conservation juncture for these fish. Very few wild fish over Willamette Falls, and those that did get to the falls were subject to significant predation by sea lions. We've taken steps in the years after that to eliminate that predation risk, and certainly have been able to pull that risk back and help those fish as they've been able to recover from that low point. So at this point, I'm going to change gears a little bit and talk about climate and ocean change to kind of close this out. And I'll talk about both how we think about climate and ocean change in terms of conservation planning, as well as some of the directions that we're working. So first, it's important to emphasize that our mission is to protect wild populations now and into the future, but to also be able to provide utilization now and into the future. And we very much believe that utilization is dependent on the health of wild populations. And that's why you'll see in all of our conservation plans a very heavy emphasis on conservation of wild fish. We also believe that engagement is a critical conservation tool. Getting people out there experiencing and utilizing these resources, I think really helps us to address the challenges that we face today and into the future. So with respect to the planning process, we expect that climate and ocean change are going to impact our populations through the very limiting factors that we identify in our plans. So things like habitat limiting factors, flow and temperature, ocean productivity, and so on. And we've defined our management actions in our plans to be robust to that, to reduce risks on wild populations, to give them the best foot forward, to be resilient, abundant populations, and to be able to adapt to these changes that are now and continuing. And you can see this reflected in things like desired status goals. So we look to the coastal SMU, where that was classified as strong guarded. We didn't set the abundance goals for that SMU at status quo. Rather, we set them at a point higher, looking for a 20 to 25% increase through the implementation of the plan. And so management actions that we feel are going to help get us there. And that was a recognition that under climate and ocean change scenarios, we're going to need these populations to be moving beyond status quo. We also, in the current planning process for the Rogue and Rogue South Coast Plan, have been incorporating climate vulnerability evaluation, and that will help us to frame our desired status goals, what our expectations are, what the specific challenges are going to be to approach that, and how we can sync our management actions with meeting desired status goals in relation to climate and ocean change. So we're continuing to bring this into our conservation planning process. Now, with respect to managing utilization in light of some of these increasing pressures on our fish, first, it's important that we're able to do this in a way that avoids impacts to sensitive life history and run components. We have tools for this, things like adjusting season timings and so on. I think in the Rogue, there's a great example of this where seasons are built around, seasons as well as size restrictions are built around keeping harvest pressure off of the more sensitive summer run steelhead. So we have ways that we can do this. There's also, this is a risk management situation where we want to be able to provide for utilization when the populations are able to be consistent with that. But when populations are low, we need to be able to scale use and adaptively manage utilization. So we have a variety of ways that we do that. One is through those conservation triggers that I've talked about. We want to be able to pull back that harvest pressure when populations are experiencing more difficulty. With things like pre-season harvest adjustments, so where we have things like half-pounders to help us forecast future abundance cycles, where we can get in front of some of these fluctuations in our wild populations and adjust harvest using things like a sliding scale, allows us to increase utilization in periods when the populations can handle that, but pull back on utilization when they can't. If despite our best efforts, we continue to see more frequent low abundance cycles, what these kinds of triggers will do is they'll bring about more frequent constraints on utilization. And then we also have in-season adjustment based on environmental conditions. And this is really important in the face of climate change, where temperature and flow can be considerations. You've seen some temporary rules used to make these kinds of in-season adjustments in the past few years, specifically for some of our coastal salmonids or coastal salmon populations. And so we have those tools, but we're also continuing to build our monitoring capacity for temperature and flow, as well as our forecasting tools for temperature and flow to help us do that in an even more robust way. So as far as addressing climate change, I just wanted to make a few points. And one is that we don't expect the impacts of climate change to be uniform. Some areas are going to be affected more than others. And this is just a figure from some of the analysis that we've been doing for the Rogue South Coast planning process, showing the change in stream temperature conditions between current and 2080 forecast conditions under climate change. So where you see the warmer colors, those are the bigger changes. Cooler colors like blue, less of a change. And one of the things to point out here is that non-uniformity. So places like the Middle Rogue and Applegate might see a substantial increase in unsuitable conditions, while areas like Hunter Creek see no increase in unsuitable conditions related to temperature. So when we start to be able to do these kinds of analysis, we can start to think about where do we want to prioritize protection in areas that are likely to be resilient? Where do we want to focus efforts to try to avoid some of these increases in these more impacted areas, like the areas in orange and red? And importantly, these changes can be managed. This is just some work from Steve Wanzel and others out of the Middle Fork of the John Day, showing that reestablishing riparian vegetation, a tool that we already know how to use, can not only counteract the increases that we expect in stream temperatures from climate change, but bring us to a point that's cooler than today. So I think it's really exciting to think about how, if we can start to better target some of these actions, we can really achieve some results. And in that way, the future can be changed. It's not set in stone. So with a focus on habitat, I think we can prevent declines in carrying capacity, allow for behavioral adaptation. And we're doing a number of things to help us get there, including more interagency coordination on climate change, policy and actions. Again, trying to make more prioritized restoration and protection actions, and informing those things through increasing our monitoring of things like temperature and flow, and continuing to build our forecasting tools. So I've thrown a lot of stuff at you today. I hope it wasn't too much, but I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
I have a couple. Dr. Anthony?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, good morning. It's Greg Woolley. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. So with your graph for the mid-coast, you showed that we haven't hit the desired abundance, that 140,000 in about a decade. And so considering all these density independent factors, climate change, predation, habitat degradation, and you mentioned a number of strategies, toward the end to help to mitigate those. But do you think it's really realistic that we could get back to that 140,000, or do you think we should lower the bar?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and in particular, it is important to bear in mind that some of our actions, like reestablishing riparian vegetation and so on, they're going to take a long time. They don't necessarily happen overnight, but we certainly we do believe we've set ambitious goals. I think we acknowledge that in our plan, and we carry on with our expectations that we're going to get there. Now, if we don't see progress toward desired status when that plan comes back around for review, which is actually not too far around the corner in 2026, that's a period of time where we'll be doing revising the status assessment. So we'll be approaching those questions of, is our desired status where we think it should be? Is it achievable? And then on the opposite, or I guess flip side of that, do we need to change some of our management approaches, double down on some of our efforts to try to continue to make progress there?
Okay, thanks. And then one other quick question. You said you were considering adult monitoring in the future, and mostly dependent on additional funding. Do you have thoughts on potential resources for that funding?
Well, some of the, so there is some funding there. Some of these are partially, these needs could be partially met with some of our existing staff and resources. So some of it's filling in additional funding. One potential source, as I mentioned, was the potential for adding new endorsements for wild steelhead harvest or things like that. So it'd be a new revenue source that would be directed specifically toward monitoring for these purposes.
Okay, thanks.
The Commissioner Labhart's hand is up, and Chair Wall, you're muted, just so you know.
Okay, two questions, Jamie. The rogue umpqua multi-species plan, I know there's been a number of meetings that have been going on related to that. Could you give us a status report on that? And then roughly when you think that plan will be coming before the commission?
So yeah, the stakeholders, so we've got stakeholder groups in both the South Coast area as well as the Rogue area. They've met through, I believe, a series of 6 meetings, as well as a meeting of a habitat subgroup. to talk about some of these habitat issues as well as climate change. So they've been continuing to meet, develop this plan. I believe the target is a draft plan by the end of this year, but I'd have to get back to you on when that team is expecting the plan to come before the commission.
So, Commissioner Spellbrink and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, Dr. Anthony, great report, really informative. And I noticed, I think you mentioned in the presentation there, the possibility of doing some electronic monitoring with sonar. And I did a little, personal research on that a while back, and called Alaska Fish and Game. I know they use that a lot for their escapements up there. And then in the process, they talk to the people that install and manufacturing and that kind of stuff. And I see they use them in Northern California on Mad River. And when I did a little research on that, it looked like that they really were high on it. They said that they really never felt like they had accurate counts on Mad River there on the steelhead and salmon returns to Mad River until they instituted the electronic monitoring with sonar. So anyway, that'll be great. I would love to see some of that get done down the road here, but I know they had great, they felt like it really worked.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield.
Dr. Anthony, thank you so much for the presentation, and Kurt, thank you for continuing to have these sort of presentations for us to give us a bigger scope of what's going on. One of the things that you said that I really appreciated, I think, and I want to be careful, but is around climate change. And, climate change is certainly a serious issue, but I appreciate this sort of, adaptation attitude. Like, let's keep working on riparian vegetation. Let's keep working and not just let climate change, scare us from the good things we can continue to do and just get busy doing them. So kind of nuts and bolts. The other thing that I appreciate is that these fisheries can be managed through temporary rules if there's problems. So that's just good to know. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any response, Dr. Anthony, or shall I go on to the next question?
I guess one thing I would say is, I think climate change is certainly one of the challenges of our time with respect to managing fish and wildlife. But I'd also say seeing some of the tools that we've been working on developing and starting to think more about how to get some of this stuff on the ground in a really strategic way. I don't think I've ever felt more optimistic that we can actually make a difference and turn the ship.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate that, taking a look at the whole coast steelhead situation and how the information is gathered. I guess a couple things. I think in the past, when we were dealing with this back in September 2019, that it was mentioned by staff that we might have to stop doing surveys at some of the North Coast sites in order to do more surveys down in the South Coast rivers. Do you think that that's going to have to happen?
Well, the South Coast. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong strata. I was thinking the mid-South Coast. it's possible that we would consider some program adjustments to make things happen if we had to solely rely on existing resources. It would certainly involve some sort of program shuffle to be able to make it happen, given limitations of where we're at. But we're still pursuing additional ways to bring in additional revenue to be able to bring some of those programs online. And one other thing I want to mention is that we're always trying to work toward increasing the efficiency of our monitoring. And we never have enough resources to do all the things that we would like to be able to do. So we're always looking for ways to increase the efficiency and also make use of all the data that we have out there. So things like the juveniles, those are much less labor intensive survey method than some of the adults. So thinking more about how we can incorporate that into adult management. So those things are happening as well.
And one more thing, I do like that you brought in climate change or climate and ocean change into the discussion, and that's being looked at in the planning process as well. Do you feel like you have good participation in that planning process for the Rogue South Coast?
Yeah.
Public.
Yeah, I've been really impressed to see the engagement, especially through the challenging times that we have and having to work through things remotely. It's been a really impressive, both from the staff perspective, but really the engagement of the stakeholders to continue to participate and work through some really long meetings over Zoom, as I know you're used to some long meetings as well. So.
Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Anthony, I have several questions, but before I ask my questions, I would like to thank you for this report. I think it's great to get these updates. It helps us frame our questions and think about these things. And it was good to have all of the information, maybe a little fast for us, but we'll get there. I have several questions, so I'll just start through them if I could. The first one is about what progress we've actually made toward the adult monitoring. So roughly how many more of these streams that have harvest have annual adult return monitoring? And I don't need an exact number of them, but roughly what share of them have that where we have harvest, do we also have any kind of adult return monitoring annually?
So at the as far as a population or management area adult estimate based on surveys in that population, so the population scale sorts of work, we've had that monitoring in the Salmon River as well as the Sixes. The other areas in the coastal basins, in the coastal SMUs, are those areas that we've had to rely on that broader scale monitoring to be able to make those harvest rate estimates. In the South Coast, Rogue South Coast area, the monitoring there, as I mentioned, is limited. As far as the adult monitoring is limited to the wild half pounders, which do give us that potential mechanism to predict the kind of ups and downs of those populations, but we don't have the population scale adult monitoring in those areas currently.
Thank you. Another question I have is, when the populations do reach record lows or drop to what we call critical abundance, how does our monitoring change in direct response to that?
So the monitoring itself doesn't necessarily change. Where we have fisheries, that when we have ongoing fisheries on wild fish, we would have direct management actions to curtail or constrain those fisheries that would result from that. We continue to move toward, continue to implement our conservation planning actions. But if we do reach a point where we're continuing to see those critical abundance thresholds getting exceeded, that will trigger us to reevaluate those management actions. So in areas like the North Coast, if we don't continue to see an increase as ocean conditions increase, that would be an area where we would go back, take a look at those management actions and see if we need to do something different or do something more.
Thank you. The next one I have is about climate change. And I, like others have said, I appreciate that we're factoring this in and trying to figure out what this increased risk and uncertainty means. The 5-year CMP report says that ODF&W expects these populations to rebound under more favorable ocean conditions as they have in the past. Why do we expect better ocean conditions right now?
Well, we expect, we have seen some increase in favorability of some of the ocean metrics in recent years. And you see, I think, some of that reflected in that bump in 2020. It's also evident in some of the forecasts that we have for some of our fall spawning fish this year. So we do see some signals related to that. However, we are certainly in an area where the past doesn't always predict the future. Right. And so it is less well understood of what these cycles are going to be like going forward. So if returns to good conditions are going to be as long as they were in the past, or if we're going to have more variability. And we try to manage for the current productivity that's getting thrown at us, and having those conservation triggers and things like that. But ultimately, if we do get in those cycles where we're continuing to see low ocean productivity reflected in low spawner abundance, that in and of itself will be curtailing some of the utilization opportunities.
Thank you. I have just a follow up on that one, because even if there are still cycles, and we can all, it's not a very robust strategy to hope for better conditions, but it might be what we're stuck with at least some of the time. But even if there are still cycles, the scientists keep saying that there'll be, as you said, I think as well a couple of times, greater uncertainty, greater variability. Can our monitoring catch that greater uncertainty and variability?
Yeah, so our monitoring will always, our monitoring will catch if we're seeing more variability in our adult spawners through time, if we're not seeing the same kinds of oscillations that we saw in the past. But it's important to recognize that our status and trend monitoring, just by its nature, is retrospective. So it's looking at what happened, not what's coming. And that's where, continuing to develop things like forecasting metrics is going to be important. In the past, in the last round of planning for the coastal plan, we had a much shorter period of those stratum level estimates to work with. When we get around to the next planning cycle, we'll have somewhere around 25, 26 years of data. So we're starting to get into a point that we may be in a better footing to do some of that work.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, and then we do have one other hand up from one of the commissioners. How often do you actually get to compare populations to 50 to 75 years ago? Not because we think we're going to get to go back to what it was 50 to 75 years ago, but because of what that can tell us about capacity and trends and that sort of thing.
It's rare. We don't have many of those data sets. So we end up with situations where we don't have complete long-term trends that go back to, say, the early 1900s, those kinds of issues. We have things like cannery records, things that can give us indications of where things were at. We certainly recognize, I think in all of our plans, that most of our stocks are substantially lower than they were at points in the distant past. And that's part of why we continue. I think if you go through our conservation plans, I'm pretty sure every single abundance goal is going to be looking for an increase. So we're always trying to work towards more fish, but it is rare to find those very long-term records.
My last question, for at least for now, is you mentioned keeping harvest pressure off sensitive runs like the summer runs. How do we do this without adult numbers?
Well, are you meaning, I guess I'm not quite understanding the question.
Well, we don't have, as I understand it, adult returner numbers on many of these rivers or streams. And we're trying to fine tune and nuance our management and adapt when so we can keep pressure off ones that are sensitive or declining. And I'm just wondering how we're going to have the information to know how to do that. That's pretty nuanced, and we're trying to fine tune it, but we don't have adult information. So,
right. Yeah. So I guess, one way that I would characterize this is, we approach things conservatively, and so using the rogue summer steelhead as an example, those are adjustments that we've made to season timing and size limits to relatively coarsely apply our regulations so that we can keep pressure off of those fish that we believe are more sensitive. But ideally, if we knew something more about whether certain portions of those summer fish were more sensitive than others, or certain population areas, we would confine that even more tightly. So I guess, in some ways, we just approach this in a conservative way, and try to address things as best we can. And again, I would emphasize that we are through the Rogue South Coast Plan working on exactly what our monitoring programs are going to look like for those populations going forward to be able to do this kind of work.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I just have a kind of a follow-up on the ocean climate change discussion. It seems to me that there's some a way to put into the plan, and I guess I'd like to see if you could work that into the plan that you're developing for the Rogue South Coast. That we've seen this warm ocean blob several times now, and NOAA's monitoring that information, or that the water temperatures, and other researchers are out there as well, monitoring that. And it seems like we can put into the plan that ODFW will be monitoring that closely. Maybe you are now, but and if we see that happening again, to keep it as part of the equation, for planning ahead to potentially adjusting whatever seasons are in place, not only in the Rogue South Coast, obviously, but in the entire coast for the steelhead, and probably for salmon too, as it works out. But to put in language that directs the department in that plan to monitor that and be prepared for the changes that you've seen in the past as a result of those type of warm weather conditions or warm water conditions. This year we've seen this extensive high over the North Pacific, and I guess fortunately it wasn't exceedingly hot high, but it was very similar to what caused the blob last time. It just happened very late, and we're about to probably get all that washed out with the next storm that comes in. But anyway, that's what I'd like to see worked into the plan, addressing the ocean and climate change.
Sure, sure. And I also wanted to kind of along those lines, just mention that in ODFW's response to NOAA's most recent status review request for comment, one of the things that we mentioned in that comment letter was a desire to continue to work with NOAA on developing metrics related to sort of fine tuning those ocean predictive factors for the South Coast area, where those fish tend to move in the ocean and utilize in a little bit different way than some of the more northerly stocks.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Zarnowitz? I do have one last question, Dr. Anthony. The conservation numbers, can you say exactly what you mean, or how you take those numbers, how you think about those numbers when they're set and we have to manage to them?
So these would be the critical abundance or conservation thresholds?
Yes.
Yeah, so we identify those thresholds based on a number of ways depending on the data availability. So in some cases, it's a statistical basis for determining those numbers, something like a certain percentile of the available abundance data. At other times where we have more robust data sets, it has more of a biological basis, and something like spawner abundance at maximum sustained yield. But regardless of the method that we use to identify those, the idea behind them is to have them set high enough that it's at a point that is not an emergency. It is at a point where we can have an intervention like curtailing fisheries and pulling some pressure off of the populations, and get a response before we get to a point where we think that things have gotten really truly a viability issue.
Which would make the climate change information and ocean change information even more important if it's uncertain and that sort of thing, and maybe support what Commissioner Zarnowitz said, to really pay attention to that, which I know you are, and I appreciate it. I don't see other questions and hands up, so I will thank you for the report. I know it's a huge amount of work to put these together, but it makes a huge difference to us to be able to get them, and it's very useful to get it at this point. So thank you to both you and the director for bringing it to us, so we can begin to think also about the Rogue South Coast and other plans that are coming in front of us. So thank you. Back to you, I think, Director Melcher.
Yes, thanks, Jamie. Appreciate all the work, appreciate the presentation. So next up, commissioners, we will have an overview of the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program. This was originally scheduled, I believe, for March. And of course, after the March meeting got canceled, we postponed this overview. We'll have Kelly Reese, who is our Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program Manager. And I believe we're going to be joined, but maybe not, from a couple folks from the Bonneville Power Administration. I believe Dory Welsh and Hannah Dondy are going to join for the presentation, but I'm not certain of that. So without stealing any of Kelly's thunder, this is the 10-year anniversary of this very successful agreement that was signed by Governor Kulongoski and continues for another 5 years. So take it away, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly. Before you start, I did go ahead and allow Dory to unmute her phone. I know she's participating through call-in, and that's why we don't see her name here. Dory, assuming you can hear us, you should be able to now enter on your phone keypad *6 to unmute yourself to speak.
Okay, can everybody see my screen and hear me? Maybe just nod. Okay, great. And Dory, I will assume that you are able to speak. So thank you for making time for this. I really appreciate it. And Kurt is correct. We were on the docket for March and feels like 100 years ago now. My name is Kelly and I'm the program manager for the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program. I've been in this position for a couple of years now and really have benefited from the people who came before me. We have several people in the program. Laura Tessler is our program coordinator. We have Ann Krieger and Lori Brewster, who are the program biologists. And we have Chris Vogel, who's our restoration and monitoring biologist. We also have program technician Anthony Martinez down at Fern Ridge Wildlife Area. And Dick Duncan is our realty specialist. On the screen in front of you is actually a BPA-owned property, Polensky Wildlife Area, and it's managed by ODFW. And this is just an image of Horseshoe Lake where we have breeding populations of both Western pond turtles and painted turtles. A little bit of the background. The program came out of the 2010 settlement agreement between BPA and the state of Oregon, and it permanently settles the wildlife mitigation responsibilities for the federal Willamette River flood control and hydroelectric project. The agreement includes about $117 million spread over the 15-year agreement to protect 16,880 acres of Willamette Basin wildlife habitat. It also includes another $26 million for ODFW to manage the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, including running the solicitation, developing the project selection criteria that are used to make the recommendations for project funding. There's a dual credit provision as part of the program, and that requires 10% of project funding to go towards projects that also provide benefits to ESA listed anadromous fish in support of the 2008 Willamette BIOP. And right now we're on track to meet that objective. The agreement encourages participation by the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Silettes, and the Warm Springs. And habitat priorities for protection are based on the Oregon Conservation Strategy. There's two separate pots of funding as part of this agreement. The acquisition funds, those are that $117 million, they go to pay towards acquisition of the properties, stewardship for ongoing maintenance of the properties, and some of the associated realty costs. And these funds are based at $8 million plus inflation annually to 2025, and they do not come through ODFW. The second pot is the $26 million that funds ODFW to run the development, the coordination, and the implementation of the program as outlined in the agreement. And it pays for ODFW staff, legacy or pre-2010 acquisition project stewardship and restoration on ODFW-owned properties, and also to help other sponsors with property management where we can and where it's feasible. And this funding is maintained at $1.7 million annually plus inflation. The vision of the program is to contribute to Oregon's natural resource legacy by conserving important habitat in the Willamette Basin. with the goal of protecting at least 16,880 acres of wildlife habitat by 2025. We do this by protecting diverse habitats throughout the Willamette Basin. We use conservation opportunity areas and strategy habitats to, in support of the Oregon Conservation Strategy, to prioritize those efforts for conservation. And these habitats are in support of conservation strategy and ESA listed species. We use several strategies to accomplish this goal. We prioritize high quality wildlife habitat, those habitats that provide connectivity and also protect significant cultural values. That being said, we are in the Willamette Valley, so we recognize the value of degraded habitats and corridors as well. We put a high priority on properties or habitats that, or projects, sorry, that also can demonstrate cost share and partnerships, recognizing that this is an opportunity to do more with less and really benefit from the expertise we have in the basin. Public access, when it's consistent with conservation values, provides a way for the public to engage and also value those conservation efforts and really experience them firsthand. As I mentioned previously, dual benefits, at least 10% of the funding goes towards those projects that benefit aquatic habitat and ESA listed anadromous fish. And finally, the project selection criteria are adaptive as we continue to learn and refine the program. Wanted to talk a little bit about one of the ways that we involve stakeholders in the program. We have assembled these two teams that I'm going to talk about here to really reflect the stakeholders in the basin. And the membership on these teams can vary a little bit depending on what our needs are. But we really feel that having these stakeholders involved has really been one of the strengths of this program. The Wildlife Advisory Group is responsible for the strategic guidance and coordination for implementing the agreement. And it includes reviewing those project selection criteria that we use to select our projects. This group includes representatives from the 3 participating tribes, has federal representation from Bonneville Power and the Fish and Wildlife Service. The Northwest Power and Conservation Council is represented. We have state representation from both the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board and ODFW. Participation from both City of Eugene and Portland Metro, and the Land Trust Alliance is involved. We also have at-large representation for agriculture, recreation, and conservation. The technical review team is comprised of scientific and technical experts who review and score the projects. And membership on this team also includes representation from the 3 participating tribes. We have federal representation from BPA, Fish and Wildlife Service, the USGS, the Geological Survey, and the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And again, at the state level, we have OWEB and ODFW, and the Nature Conservancy is also a part of this team. So projects are scored by the project review team using specific criteria. And those criteria were developed early in the program and are divided into 2 categories. The ecological and cultural criteria make up 62 points, and then the operational administrative criteria make up 38 points for a total of 100 points. And the questions that we have in our application are designed to address these criteria so we can be systematic in the project evaluation. And given the importance of the project criteria to how projects are selected and recommended for funding, I'm just going to go into a few of them so you can get a flavor. So as I mentioned previously, one of the overarching goals for the program is to protect wildlife habitat with cultural values and cultural significance. So we have 10 points out of the 100 points go towards this designation that a tribe has to, one of the 3 tribes has to provide that goes towards recognizing the cultural significance of a project. And so the tribes will consider attributes including perhaps restoration or protection of culturally significant target species. It could include proactive planning for the identification or protection of cultural resources, or even the potential to develop an access agreement for the management and harvest of target species. Habitat type, well, before I go on there, so far, approximately 3/4 of the properties that we have protected have designated cultural significance. Habitat type is another important factor that we use when scoring or ranking projects. 15 points out of the 100 goes towards this category. And the emphasis is on strategy habitats from the Oregon Conservation Strategy, using that priority to focus our efforts, or habitats that have been highlighted in recovery plans as priorities. Reviewers consider the size, the shape, and the location of the habitat on the landscape, and consider both the current habitat conditions as well as the desired future habitat conditions. How that habit is or could be functional is also considered, as is the importance of the habitat to a delisting or recovery of an ESA listed species. Project context is 8 points in the scoring, and really kind of gets at how this project fits in within the larger context of other conservation and restoration efforts in the area. And Rachel will go into connectivity a little bit more later today, but we deal with questions around how does this project provide or add to connectivity, how it's contributing to that broader restoration effort. Does it have a role in broader ecological or fluvial processes? Or does it fill a gap where we really don't have conservation or restoration occurring? Now getting into the operational and administrative considerations, and I'll just touch on a couple here. One is acquisition type. We can acquire projects through fee title, and they're scored differently than if we were to acquire a project through protection by a conservation easement. And this reflects the different level of certainty that we have in the management control for a fee title versus an easement property, and what rights are being protected or purchased as part of the easement, for example. But there is some flexibility in having both opportunities within the program. We also, as mentioned previously, put a value on public access. And this is really, the scoring in this is really dependent on how the public access will be managed and to be consistent with the conservation values and the capacity to do that. So that's 7 points within the program. So given that, having that little bit of context in how the properties are scored and evaluated, wanted to talk a little bit about the solicitation process. It's an annual process. We do it online. Typically, we open the solicitation early in the year for about 10 weeks and conduct our site visits in the spring. This year, obviously, we had to adapt and pivot a little bit, and we conducted our site visits virtually, which actually worked out really well. And that's a testament to both staff and our project partners. The scoring and policy review of those projects takes place in June and July with our technical review team and our wildlife advisory group. And that information is provided to Director Melcher, and then he makes his funding recommendation to BPA. BPA takes that information and makes their implementation decision, typically right around now, right around the end of September, early October. And then we allow 2 years for those projects to close. So for projects that came into the cycle earlier this year, those projects have until September of 22 to close. So just kind of a status check, like Kurt mentioned, we're 10 years in. It's remarkable, it goes by quickly. The total mitigation for the impact of the hydroelectric project was agreed to be 26,537 acres. For properties that were acquired prior to the 2010 agreement, those are what we call our legacy properties. And we were able to protect 9,600 acres of habitat prior to the 2010 agreement going into place. Since the 2010 agreement has gone into place, we've acquired another 47 properties or just over 11,800 acres towards that agreement target acreage of 16,880 acres. Those 11,800 acres, we've invested $63.9 million to acquire those acres. And that investment includes due diligence. So some of the realty costs associated with those transactions. But importantly, it also includes the lump sum payment for long-term stewardship for ongoing maintenance for those properties. So here is a depiction of how much we've acquired over time and the investment we've made. On the left axis, we have the acres. On the right axis, vertical axis, we have the millions of dollars we've invested in the program acquisition to date. And then on the horizontal axis, you can see fiscal year. So at the top of the chart, you can see in the gold horizontal line, that's our target for acres, 16,880 acres. And then the green horizontal line at the top of the chart reflects the nearly $117 million that we have available to us. And you can see that we're tracking over time, doing quite well, I would say. Again, protected over 11,800 acres. One thing to point out is we do occasionally have projects that will drop out of the program after they've been recommended, but before they close. And so for this reason, once a property's been recommended, until it closes, it's shown as dashed on this chart until we have the certainty of the property closing. So those dashed lines reflect the FY21 and FY22 projects that are currently being processed. And if they're successful, we'll have protected nearly 13,600 acres of habitat and invested nearly $77 million. To break down the habitat types that have been protected so far, we have nearly 28% of the habitats protected have been oak woodlands. We also can see that 16% of the habitat protected has been agriculture lands. This information in this chart comes from the application. And so over time, as we get land management plans, as we conduct our monitoring, we actually expect to see some of those habitat acres shift, especially in the agriculture lands as restoration takes place. But you can see the bulk of the habitat types represented there. And these habitat types are also based largely on what we have in our Oregon Conservation Strategy, those priority habitats. One of the strengths of the program is the cost share that we have been able to leverage. Nearly $16 million overall, including almost $9 million in direct program savings. And this is information that we are compiling from the applications. So sources for cost share include grants, landowner contributions, fundraising campaigns, and even bonds and levies. These do not include restoration. This program does not fund restoration. So sponsors or our partners are actively pursuing restoration funds elsewhere, and we've seen a lot of success on that front. I think the fact that there's already been a process that these projects have to go through to get acquisition funding makes the restoration funders already recognize the value of those sites. And again, public access is something that we value both in ODFW and in the program. And you can see that all of the properties that have been protected to date have some level of public access available to them, whether it's through scheduled tours, permits, or wide open to the public. And again, we place an emphasis on public access that's consistent with those conservation values. And just to point out, ODFW properties like wildlife areas where a parking permit is required will be included in part of that blue section. As I hinted previously, there is a monitoring program associated with the program, and it serves several functions, including tracking the progress towards meeting that acreage objective. We also want to make sure that these projects are in compliance with the terms of the conservation easement. And at a programmatic level, we are tracking the habitat conditions over time to ensure that those conservation values are maintained and enhanced. And then we use this information to adaptively manage the program. And again, I think that that ability to adaptively manage is one of our strengths. Here's the distribution of the properties that we have in the basin. A couple things I want to point out here. The purple represents properties that were acquired before the 2010 agreement, and they go towards that larger acreage target. The red are properties that have closed since 2010. And then those blue properties are properties that haven't closed, but they've been recommended for funding. So the blue properties here on the map represent those fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 projects. It's important to keep in mind that all of the projects that are in the program require willing sellers and suitable sponsors. We only work with willing sellers. And I think that again is one of the strengths that we have. Sometimes a sponsor or a partner will bring a project to us, and sometimes we have an opportunity to connect landowners who want to sell their property with the suite of potential sponsors or partners to work with. In the case of ODFW, when ODFW is considering ownership, we look for proximity to wildlife areas and the protection that property can provide for Oregon Conservation Strategy habitats and species. Alternatively, if there's administrative benefits, we can look at a project for those reasons. But definitely ODFW looks for opportunities as well. I will point out just really briefly, you can see that we have a couple of properties up the North Santiam and up the Mackenzie, and those properties were definitely affected by the fires this year. So I want to talk about a couple of properties that we have in the program, just to give you an example. The first one is the South Coyote unit down at Fern Ridge Wildlife Area, and this is actually an ODFW property. We acquired this in 2013, 309 acres, and we're in the process now of restoring wetland and riparian habitats. And here's a lovely shot you can see of the property. Again, this is down in the Eugene area. I'm in Eugene, so I have a little bit of a bias here. This property has benefited from several partnerships, including relationships with Ducks Unlimited, the local Long Tom Watershed Council, and also Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board has funded some of the restoration work at the site. So while the focus is on conservation strategy species, the habitat protection and restoration benefits a wide range of species. And so here you can see one of the trail cam pictures of elk. Here's an early picture of when the property is wetted up. And this kind of vernal pool habitat is something that we're seeking to enhance elsewhere on the property. And these vernal pool habitats provide habitats for big dusky geese, obviously, and other waterfowl, also amphibians, reptiles, and ground nesting birds actually benefit from this habitat as well, because the later drying of the wet areas create these open patches that are useful or suitable for animals like the streak-torn lark, which has been documented nesting on the property since acquisition. The second property I want to highlight is Cresswell Oaks, again, down in my neck of the woods in the south of Eugene. Cresswell Oaks is a conservation easement in the program, 1,600 acres, acquired in 2019. This is the largest acquisition that we've acquired since the agreement went into place. This is an interesting property in that it is also a working lands property where there's active cattle grazing on the property. It has significant oak woodland and grassland habitats and actually supports the largest known population of Oregon Vesper sparrow in the Willamette Valley. There's a number of other strategy species that are known to be present on the property, including meadowlark, western bluebird, and we also have slender-billed nuthatch and acorn woodpeckers on this property. As Kurt mentioned, we are 10 years into the program, and in thinking about kind of what we've accomplished in that time, which I think there's a lot to be proud of there. And I've talked a little bit about some of the numbers of the program, but I think there's some other aspects of the program that really come to mind when I think about some of the program successes, and really the positive relationship that we have with BPA is a noteworthy and outstanding part of the program's success. And I think BPA's ability to be flexible and the genuine interest in making the program successful has really created opportunities for us in the program. I would say too that the approach that Oregon took in addressing this mitigation requirement, where we involve stakeholders in the process all along the way, including in owning and managing these mitigation acres, has increased the capacity of what we could take on, and also has provided an opportunity to have broadened support for the program and the conservation values, and really strengthened our relationship with conservation partners in the state. And so I think that's been a really strong and positive outcome of that approach. Another thing that I think really shows the forethought in this program is this idea of having an endowment to ensure the long-term stewardship actions are funded into the future. And I think that that's something that people were thinking ahead, and something that I think can be portable to other programs. Because really, I think this program is a model for other settlement agreements when you look at the successes that we've had. So for what comes next? Well, hoping to come in front of the commission in the new year to see if we can get approval for purchasing some additional properties through the program for ODFW near Fern Ridge Wildlife Area. We are going to be continuing with the annual solicitation process through 2025, and with the idea of getting to that acreage target and hopefully exceeding it. And then there's also provisions in the 2010 agreement to negotiate continued funding from BPA through 2043. And from ODFW's perspective, we would like to have this funding to help continue monitoring within the program, and so we can continue to document those successes and that we're achieving the objectives that really ultimately the program was set up to achieve. And also to provide those opportunities to support our partners with ongoing stewardship efforts in the basin. I put this up here for questions, but I'm actually going to ask that people hold their questions for a moment. And what I'd like to do is instead is put Dory's presentation up. So if you'll just bear with me for a minute. And then once Dory's completed her presentation, then I'll invite you to ask any questions. Dory, are you on board?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I apologize that I'm not able to attend by video. I also want to thank Kelly for her excellent presentation on the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, its accomplishments, and her continued commitment to the program. As Kelly mentioned, my name is Dory Welch. I am the Deputy Vice President for Environment, Fish, and Wildlife at Bonneville Power Administration, or BPA, and this program holds a special place in my heart. I supported the agreement negotiations as a staff biologist, worked closely with Steve Marks, Chris Wheaton, Bernadette Graham-Hudson, Laura Tesler, and others as they shifted from negotiations to implementation. And I've been fortunate enough to continue to track and support the program since. As you heard from Kelly's presentation, there have been so many accomplishments during the first 10 years of this agreement. And I just want to add a couple things from Bonneville's perspective and explain how settlements like this help us meet our mitigation responsibilities. Next slide, please, Kelly. Bonneville markets commercial power from 29 federal dams in the Columbia River Basin. The dams are owned and operated by the Corps of Engineers or the Bureau of Reclamation. In 1980, Congress passed the Northwest Power Act and required Bonneville to protect, mitigate, and enhance fish and wildlife and their habitats affected by the development and the operation of those dams. Each year, Bonneville funds projects consistent with the Northwest Power and Conservation Council's Columbia Basin Fish and Wildlife Program, and we fund those projects with many state, tribal, federal, and local entities to fulfill our fish and wildlife responsibilities under the Power Act and to implement off-site mitigation actions included in various biological opinions for species listed under the Endangered Species Act. This work includes the mitigation of the impacts of the dams on wildlife. Specifically, when the dams were built and the reservoirs behind them filled, they inundated over 376,000 acres of wildlife habitat across the Columbia River Basin. Working with states, tribes, and other entities, Bonneville has almost completely fulfilled our wildlife mitigation mandate, largely through land acquisition, habitat enhancement, and stewardship. Next slide, please, Kelly. In the Willamette Basin, Bonneville markets power from 8 dams that are owned and operated by the Corps of Engineers. And just to list those off really quickly, they include Big Cliff, Foster, Green Peter, Dexter, Detroit, Hills Creek, Lookout Point, and Cougar. For BPA, the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Settlement Agreement provides assurance that we have met our responsibilities for mitigating the impacts of these 8 dams on wildlife in the Willamette River Basin. And the dual benefit nature of many of the projects, in other words, projects that benefit both wildlife and listed anadromous fish species, help address our Endangered Species Act goals as well. The Willamette wildlife projects are funded by ratepayers, the people's utility districts, municipalities, and rural electric cooperatives that buy power directly from BPA. Next slide, please, Kelly. At the 10-year mark, as Kelly mentioned, the successes are evident. We've achieved about 81% of our overall mitigation goal when you look at both the legacy mitigation that was done prior to the agreement and the mitigation that we've accomplished since. The Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program is exceeding expectations. And as Kelly mentioned, it has become a model for other mitigation agreements that Bonneville has worked on with other states and tribes. One of the main reasons for this success, I think, is the strong partnership that we have developed with ODF&W to implement the program and the consistent leadership that ODF&W has provided since day one. I also really appreciate all of the work from ODF&W and BPA staff who have supported this program over the years and made it such a success. At Bonneville, the Willamette team includes representatives from our Fish and Wildlife Program, environmental compliance, realty, and legal, and they work with ODF&W throughout the process. As Kurt mentioned, Hannah Dondi Kaplan, BPA's land lead for the Fish and Wildlife Program, is on the phone with me today. The inclusive nature of the agreement ensures and encourages participation of the 3 tribes and stakeholders like local governments, federal partners, and land trusts in the basin. Projects go through a rigorous selection process, as Kelly described, and they protect high-quality wildlife habitat, provide habitat connectivity, and protect significant cultural values. And a great deal of funding has been leveraged by the state of Oregon and our partners to maximize the number of acres conserved, which stretches our funding even further. We're seeing restoration occur on many of the properties through Oregon white oak habitat enhancement, grassland restoration, and replanting fields into riparian floodplains. And funding from OWEB, Meyer Memorial Trust, and others have gone to do some fish-focused restoration as well. Finally, adaptive management will help the program continue its success over the remainder of the agreement. At Bonneville, we're so grateful for all the hard work over the last 10 years, and we look forward to what's coming next. Thank you so much. And with that, Kelly, do you want to entertain questions?
Kelly's actually still muted, so there is a question from Commissioner Labhart. So go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Kelly and Dory, all I can say is cool. Pretty cool project. But I do have a number of questions. And I apologize, I had to take a phone call partway through the conversation or your presentation. So if you've covered it, please say, yeah, I covered that. So I apologize that I had to take a phone call. In terms of the leverage funding and the match, do we know what the total match is that's made this program go further? In other words, how much BPA money has been put in and how much came from Meyer Memorial, OWEB? Do we have a number on that?
I don't have, Dory, I'll take a crack at this and you can set me straight. I don't have an exact number. I can say that we have nearly $16 million in match 9 million of which has directly reduced our program costs. But as far as the additional restoration dollars or other investments in the properties, I don't have a firm number on that. Sometimes those investments take place after the properties have entered the program. And so it depends on the partners to provide that information to us. Dory or even Bernadette, do either one of you have additional information you want to add?
No, I think you answered it well, Kelly. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. So next question, we said, I think Dory mentioned we've 81% of the program goal. That we've got 5 years left in the project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so does that 81%, is that dollars expended or acres to achieve the goal? I mean, we've got the certain amount of acres to achieve. Is that the 81% or is the 81% dollars expended?
Yeah, this is Dory. I calculated that based on acres. So it takes into account both the legacy acres that were acquired prior to the development of the agreement and the acreage that has been protected since. And
Okay.
Kelly's probably got the slide. Looks like she's trying to pull it up now.
Yeah, I see it there. Okay. Next question. Do we have a percentage on how much is in conservation easements and how much is in property purchases?
Yes. So 11 out of 47 properties are in conservation easements. I don't have the acreage in front of me. I recall it was.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question. Since these are public funds going into these projects, both with match dollars, is fishing and hunting allowed on these properties, or some allowed, some's not? What's the take?
It's in the some allowed, some not category.
I mean, do you know what percentage is public? I know public access is encouraged on all of them, it sounds like, but how much of the percentage is allowed for public hunting or fishing?
I would have to tease that out. I can say that on the ODFW owned properties, we obviously allow hunting and fishing. And several of the tribal owned properties have opportunities through permitting, but that's something I would have to tease out, and I can get that to the commission after.
Okay, I just need a rough figure. I'm just curious how much is there. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I don't see other hands up, but I'll keep watching for them. Are there other settlement agreements similar to this that are going on right now that, Oregon?
This is Dory. Not in Oregon. As I mentioned, I think Kelly mentioned, we have used this template as a model for agreements in other states. For example, we have 2 similar settlement agreements in the state of Idaho, one for impacts of Southern Idaho dams and one for impacts of Albany Falls Dam. But in the state of Oregon, this is, I think, the one wildlife settlement that we have in place currently. To mitigate for impact of other federal dams in other parts of the state, we have worked with the state, ODF&W, tribes, on more of a project by project approach. So we are doing a significant amount of mitigation in other parts of the state, just using a different format.
Thank you. I mentioned that when I started my questions. Congratulations on a successful 10 years. This really is, I could borrow Commissioner Labhart's word, cool. And I have a question about how over time, since it's been going on for a while, the climate change has been built in as a factor. It kind of layers on, and clearly these areas are ones that could help us in Oregon to have resilience to climate change for bigger or growing storms or several of the impacts that we have. Are you able to factor that in, or is the age of the program not letting you do that much?
That's actually a timely question. Laura Tesler is starting to set something to reach out to our partners and ask them how are they preparing themselves to be resilient under climate change. And so, examples could be planting more drought tolerant plants on some of these properties as they're restoring them. I think we've seen in other areas where these stage 0 or these large scale floodplain restoration projects have been demonstrating some resiliency. We're seeing that right now in the South Fork of the Mackenzie and the recent fires. And so I think over time we will start to see that, but we are encouraging our partners to be thinking about that as they are restoring their properties.
Thank you. One shouldn't have favorite animals or birds, but your picture of streak-torn larks actually hit mine, I think, because it's been so hard to find that habitat, and you seem to have found it on at least one of the properties.
Yeah, we have streak-torn larks on more than 2 properties that I can think of right off the bat. We have them both in Corvallis at Herbert Farm Natural Area, and I think both of our properties down by Fern Ridge Wildlife Area right now.
Wow, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners, one last chance.
Commissioner Wally had a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Kelly and Dory, for your presentation. It's an area that I've worked in my career, so I have a lot of interest.
Commissioner Woolley, it's really hard to hear you. I'm not sure they'll hear you. Can you speak up a little?
Put my volume up. Can you hear me better now?
Not really, but I can hear you. I'll lean in.
Okay, so I don't know what's happened with my volume. It's been good up until now. So there's specific tribal criteria for designation of cultural significance. And so could you say a little bit more about that process for that designation, and how does the designation affect management decisions and planning?
Sure. So if I understood you correctly, the question was about the cultural significance designation and that process and how it might affect management. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Sure. So each of the 3 tribes has an opportunity to review the projects, and they have some of their kind of internal processes that they go through to determine whether a project meets their cultural significance thresholds. So those things like, are the project sponsors taking adequate steps to protect cultural resources and enhance those target species that are important culturally? There's also this opportunity to involve the tribes in the development of the management planning process. And so that's one way where there can be input and really help direct some of that management down the road. Is that getting at what you're talking about?
Yes. So then, as a result of that, sometimes not conducting active management activities in certain locations within these acquired properties?
Like avoiding areas where there's cultural sensitivities.
Right.
That could be a big part of it. Absolutely. Yep. Or maybe limiting public access to areas that are sensitive for protecting cultural values. Absolutely. Developing agreements with the tribes that might have the ability for tribal members to participate where maybe the general public would have less of an opportunity, just given the sensitivities.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple more questions. So who's doing the maintenance? I assume it varies among the partners, and are there maintenance budgets for specific properties?
Sure. So the maintenance is generally managed by the project partner who has either holds the easement or who has holds the ownership of the property. And there are maintenance budgets. That's getting at that stewardship funding. And so the program will fund up to $78 an acre for that ongoing maintenance. And it's really, I think, a strength of this program to recognize that acquisition is only the first step. And then there's ongoing maintenance that's going to be required to maintain these conservation values for these properties. Again, separate from restoration, but the program does provide funding for the ongoing maintenance. And typically it's the project sponsor or the holder of the easement who conducts that maintenance.
Okay. You talked about some habitat shifts, going back to your pie graph. It sounds like some of that would be shifting out of agriculture. is how I interpreted what you said, and would be moving into what other sort of habitat from ag?
Yes. Yes. So for example, in our Coyote Creek South property, it had been in ag and annual ryegrass. And over time, we are restoring that to wet prairie. So that's one example. And we have others where over time that transition out of the ag and into those habitats that provide more value for the wildlife species. We are tracking as part of the program purchases of high value farmland and are working. We have a representation from agriculture on our wildlife advisory committee to make sure that we are aware of impacts to agriculture in the valley. But on the scale of the valley, 16,880 acres, I think that there's room for both this program and successful agriculture.
Thanks. So how long do you work with landowners? I know it's a willing sellers program. I mean, sometimes there are landowners that initially may be skeptical about selling, but could be willing later, or does no mean no? I mean, how do you strategize?
Sure. No, that's a really great question. And for people who are struggling to hear what's the idea of how long do we work with landowners? How long does it take to get kind of that initial, hey, do you think you might want to do this, to actually having a project in the program? And it can take years. And I think that's, again, one of the strengths of this program, where we're working with the local land trusts and soil and water conservation districts in the communities. And they are having these years-long conversations with these landowners. Again, willing landowners are what this program is built on. And so if it takes time for people to get to that point, and maybe they want to see what their neighbors are doing, or just developing those relationships with people in the community so that they're comfortable moving forward. So I appreciate you pointing out it's a multiple year process.
Josh asked me if there was something physically covering my microphone, which there is, and I haven't changed anything, so I'm not sure what's going on. I just have one more question. I hope people can hear me okay. So with Cresswell Oaks as an example, what agreement do you have with the cattle rancher to continue grazing on the property? I mean, with properties that have grazing, well, first of all, is that a fee title property, or is that an easement arrangement? And then what sort of accommodation do you make for grazing?
Sure. And I'll say that when you put your screen on, you got much clearer and louder. I'm not sure what's going on there. So Cresswell Oaks is a conservation easement that the owner has retained ownership, and then the easement is held by a land trust. And so in that case, there's a legal document called the conservation easement, and that determines kind of the conservation values. And then we've worked with the landowner to develop land management plan that kind of sets the sideboards for how the grazing operation can be conducted in a way that's profitable for him and maintain the conservation values that have been so successful for the Oregon Vesper sparrow, for example. And so it's a conversation, it's a relationship, and it's, in this case, the landowner, he really values having this opportunity to have these Vesper sparrow and be able to continue his business.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. I don't see other hands, and unless Josh tells me there's something that I'm missing, I think
Commissioner Hatfield, she's waving her hand.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Thank you, Commissioner Wall. I can't, because we're sharing screen, it's not letting me access the screen where I can figure out how to raise my hand appropriately. So I don't know.
Good.
Okay. I think this is a neat program. I want to express appreciation for you including working lands in the portfolio. I think that we have so much opportunity for restoration partnership on working lands across the state. And it's nice to see that that's included in this piece as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would agree that the working lands is a huge benefit to this program. It's very challenging, I'll be honest with you, but I think it's worth overcoming that challenge.
Well, thank you very much, Kelly, and Dory as well, and Director Melcher for bringing this one to us. It was a great update to get and certainly gives us context we didn't have before and background we didn't have before. So thank you. For the commissioners, I think we'll take a break. It's 10:20 now. Let's come back at 10:35 and then we'll do other business, commission items, the minutes, and then we have one more exhibit item that is the amendments to the wildlife control operator rules that I think we can finish before lunch. And then we would have after lunch for the item that has lots of people who are interested in testifying. And then we'll have one more director's report item after that. So Director Melcher, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall. And I just, before we start, after our break, but before we start other business, I did want to introduce the new acting Fish Division Administrator. And so, Josh, if I could have Cedric Cooney moved from the attendees to the main room, that would be great. So that's all I had. We'll see you at 10:35.
Okay, thank you all. I think everybody's back and we're ready to go. So welcome back, everyone. And Director Melcher, would you like to introduce Cedric?
Thank you. Yes, before we go into other business, and I apologize, I was a little remiss as I missed the September meeting, and we had very recently appointed Cedric to the Acting Fish Division Administrator seat. But before I start that, as you all know, Ed Bowles has recently retired from the department after, I'm confident in saying, a record 20-year stint as the department's Fish Division Administrator. We are keeping Ed on post-retirement part-time to continue to work with us on the Columbia River hydro system biological opinion, work with us in the governor's office on that. So Ed will still be around in that capacity. But we did, and we were very excited to have Cedric Cooney agree to serve as the Acting Fish Division Administrator. Cedric will be serving in that capacity through the end of the biennium, so through the legislative session. You all met Cedric, I believe it was it was this year, pre-pandemic, I believe it was in February. You met Cedric when he gave an overview of his natural resource information management program. So I just wanted to have the opportunity. I appreciate appreciate you giving me the opportunity to formally introduce Cedric and to offer Cedric the opportunity to say anything he may want. And as you all know, I've known Cedric for at least 30 years of my 35-year career. So Cedric, thanks.
Thank you, Kurt. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you again, and I look forward to working with you in my new capacity. I'm glad Kurt brought up the reminder that I did present back in February, so I look forward to working with you again.
Well, welcome, Cedric, and we look forward to working with you some more too. That seems like a long time ago, that earlier meeting when we actually were in the same room, so welcome.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Cedric. Thanks, Chair Wall and Commissioners. So we'll go into other business then, and I do have a couple things on my list for other business that I wanted to just mention to you all, and I don't think any of it's any surprise, but I just wanted to have the discussion or the notice publicly. And the first is related to the Marble de Muralette petition, and we of course had that on the agenda back in May of this year. That agenda item we postponed due to the lack of ability to have an in-person meeting. And in September, in discussions with the plaintiffs in that case, they indicated that they would still prefer to have a meeting in person on that subject. So the Department of Justice and the plaintiffs' counsel sought and received approval from the court. So we have until July 31 of 2021 to carry out that agenda item. As such, that was going to be our agenda item in November. But we are not canceling the November meeting, because we did also in the last several weeks receive a rulemaking petition to prohibit beaver trapping and hunting on all federal lands in Oregon. So since the November meeting has opened up, and since the Administrative Procedures Act requires us to address that rulemaking petition within 90 calendar days of its receipt, we are now putting the beaver trapping petition review on the November commission meeting. And we will have a few other items. We're shuffling some items that we can shuffle from December to occur also in November to try and lighten the load for the December meeting and balance things out a little bit. So I just wanted to give you an update on those two things. And I'm happy to take any questions you might have on those. The only other thing I wanted to mention, and I'm not looking for a decision, but I'd be happy to answer any questions, and that is that over the years, we have multiple times contemplated purchasing state laptop computers for each of the commissioners to, one, facilitate your access to our intranet, as well as access to state email and state calendaring opportunities. I wanted to at least mention that prospect to you all, and at some point get some feedback. There's, you know, I understand there is drawbacks, and a lot of people don't want to pack around a second electronic device. So I understand all that. But it would also give you some technical support. So you would have access to our IT folks for technical support on issues. That's all I had on the other agenda or other business agenda today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So Kurt, if I could just add on to what you said, in light of the rulemaking petition that we have before us and the additional staff load to address that petition, we've decided to postpone the committee that's been forming for the beaver trapping on public lands. But we will continue with the trap check committee. And so those of you that have put your representatives forward to participate on both committees, as right now you won't be doing dual duty, you'll be doing single duty just on the trap check committee. And so we'll continue forward with that. And we don't have a start date yet, but I just want to let you know that that's a shift that we're making in light of the petition that we've received.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner Woolley. I meant to mention that as well, and I forgot. So we are pressing pause on that beaver work group while the same staff is working on the petition agenda item. Thank you. Any other questions?
Commissioner Woolley, the trap check one, the work group will start in this month, do you think, or is it November? Do you have a sense?
I don't have a strong date. Still need to, we still will be utilizing a facilitator, so we need to confirm the facilitator and the facilitator's process. So I can't give you a firm date right now. There was a little influx, since the petition came up, and we need to just make a decision about the other committee that we've decided to pause. So I'll give a more a firm update as soon as I have one.
Sounds good. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Director. And I'll go ahead with a quick update on one other commission item, which is the Columbia River. All of you know that Washington recently adopted changes to their Columbia River management policy, and they have asked us to meet with them to discuss our joint management. The policy changes leave us less concurrent in our management policies for this joint resource in the Columbia Basin. Director Melcher did provide to all of us a side-by-side comparison, so you can see Oregon's rules and Washington's proposed policy or adopted policy now. And also on that side-by-side comparison, if you look at the top, it gives you the Oregon rules, which is a handy reference to have. You've each seen a draft response to Washington agreeing to meet with them. And there will be two major components in those discussions, two major components that need long-term solutions and greater concurrence. The first one would be recovery and conservation of the resource, since that is our first responsibility. And then we need to work within that context on the second component, which is to address harvest allocation and allowable gear types, since we're now non-concurrent on those. So we'll start with meeting to discuss the process to get to concurrency, first on recovery and conservation of the resource, as I mentioned, and then how to tackle the orderly fishery non-concurrence that we're in. So the starting point is to understand the Washington proposal and then work on a process for those, for the two states to get closer to concurrency on our policies and our allocation pieces. So that's where we are right now. Just wanted, I've talked with each of you, but wanted to let you know where that is. And that letter, our letter back to them should go out today or Monday. And if there are no questions, then we'll go right on to the minutes. So you have the minutes in front of you, and it's important to note that there was a revised version of these that came out yesterday, and it was the last page. Michelle Tate picked up a piece to correct that we had taken out the language in 635-065-0723 on crossbows. Other than that, the motion is still as it, well, actually, we got a revised motion to reflect this, I think. So any changes to the minutes as revised as we got them yesterday? Or questions? Then do I hear a motion?
I would move to accept the minutes of Friday, September 11th, 2020, including revisions.
I would second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley and Spellbrink. I just want to make sure that we have, Michelle, are you on by any chance? Without hearing, oh yeah. Is that motion good enough to get the as written in corrected Exhibit A?
I believe so.
Great. Then we have moved and seconded approval of the revised minutes. Those approving, thumbs up, please. Seeing them all, thank you very much. And we've adopted the minutes for September, and then we can go on to back to you, I think, Kurt, with a report on, or an actual item that needs, it's not a report, it's a rules, proposed rules, amendments to the wildlife control operator rules. And I think Rick Boatner and Michael Klein are going to be presenting on this. Anything from you first, Director Melcher?
No, Chair Wall, that is it. I'm handing the gavel to you, and we'll have Exhibit B up next, followed by the Exhibit C, which is the Bowman Dam item. And then I'll let you hand the gavel back to me for a final director's report on our wildlife connectivity work.
Great, thank you. Then do we have Rick Boatner and Michael Klein? Looks like it.
Yep.
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay. I'll see if I can do this right. All right. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Rick Boatner, the Invasive Species Wildlife Integrity Supervisor for the department located in Salem. And my co-presenter is Michael Klein, who is the Upland Game Bird Coordinator. Today, staff would like to present proposed revisions to the Oregon Administrative Rules Division 435 for wildlife control operators. Let's see, next slide. Okay, my slides aren't advancing for some reason. Let's see.
Josh, do you have any magic for him on this?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Try exiting out of the full screen for a minute.
Okay. That's not even letting me do that.
Okay, so something wrong with the PowerPoint itself. Click on the PowerPoint file, just anywhere.
Okay.
And then hit escape button.
Let me try this. See if it'll work.
Okay, there we go. Now you're out of the full screen.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Well, you did the magic there.
Yep, somehow, which is good.
Yay.
Where was I at? Oh, yeah. Wildlife control operators provide a valuable service to the public and to the Department of Fish and Wildlife to help resolve human and wildlife conflicts. Before I start with the proposed revisions, I'd like to briefly present to you some information about the Wildlife Control Operator program and how it's developed over the years. In 1990, with budget and staff reductions, the department was not able to respond to human-wildlife conflicts that we had previously done. Private industry in the form of nuisance animal trapping businesses, which we now refer to as wildlife control operators, stepped in to assist the public with these wildlife conflicts. In 2003, Senate Bill 832 revised statutes found in 498 to reflect human and wildlife conflicts we had in the urban and city environment from previously more of agriculture and forestry environment, and proposed development of a system to license and regulate wildlife control operators. In 2004, a 7-member legislative task force was assembled. This task force proposed 16 recommendations. And then in the spring of 2006, these 16 recommendations were passed on to the Department Advisory Group to develop and recommend rules and guidelines for the WCO businesses. This group consisted of county commissioners, representatives from the Humane Society of the United States, wildlife control operators, representatives from Portland Audubon, Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society, Portland Metro, local law enforcement, and 2 staff biologists. The advisory group recommended a set of rules that the commission adopted in late 2006 as the Oregon Administrative Rules Division 435. In early 2015, the department formed another wildlife control operators task force to review these rules. This task force proposed a few major changes to the rules. These changes included what species could be released, species that be required to be euthanized, fees associated with testing and permitting, required all WCOs to pass the department's WCO test, and requires all WCOs to complete continuing education credits or retest in order to renew their WCO permit. Staff would like to propose amendments to the current wildlife control operators rules. Staff would propose to update the AVMA guideline for euthanasia of animals to the current 2020 edition. We'd add a definition to clarify what is considered public display. Live animals placed in view of the public would be considered public display, not pictures of captured wildlife in advertisements that a WCO company might use. It also clarify that the WCO permit is valid for up to 2 consecutive calendar years, and amend the reporting requirements of a WCO permit to biannually instead of the current monthly reports. Reports would be due on January 31st and July 31st. This would reduce staff time for both WCOs and the department and be consistent with other wildlife requiring reporting cycles. I'd also like to clarify that moving traps by an authorized WCO is considered tampering with their trap. The other proposed rules are permit wildlife control operators to assist the public to address conflicts with wild turkeys. And Michael will continue this presentation for that.
Thank you, Rick. Can everybody hear me okay? Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Michael Klein, Upland Game Bird Coordinator. In this section of the presentation, I will cover the proposal to include wild turkeys as part of the Wildlife Control Operator Permit. In December of 2018, you might remember the commission approved the updated Oregon Wild Turkey Management Plan. As one of the strategies to reduce nuisance and damage from wild turkeys, the plan called for the department to examine the option of allowing wildlife control operators to remove wild turkeys that were causing nuisance and damage complaints. This need arises from the increasing number of conflicts we're seeing between people and wild turkeys in Oregon. Nuisance complaints registered by the department are averaging about 100 per year, and damage complaints about 50 per year. And so this level of complaint quickly overwhelms our staff's capacity to respond. Therefore, offering the option to engage a commercial business to deal with problem turkeys is one of many strategies to address the issue, but an important one. Next slide, please, Rick. So quickly, this is a list of the effective edits to the wildlife control operator rules that would allow the operators to engage in wild turkey removal. First, we needed to define wild turkeys to clarify that these rules don't apply to domestic turkeys since agricultural animals are under the authority of ODA and exempt from department rules. Secondly, we added wild turkey to the list of allowed species under the WCO permit. And finally, the more complicated issue, we addressed the question of what does a wildlife control operator do with a turkey or turkey carcass once it's removed from a property. Because turkeys are considered edible wildlife, they fall under the rules for disposal of edible wildlife. Therefore, a WCO must salvage the bird and deliver it to a location determined by the department, which is typically a charitable organization such as a food bank. But they cannot give the carcass to the complainant property owner or occupant. And on rare occasions, the department may give approval for release of live turkeys to a prior approved location. The WCO must adhere to the requirements for turkey release that are part of the Oregon Wild Turkey Management Plan and includes things like disease testing when moved out of the district. In short, the WCO must work closely with the district to determine what to do with the turkeys once they've been removed. So that wraps up the staff summary of recommended changes to the WCO rules. The recommendation from staff is to adopt the proposed rule amendments. And at this point, Rick and I would be glad to take any questions.
Let me just see if we have any hand. Commissioner Woolley.
Thank you, Chair Wall. We in afternoon yet? No, still good morning. Good morning, Michael and Rick. Just a quick question. With 100 complaints of damage, or 100 complaints, I guess, in general, for nuisance complaints, beyond damage complaints, what are the other kinds of complaints that you receive?
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley. The types of complaints we receive typically fall under the broad category of nuisance, or if there's actually some monetary loss, then they fall under damage. And so, as you can imagine, nuisance is a pretty broad category. You may have things like aggressive turkeys that are chasing school children down the street, or you may have turkeys that are digging up gardens. Some of the other complaints or reasons that someone might call the department about turkeys that doesn't fall under those categories might be that they found a dead turkey. They're worried about disease, or maybe they're seeing turkeys in a place where they haven't been seen before, and that's causing them some concern. Other people are worried that maybe the turkeys are consuming some native wildlife or something they're concerned about, a plant or another animal, and are wondering if the turkeys could be detrimental. So sometimes it's just inquiries, and most often our response is to give them advice on how to exclude turkeys from their property, and often the case is that there is an unsecured food source in the neighborhood that the turkeys are capitalizing on.
Was that a turkey up on a bird feeder? Was that a photo that I saw there?
It was that turkey. Bird feeders are one of those kind of unintentional food sources. People are meaning to feed songbirds, but a hungry turkey will figure out how to clean those bird feeders out pretty quickly.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Vice Chair Woolley, any other questions?
No.
Okay, then Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thanks. I think I can add a little bit to it. Since I live in Sisters, and my neighbor is a Sister City Councilor, and she's talked to me on several occasions, and I have not brought it to the department because I told her we're working on this, but she says, you got to do something about these turkeys in Sisters. They're chasing dogs, they're chasing children, they're becoming very aggressive. And I said, yes, we're working on it. So I appreciate the attention to it, Michael. So there's probably gonna be a wildlife control officer in Sisters, because I know that at least one city councilor's aggressively trying to do something about this issue, because there's a resident flock that works its way all around the little city of Sisters. And I'm probably not alone in some of the cities around the state that have friendly but aggressive turkeys in some cases.
And just to respond to that, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, this is a problem, and again, it often has to do with the turkeys finding an easy meal, and so the detective work involves figuring out where that is and if there's a way to secure it. Otherwise, it is quite a production to be able to trap those turkeys, bait them into a trap, and remove them in one way or another. And one of the things that does help that is if there is a food bank in the vicinity that's willing to take the birds on, particularly if we don't have a great place to move the birds to.
Thank you.
I had another question.
Yes, Vice Chair Woolley.
Yeah, so beyond the turkeys, so the question of euthanization versus relocation, what factors do you consider when weighing out those alternatives? And I know it depends on the species, it depends on the action, or the nature of the nuisance. There are a lot of variables, but maybe could you address in some way a little bit how those decisions are made, euthanization versus relocation?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, are you referring to turkeys or just general species?
Just in general, I mean, there are a lot of species to consider, and so I know there isn't a one answer that fits all, but just in general, are there certain species that are more likely to be euthanized versus others, or does it depend on geography, proximity to residences, that sort of thing? Is there any kind of general rule of thumb?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, in 2015 we brought those matters up, and a lot of it, say like raccoons, spread canine distemper quite easily. So disease issue for moving wildlife is a big concern. Homing instincts on some of these species is phenomenal. So they generally get, as they try to venture back home, they'll get meet cars and other dogs and other things, so it makes it more harrowing for them. We also have a lot of these areas, we don't know what the carrying capacity of the land is. So when you add another creature on there, now they're all of a sudden have to fight for their territory and compete with the other species that are already there for food, water, and habitat. So that's what we're looked at for euthanizing. Now for releasing the wildlife, we were looking at animals that we think may be in low populations in some areas, or that we might use for management.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
I have 3 questions. The first one is, why did we add it as a new violation to move the trap?
Sure. Chair Wall, that was because in a lot of some of the wildlife control operators work in mobile home parks, apartment complexes, and good intentional residents try to believe that they know better where the trap should be set, that the WCO has set, and they move the traps around. And some of them didn't understand that was also tampering with the trap. So we just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. A general question about the advisory group. Were other people than wildlife control operators on our advisory group creating these rule amendments?
Chair Wall, yes. In all the groups, well, the original groups were WCOs, county commissioners, Humane Society, Audubon, Portland Metro. On the 2015, it was wildlife control operators, Board of Forestry, law enforcement, Oregon Department of Ag, and staff biologists. So we've had a variety of people on these groups.
Including our last one, right?
Correct.
Thank you. That's great. I appreciate it. My last question is, I want to make sure I have this right. Turkeys, I've always heard, are not native. Clearly, they're increasing. I believe that they're here because they were a huntable, edible species. Is this a cycle we're in, and they're clearly on the upswing, but this is just an expanding population that's going to keep expanding? What do you expect?
Chair Wall, that's a great question. We are seeing continued increase in turkey numbers as well as their range. And so the short story is that turkeys require active management because they are really good at finding easy meals and getting into places where hunters, sportsmen can't access them. And you're right, that really was the intention. They were brought here for recreational purposes. People do enjoy seeing the birds, especially when they're doing their displays. They're fun to see until you have 40 in a tree over your back deck, and then it's not so much fun. So it just takes active management, and that is really our goal here, is to put another tool in the toolbox to try to get these turkeys either removed from an area where they don't serve a purpose, or move to an area where they do.
Thank you. It looks like we have one more question from Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I have a couple questions and a comment. I guess first, my brother lives in Gold Beach, and there's turkeys that are in an area that can't be hunted, and they get up on his deck and eat the bird feed that the birds drop on the bottom of the deck, or they jump on top of the bird feeder, so they can be quite a pest. The other is if the wildlife control people are capturing, for instance, the fox or the eastern grays, are they mandated to destroy those rather than relocate them?
Chair Wall, Commissioner, yes, they're required to euthanize those.
Okay. And because I did notice that the western grays could be relocated, and that's great. We have for some reason, I think a rehabber released them in our area. First we had eastern grays, and then we had fox squirrels and come here, and they chased out the western grays, because the western grays are a lot more docile than either of those, particularly the fox squirrel. The fox squirrel chased all squirrels out. But so if anybody around here wants to give me some western grays, I'd love to have them on our property anyway, although they probably get chased away. Okay, thank you.
Do you have one more question as well? But that's it. Okay, thank you. Then do I hear a motion on this one from any of the commissioners?
I can make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I move to adopt staff recommendation to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 435, as proposed by staff to amend actions and requirements of wildlife control operator permittees.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt staff recommendations for this one. Those in favor, thumbs up if you will. Actually, can I hear a voice for Commissioner Labhart and Vice Chair Woolley, because I can't see you.
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. And I'll vote aye as well. Though with a bit of a caveat, I have to add, just because it always feels like a bit of a, not a failure, but a bit of a defeat if we have to start removing and euthanizing or whatever animals that we brought here or that we were, that were kind of introduced here. But it makes sense to manage them. And I think that staff's done a great job on this one. So that one passes with all the votes yes. And it is, I'm just looking at the time so we can do a time check. Director Melcher, would we have, it's 11:10. We can take lunch now, or we can go into back to the director's report. But that would leave us just under an hour before lunch. Would that work?
Chair Wall, I believe that would be adequate time for the third item under the director's report, and then we would start the Bowman Dam issue immediately following the lunch break. But before I confirm, I just need to look at my attendee list here and make sure that all the participants are available.
I don't see Rachel on the list yet, but.
So maybe Doug Cottom is on. Maybe we could, if you could move Doug Cottom to the live window, Josh, then we can ask Doug what the status is of Rachel. There's Doug.
And we also have for this one, are there going to be other people, Director Melcher?
Yes, there is. I saw several of them on earlier, and but Rachel is the lead presenter. So Doug, do you know if Rachel is available right now?
I contacted her earlier and told her she should be ready. I don't see her. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Hey, Josh, while you're doing, just right quick, while you're doing that, at some point, apparently my audio went off, and then Mary, Chair Wall a second ago said she couldn't see me. So I just wanted to just check to see if everything's on.
Yeah, the audio is working fine now, somehow, so it's good. And I think Chair Wall couldn't see you because the presenters was in the share screen mode. So I think some of the cameras were hidden.
Yeah. Okay.
But I saw you in my grid view, so you're good.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and while we wait to start, just an added tip is that when it's in the share screen mode, if you make the presentation window a little bit smaller, then you can see more of the gallery, so to speak. And I think that's why Chair Wall could not see you, Greg. Okay, it looks like we have everyone. Doug, is that correct? I see Michael O'Casey is joining. Rachel is already on. Mike Toty is already on. And I saw Laurel. Yeah, Laurel Williams is on. So we're
good. We are good to go.
We're good to go. So with that, then for the final director's report item, I would like to introduce Dr. Rachel Wheat. She is our project leader on the or I should say our wildlife connectivity coordinator, and she's been working with a number of partners. We'll be joined also by Michael O'Casey from the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Laurel Williams from the Pew Charitable Trust, who thank you to the Pew Charitable Trust, just made a sizable donation, as you all know, commissioners, to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund associated with the connectivity project over on Highway 97. And lastly, Mike Toty from the Oregon Hunters Association. So Rachel, Dr. Wheat, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. I just want to make sure that everybody can see my screen.
Yep, you're good.
All right, excellent. Chair Wall, commissioners, for the record, my name is Rachel Wheat. I'm the Wildlife Connectivity Coordinator for the agency. I work in our conservation program in the Wildlife Division. Connectivity is the degree to which the landscape facilitates or impedes movement. So we're specifically evaluating how easy or difficult it is for wildlife to move throughout the state. My background is in movement ecology and geospatial statistics. And my role within the agency is to coordinate efforts statewide to enhance and protect connectivity for wildlife. Those of you that attended the climate change workshop that we had back in, I believe it was June, might recognize some of this information. But in general today, I'm going to be speaking about the agency's connectivity work, its importance, and then Michael and Laurel will follow up with some information about public awareness of connectivity and some survey work that they've been doing. So just to start off with some background information, for most that might be unfamiliar, the Oregon Conservation Strategy is Oregon's overarching state strategy for conserving fish and wildlife. The strategy identifies 7 key conservation issues, which are landscape level threats to the state's species and their habitats. And one of those threats is loss of habitat connectivity, which is captured in a key conservation issue called barriers to animal movement. Connectivity is also a significant component of 3 other key conservation issues, and those are climate change, land use change, and water quality and quantity. In 2016, ODFW went through a process to revise the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and during that revision process, we had numerous stakeholders that were providing input that really urged the agency to start taking a lead role in addressing wildlife connectivity issues. And that led ODFW to work with partner groups to found what's called the Oregon Habitat Connectivity Consortium. And that was in late 2016. And that group has since grown to include the organizations that you see listed here. That also led ODFW to hire for my position, Wildlife Connectivity Coordinator, the following year. And I've been working collaboratively with these organizations since that time to develop and then implement an effort to identify and prioritize wildlife movement corridors in Oregon. So why do we even care about connectivity? Here in Oregon, our growth rate ranks in the top 10 in the nation, and our population is expected to reach more than 4.5 million people by 2025. And that growth is putting increasing demand on the state's infrastructure, which is leading to things like new residential and commercial development, new roadways, increased traffic volumes on existing roadways, the need for new energy development and increased resource extraction. And all of those things are forms of land use change that then affect the ability of wildlife to move across the landscape to meet their daily and their seasonal needs. So probably the most tangible example of the loss of connectivity for most people is roadkill. Wildlife are struck and killed by vehicles when they're trying to cross roads. And this is something that most people probably see on a regular basis, even during their daily commute, or if they're going up to the mountains or out to the beach to recreate. But the effects of connectivity loss extend well beyond that direct mortality of wildlife vehicle collisions, or even this unfortunate pronghorn that has been stuck in some fencing. Habitat loss and fragmentation can affect wildlife access to suitable forage, can prevent access to breeding areas for successful reproduction, and can have behavioral impacts that disrupt a species' ability to find food and shelter. Fortunately, the availability of geospatial data has advanced to the point where we can actually identify key areas for wildlife connectivity. And this is important for the agency for a number of reasons. ODFW consistently receives requests from other state agencies, our federal agency partners, city and county planners, energy development companies, private consulting firms, conservation organizations, and even sometimes the general public for information regarding key wildlife habitat linkages across the state. Additionally, although we manage wildlife, we don't manage habitat. So the information is really critical for informing land management on both public and private lands, and in helping to direct some of those on the ground activities towards restoring and enhancing habitat for wildlife, like the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program that Kelly was speaking about earlier. So through the collaboration of the groups in that aforementioned Oregon Habitat Connectivity Consortium, we developed a plan for a massive statewide effort to identify existing wildlife habitat connectivity in Oregon. And this is the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project. And I might refer to it as OCAMP throughout the remainder of the talk, just for brevity. So OCAMP, or Connectivity Assessment, is a multi-year, multi-institution project toward mapping priority wildlife corridors for 54 of Oregon's wildlife species. And those 54 species were selected to represent the needs of all of Oregon's diverse wildlife. ODFW is directing this effort here at headquarters. It's myself and then Andrea Hansen, who is the Conservation Program Coordinator, and Artie Rodriguez, who is our Conservation Program GIS Analyst. We're also working very closely with Portland State University. We have professors in the Environmental Science program, the Geography program, and Math and Statistics, as well as a private group called Samara Group, which is helping us with some facilitation. The work involved in OCAMP is both intensive and extensive, but I'm going to touch on a few key points in our process. The first thing to note is that we officially started work in December of 2019, and we're aiming to have the connectivity maps completed by December of 2022. First and foremost, this work is not done in a vacuum. While our core team has expertise that spans multiple disciplines, again, movement ecology, environmental science, geography, math and statistics, we also have an extensive outreach effort to encourage engagement from other individuals and groups. We're working with practitioners to ensure that we're developing products that are easy to interpret and to use. We've been working very extensively with species experts, both within ODFW and outside the agency. And we're generally working just to keep anyone who's interested informed of project progress. And that can include members of the general public, can and does include members of the general public. So those species experts played a significant role in the first milestone of our project, which was species selection. So we had species experts from multiple organizations, including ODFW, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Geologic Survey, and a number of nonprofits that helped us to evaluate which species in Oregon would be the most suitable for connectivity mapping. And we ultimately selected the 54 species that are pictured here for the project. And these species, as I mentioned before, were chosen to represent the wide diversity of habitat associations in Oregon, as well as a variety of life history strategies, movement capabilities, and sensitivity to different types of barriers. So we're going to be completing the connectivity assessment for 22 mammals, 16 birds, 8 amphibians, 4 reptiles, and 3 invertebrates, ranging all the way from our large-bodied, highly mobile generalist species like elk and mule deer, down to our smaller habitat specialists like Oregon slender salamander or Fender's blue butterfly. I'd also like to mention that 30 of these 54 species are listed as species of greatest conservation need in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. The first step in our assessment is to build a habitat permeability map for each species. So this is a model that takes geographic and spatial data, things like land cover type, slope, elevation, distance to water, takes all those things into account to determine how easy or difficult it would be for the given species to move across the landscape. So this example here for northern red-legged frog, those blue colors represent areas that are more permeable for the frog, like forested areas and bodies of water, while the reds represent barriers. So those for the frog are things like roads and urban development. And this permeability map forms the basis for our connectivity model. So areas that are more permeable are easy for the given species to move through, and less permeable areas are more likely to impede connectivity. So this process is species specific, and we build one of these habitat permeability maps for each species. So each map is going to look a little bit different depending on the habitat that the species prefers and what are considered barriers for that species. So we take this habitat permeability map and we feed it into a connectivity model. And in our connectivity model, we are using electrical conductance as a proxy for animal movement, with this habitat permeability map defining how permeable or resistant the landscape is to that conductance. So the output of the connectivity model looks something like this, essentially a heat map that's showing how we expect a given species to move across the landscape. In this example, which is for mule deer, those bright yellow colors are area where flow of movement is intensified, and the cool blue areas are areas where movement is more diffuse. So one critical step in the process of identifying important areas for wildlife connectivity is model validation. So these are models of connectivity, which are essentially hypotheses regarding where we can expect movement for a given species to be facilitated or impeded. But fortunately, we can make use of independent data sets to evaluate how well these models are accurately representing real-world habitat use and movement trajectories. So in this example, you can see theoretical movement tracks of 2 mule deer, the black dots and the white dots, that represent tracking data collected by GPS collars. And those are illustrating that this particular model is doing a pretty good job of identifying where mule deer are likely to be moving. And this is another area where our outreach and engagement efforts are really key. So we are relying on observation and tracking data for these species that are collected here at the agency and also collected by other state and federal agencies, NGOs, and nonprofits, and have even been collected by community science through online platforms like eBird and iNaturalist. Once our models are validated, the next step is refinement. So the heat map output on the left is pretty difficult to interpret and is impractical for most purposes for on-the-ground application. So we do this refinement process, which allows us to highlight the most important areas of connectivity for each species. So we're essentially translating that heat map output on the right into the more discrete output on the, or the heat map output on the left to the more discrete output on the right. That modeling process is repeated for each of the 54 species in our assessment. All 54 of those species were selected as surrogates for specific habitat associations and structural habitat characteristics with the intent to represent all of Oregon's wildlife. So then we go through a process to combine each species connectivity map to get a better sense for connectivity of wildlife as a whole. And that allows us to start identifying patterns that can then be used in prioritization and for on-the-ground action. So you can see here to the yellow underlying mule deer map, we've added another species in blue, a third species in green, and a fourth species in orange. And then we start our prioritization process. So for example, the area you see circled on the left-hand side is a location where 3 of the species corridors overlap. And that would be a potential target area for working with partner groups to ensure that that connection doesn't get lost. The other location, which is the smaller circle on the right, is an area where the 3 species corridors narrow considerably and all cross Highway 97. And that could be a target for working with the Oregon Department of Transportation for potentially mitigating for wildlife passage at that location to help prevent wildlife vehicle collisions. I think it's important to note that the prioritization of wildlife corridors is going to take numerous factors into consideration, not just these areas where corridors for multiple species are overlapping, but also overlap with protected lands, areas where connectivity is bottlenecked for multiple species, and development pressure. And additionally, we're going to take climate change into consideration in this step by incorporating information on areas that are geophysically diverse and that are expected to be more climate resilient, so that we can identify where these priority corridors are likely to help in mitigating for climate change, allowing wildlife to adapt to shifting climate pressures. So ultimately, the products from OCAMP will highlight statewide priorities for enhancing and protecting connectivity for Oregon's wildlife. The Priority Wildlife Corridors map is intended to be a public tool for use both within and outside of the agency to help mitigate the demands of Oregon's growing population. We intend for this product to help inform land use development and permitting for renewable energy development, to help guide granting efforts through programs like the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, to help us target areas in need of restoration and protection, and then to help prevent those wildlife vehicle collisions, and to help inform the planning processes and operations of other organizations, including those of organizations that are actively managing wildlife habitat. So in general, awareness of these wildlife connectivity issues is limited, but it is growing. And recently, momentum has increased around connectivity, specifically in the context of conserving migratory corridors for deer, elk, and pronghorn. And Michael and Laurel, who'll be up speaking next, are going to touch more on that. But I did want to highlight two recent efforts that the agency has been involved with, in which the products from the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project are going to play a significant role. And those are Secretarial Order 3362 and Oregon House Bill 2834. So the first is the Department of the Interior SO 3362, which was signed in early 2018, and that directs the bureaus in the Department of the Interior to work with 11 Western states to identify and enhance priority winter range and migratory corridors for 3 species, deer, elk, and pronghorn. And that secretarial order has come along with some non-competitive funding that has gone to the states to help enhance research efforts to better delineate migratory corridors. And Oregon has received funding for 2 projects, one for pronghorn in southeastern Oregon. So we put out about 160 GPS tracking collars on pronghorn a couple of years ago in southeastern Oregon. And the more recent effort is for Roosevelt elk in southwestern Oregon. So we have 50 GPS collars that were partially funded by those funds that came from the secretarial order for a research project there. So those data that we're collecting as part of this effort will be used to validate the connectivity maps that we're producing in the OCAMP effort. And then the results from OCAMP are going to help the state identify those priority migratory corridors and priority migratory habitat for the implementation of the secretarial order. The second effort that I wanted to touch on just briefly is Oregon House Bill 2834, which was passed by the 2019 legislature. And this bill mandates that ODFW develop a wildlife corridor action plan to preserve long-term habitat connectivity for wildlife. And that plan is going to include guidance for all state agencies for the designation and protection of wildlife corridors in Oregon. So the results of the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project will provide the foundation for this plan. The bill also directs the Oregon Department of Transportation to develop a program to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions, specifically in areas where the priority wildlife corridors that we identify in the Wildlife Corridor Action Plan are intersecting with proposed or existing public roads. So we're actively working with the Oregon Department of Transportation on a memorandum of understanding for the implementation of this bill. But essentially, there's already a structure in place for the priority corridors that identified in OCAMP to be used to help mitigate the effects of connectivity loss, at least where transportation on public roads is concerned. So overall, OCAMP is a really integral effort to fill knowledge gaps about wildlife connectivity in the state. It's a key piece of the implementation of the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and it's one of the priorities of our conservation program right now. We're super excited about the project, and I would absolutely be happy to field any questions.
Okay, let me just, Vice Chair Woolley. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I just have a couple of questions. The first one is, and can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah.
Okay, good. It's for Dr. Weed. So can you talk a little bit more how you or your consultant are engaging the general public with your outreach?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley. Yes, we have a pretty extensive outreach campaign where we announce the project to the public. Folks are welcome to sign up for a listserv that we have. Right now, most of our interaction with the public is through biannual project progress updates that occur by email. But we regularly hold webinars and meetings that we invite anyone who's interested to attend. So we have had some meetings in the past where members of the public that are just generally interested in connectivity and what we're doing with the project join in just to gather more information.
How do they learn about your webinars?
Primarily through that listserv. We also have a website that we keep updated regularly with information about when the webinars will be occurring and a link to join.
Okay, and my other question is your collage of the 34 species, the slide went by kind of quickly. Did you have any large carnivores on your list?
We do. We have cougar is the primary large carnivore that we chose for this project.
Okay, it's the primary. Are there any others?
We don't have any other large body carnivores. We do have a number of mesocarnivores. We have Sierra Nevada red fox, fisher, and marten.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Other questions from other commissioners?
Commissioner Labart?
Yes, Dr. Weed, could you go to the slide with the Department of Interior, please?
Yes.
So I'm curious though, the interior agencies, signed an agreement partnership with the 11 Western states, and ODOT did. What about Department of Ag? I'm particularly thinking about the U.S. Forest Service because a lot of these corridors go across U.S. Forest Service property. Did they sign on to this in any way?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hart, yeah, that's an excellent question. It's definitely something that we've been struggling with the implementation of the secretarial order. The U.S. Forest Service, of course, manages a ton of the summer range for these species, so it is an important facet of the connection for most of these big game species. They have not officially signed on to this secretarial order, although they have been supporting us in as much as they can. I know that this year they have provided a significant amount of funding to go towards habitat improvement projects as part of the implementation of the secretarial order. So the USDA is not officially signed on to this, but they have been actively participating where they can.
I wonder if it would help if our commission sent a letter or through maybe our federal delegation to say this is a great project, improving habitat for both the animals and safety for human beings, for particularly the crossing structures, and just getting them to officially. I know there's probably some forests that are more dedicated than others, and it's probably financing and timing and workload and all those kind of things, but if we brought that to their attention, either through a letter from the commission or through our congressional delegation, might help. So I don't know, Chair Wall, if you think that's an idea that might want to explore some more.
It strikes me as a great idea to think about and to support. I would want to check with the other commissioners, but yes, it does strike me as a great idea. In fact, I had a similar question, not about a letter of support, but Rachel, whether we are working well with all of the other natural resource agencies at the state level, and whether the structure outlined in our climate and ocean change policy is where we take these issues to the other natural resource agencies, and if that's working pretty well.
Chair Wall, we do work with, we extend the opportunity to work with the other state agencies. We've certainly had folks with the Department of State Lands and DLCD interested in our project and join at least some of our communication listservs. I think the real linchpin for getting this information out to the other state agencies and having them start incorporate that in their planning process is through that House bill, through House Bill 2834. Because one of the mandates in that bill is that the wildlife corridor action plan that we are required to write be utilized by the other state agencies in their work.
Just a quick follow-up on that. How do fish sort of fit into that House Bill 2834 and how that's playing out?
Commissioner Wall, so the bill is primarily focused on wildlife, since we have a separate fish passage program that has its own sort of rules and regulations. There's a whole world on that side that is focused on connectivity for fish issues. This bill was meant to make a step forward for wildlife connectivity issues.
Thank you. Commissioners, other questions?
Commissioner Zarnowitz has her hand up.
Okay, and then we'll come to you, Vice Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I noticed marmot was on the list there, or the pictures. So that seems like one that's perhaps affected by climate change and not necessarily roads, but maybe more development and climate change. How would you be mapping connectivity for the marmot?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I believe you might be looking at the American beaver.
Oh, that's the beaver. Okay.
Yeah, we did select pika, however, and mountain goat both as representatives of those high alpine habitats. And those are species that are probably not going to be impacted by roads as much as something like climate change. So in that case, it's really just a matter of mapping where there's suitable habitat exists and where the existing linkages are between those pathways. And then making sure that when we're doing the prioritization for those species, we're really looking at areas that are going to be more resilient to climate change.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Chair Woolley.
I agree that pika is a species that would probably be pushed up into even higher elevations because of climate change. So I'm glad to see the pika on there. Just a follow up with HB 2834, which sounds like there's a directive to ODOT to develop a plan. And I think I mentioned last year that previously I had the opportunity to see some really amazing wildlife passage projects in Colorado, and the Colorado Department of Transportation, year after year didn't have the funding to be able to pull that off on their own. And so there was a partnership with a adjacent landowner. So will ODOT's plan also talk about partnerships for funding these, because they are expensive, either overpasses or tunnels? They cost a lot of money. So is kind of partnership funding a part of that legislation or that directive to ODOT in terms of putting a plan together?
Commissioner Woolley, the bill doesn't speak specifically to how this is intended to be funded. And I don't know enough about the details of what ODOT is going to be planning for the implementation of their side. I do think it's an excellent point that wildlife passage structures, either overpasses or underpasses, are extremely expensive. And oftentimes our departments of transportation, their funding structure is based primarily on human health and safety issues where environment is concerned. And so although we do see fatalities in Oregon every year from collision with those large-bodied ungulates, they are less of a concern for the Oregon Department of Transportation compared to other issues. And so typically they can't apply funding to these wildlife passage structures. So that is definitely going to be an issue with the implementation of this bill, and it's something that we're going to have to work towards identifying funding sources to help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. I don't see other questions. So Dr. Wheat, shall we move on to the other three people?
Absolutely. Thank you.
So, Michael.
Okay, I believe I'm up next. Let me see if I can share my screen here and make sure everyone can see this.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, thank you for this opportunity to present today on the status of wildlife migration here in the state of Oregon. My name is Michael O'Casey, and I'm the Oregon Field Representative for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. And the TRCP got started back in 2002 with a mission to guarantee all Americans quality places to hunt and fish. And today we have more than 110,000 members across the nation, and we work with over 60 formal partners, many of the logos you can see on the slide here, to advance policies that benefit fish and wildlife habitat, conservation funding, and opportunities that allow for access and pursue our passions that sportsmen and women so enjoy here in the US. And it wouldn't be a true TRCP presentation if I didn't offer a quote from Theodore Roosevelt himself. The one I chose for today is, he once was known to say, "It is not what we have that will make us great as a nation. It is the way in which we use it." And as I think about, here I am on sunny Central Oregon, fall day, one of the fastest regions in the entire US. It's really important to think about how we're going to utilize these resources as development continues. As Rachel said, expected 4.5 million people in the US, and how do we manage for development while at the same time ensuring that winter range and migration corridors are maintained over time? So I work with a number of colleagues throughout the West. TRCP does several things throughout the nation, but the program I'm under is the Center for Western Lands, and we have staff throughout 8 Western states, all working towards federal and state management issues related to wildlife and fisheries. One of the things we're all collectively focused on right now is making sure that we have conservation of large landscape scale wildlife migration throughout these Western states. And we're all working with commissioners like yourselves throughout our different states to get that accomplished. And so before I get too far into the weeds, I wanted to give an overview of some of the things I'm hoping to talk about today. I'd love to build on what Dr. Wheat started with the discussion of the status of ungulate migration here in Oregon, include a discussion about one state and one federal action that are ongoing that not only benefit habitat on the ground for conservation of migration corridors, but also improve some of the management that can be accomplished. I want to talk about an opportunity that Oregon has to lead the way in identification and conservation of these wildlife migration corridors. And then Laura Williams with the Pew Charitable Trust will close out with a conversation about a recent poll that was done showing Oregonians overwhelmingly support this effort. So how did we get where we are today with the world of wildlife migrations? I was probably one of the last students at the University of Montana in the wildlife program who used the old VHF radio antennas to study wildlife movement on the ground. But today, very few wildlife biologists use those old antennas to travel on an airplane or across the field, trying to find where the animals are. We get to go straight with the GPS collars and the satellite technology that we have that transmit data from the animal's collar on an hourly basis for a couple of years before the collars fall off directly to the researcher's desk. And you can see here on the cover of Science magazine in 2018, right, all about migration of ungulates in the West. And then here on the right, there's a great map. I'm kind of a map nerd, and this map in so many wildlife migration maps really highlight just the extent and the applicability of the public that we see here for the reason to protect these corridors. This is the greater Yellowstone region and the multiple elk herds kind of showing the different habitats that they used. And this is a learned trait for ungulates. And so they pass this down among generations where they go from the same place in the spring and the fall and migrate through these same corridors year after year. And it's really critical that as the West continues to become developed, how do we identify these corridors and how do we make sure that they're conserved for future generations? Wildlife corridors has really led a lot of states and a lot of stakeholders to become more engaged in this effort, to work with agencies like ODF&W and commissioners and federal land management agencies to identify ways to improve the conservation of these corridors. And so TRCP and several other conservation and sportsman groups and tribal groups formed back in early 2019, a group that we're calling the Oregon Action Team on Ungulate Migration, or for the rest of this presentation, I'll refer to it as OAT. And OAT is a group of about a dozen different organizations and tribal groups that are working to make Oregon a leader in the conservation of ungulate migration. And I'll note here that, as Dr. Wheat mentioned, there's other groups that are working on wildlife migration in general across multiple different species. But OAT is really focused on this ungulate migration piece, so deer, elk, and antelope. And we're working specifically with that order that Rachel Wheat talked about through Department of Interior, Secretary Order 3362. We want to make sure that this order is effective and provides funding for the state of Oregon, and then improves on the ground habitat for winter range and migration corridors. We want to work collaboratively with state and federal agencies towards management plans that will maintain the connectivity of these known species. these known corridors. And then we want to try to reduce the barriers that exist here within the state of Oregon so that these wildlife can move freely across the landscape. And then finally, such as we're doing today, we want to provide outreach and education to the general public, agency officials, and decision makers so that we can reach success for these above goals. And we meet on a monthly basis and have presentations. Dr. Weed has given several presentations to us on the discussion, and it's a good group that is continuing to engage here on this. And so the question is, why do wildlife migration corridors matter? And I put, there's many reasons for that, but I wanted to share this slide that was presented in a previous commission meeting on Oregon's mule deer population, a story that unfortunately we all know too well, and that is that mule deer in Oregon are not doing well. And it's a multifaceted issue with a number of reasons for. But one such reason that I know that we can all collectively work towards solving is wildlife vehicle collisions here in our state of Oregon. ODOT maintenance crews travel the highways and collect data on carcasses that are found along the highway. And over the years, it's been estimated that on average, there's 7,000 wildlife vehicle collisions annually among large-bodied ungulates. And that 7,000 should be noted that it's actually significantly greater than that number, because for every deer or elk that is killed alongside the roadway, there's 3 to 5 times that amount that are actually dying off of the highway system in places that we will never record. And so the conservative estimate is somewhere around 30,000 deer and elk a year that are killed across Oregon's highways, not to mention the 700 people that are injured and up to 2 fatalities annually, and the 44 million that's estimated in vehicular damage on a yearly basis. And this map here in Oregon really highlights some of the challenges that wildlife have for movement across our landscape. Over the years, Oregon has become more and more eroded as time goes on, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of miles that are dispersed all across the state. And it creates large challenges for ungulates that need movements of up to, in Oregon, they've been recorded of over 60-mile patterns of movement on an annual basis. And so how do we address this as fragmentation continues and the population continues to grow? What do we need to do to conserve these habitats? This is another map that I think is really interesting and relevant to the conversation that Dr. Wheat just had. This map shows, it's from ODOT, and it shows the carcass data and the hotspots for where carcasses have been collected over the last 7 years up to 2017. And you can see here where there's some hotspots where more than 5 vehicle collisions are occurring per mile each year. But one of the things this map does not show, and that will be really exciting to see as we develop more knowledge and understanding of corridors, as well as this action plan through HB 2834 is implemented, is where wildlife successfully crossing the road without being killed. How can we overlay known migration corridors on a map like this to see where animals are being impacted, and what sort of strategies might we make based on these learned details that can improve the safety of both wildlife and humans. This is another map that I borrowed from Sarah Gregory out of the Bend ODFW office. It shows how the advancement in science has really allowed us to understand barriers, such as Highway 97 here. This is a South Central Oregon mule deer study showing Highway 97 running right through the thick of movement of mule deer in the summer in South Central Oregon. And there's some estimates that show that possibly Highway 97 is already a barrier for the movement. In the peak of summer, there's 28,000 vehicles a day that travel Highway 97. And at some point, that number of vehicles is going to grow so strong that wildlife can effectively no longer cross that boundary. And thankfully, there was a corridor or a wildlife crossing project that was just completed just south of Gilcrest and was funded by many different partners, including the Secretary Order 3362 that Rachel Wheat talked on. So this order was implemented in 2018 from the Department of Interior. And as Rachel said, it covers 11 Western states. Each state is required to complete an action plan that identifies key opportunity areas where work towards winter range and migration will improve state management of wildlife. It also asks for places where there may be research gaps or research already underway that could be funded. And then it asks to form state action teams that help to implement the effectiveness of this order. And so OAT is a group that is working on behalf of Secretary Order 3362 for the state of Oregon to help ensure this order is effective. This order really provides a great opportunity for Oregon to secure objectives on federal land and enhances the state policies that can be leveraged. And just a couple weeks ago, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife just finished up their 2020 state action plan based on this secretarial order. And it highlights 5 different key opportunity areas that ODF&W has identified that are important for the migration of deer, elk, and or pronghorn. I won't go through them in detail today, but if anyone would like to see this latest action plan, you can reach out to ODF&W or look at it on the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation website, where it'll be public in just a few weeks. So in addition to that federal order, Rachel talked on HB 2834, which is also known as the Wildlife Corridor and Safe Roads Crossing Act. And it was passed unanimously into law in 2019 by the Oregon legislature. And it really implements a partnership between ODF&W and ODOT to make sure that they work together along with other state agencies to develop a plan that will identify the species of concern at risk from habitat fragmentation, and to create a map showing the existing potential wildlife corridors, as well as a list of areas where designation of wildlife corridors, land acquisition, or other agency actions are a high priority to protect wildlife movement. And this plan does a lot for the state's wildlife conservation corridors. It's something that will be really directly impacted by the work that Dr. Wheat through OCAMP and other projects are doing. And it goes a long ways towards improving and understanding the knowledge of these corridors. But I believe there's still an opportunity for Oregon to do more for wildlife conservation. And now is really a great time for that, as we're learning about the details of known migration corridors. We've got OCAMP going, which is a great project. There's over 1,000 collars that are out right now on deer and elk throughout Western and Eastern Oregon. We've got this recently passed act that'll help build towards that. And then there's a lot of administration, or a lot of momentum going for the federal agencies through this new order 3362 that are all starting to get the ball rolling downhill towards an opportunity for Oregon to implement some sort of a strategy that ensures these migration corridors are formally identified and then conserved. And it's not just the corridors that are important to these wildlife, it's also places that are called stopover areas, which are places that as deer or elk migrate along their way to the spring and fall migration patterns, there's places that have abundant forage productivity. And so they may stop in one place for a week while they go along on their migration route, or maybe a bottleneck where you have a saddle that's really important to that migration. And to provide one final example, the Wyoming Fish and Game and Fish Department is one state that has an administratively set forth policy that allows the agency to formally identify and conserve wildlife migration corridors. And they've done so right now in 4 different areas for both pronghorn, elk, and mule deer. And it helps to ensure that if oil and gas for their state is ongoing, it identifies a place where they will pursue mitigation and ensure that development does not occur in those places. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Laurel Williams, who will close us out with some discussion on Oregon's Oregonian support for this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Go ahead, Laurel.
Sorry, thank you. And let me see if I can just share my screen here. Okay, can folks see that?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if we can get it to start now. There we go, great. Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I'm Laurel Williams from the Pew Charitable Trust U.S. Public Lands and Rivers Program based in Portland, Oregon. And our program, one of the goals of our program is to, using science to identify and conserve migration corridors. We, like Michael mentioned, we're also focused on ungulate species, so primarily deer, elk, and pronghorn. And Pew is also a member of the Oregon Action Team that Michael just talked about. So I'm going to just talk briefly about some polling research that we commissioned from the polling firm GBAO. We were interested in learning more about what Oregon voters think about migration corridors, or what they know about them, and what kinds of policies voters might support. And so, as I mentioned, we worked with GBAO. They conducted this polling survey last February. It was of 700 registered voters across the state. And there was an oversample of folks who have hunting and fishing licenses, as well as an oversample of voters in central and eastern Oregon and some of the more rural parts of our state. And the reason for that was that we really wanted to make sure that hunters, fishers, and rural voices were well represented in the mix. And so what we learned at a broad level is, it was really exciting, is the Oregonians overwhelmingly support protecting wildlife migration corridors, and they support a number of different kind of solutions and policies to do that, and I'll go into those now. Briefly, this is just how the pollsters define kind of the regional breakdown of Oregon. I think you can see central and eastern, northwest, Portland suburbs, and then southwest Oregon, and how they kind of split up that, or who they heard from rather, so urban, suburban, and rural residents. So the key findings from this poll, overwhelmingly, like I said, Oregonians agree that protecting migration routes through state policy is important. And so you can see the bar over on the right, the kind of the lighter blue at that 86%. When folks are read this statement, every year wildlife, including mule deer, pronghorn antelope, bighorn sheep, and elk, migrate along regular routes between summer and winter habitats. These species depend on this movement for their own survival, seeking better feeding grounds, access to water, and safer conditions. However, their migrations are often cut off by highways, fences, and developments. So given that information, how important do you think it is for the state of Oregon to adopt policies? And again, 86% total support on this question, which is very high. And then we also asked a question about funding, and 75% of respondents, when asked if they would, so 75% support increasing public funding for the construction of wildlife crossings and structures. So this, again, really high for any funding question. And then the darker part of the bar is the strong support, but overall 75% support increased public funding. And when we look at that by region, so again, overall 75% support, but so broken up, it is higher in urban areas, but when we look at central and eastern Oregon, northwest Oregon is still in the 70s, southwest Oregon a little bit lower, 69%, but still really high support across the whole state for supporting increased public funding. We also then asked about a number of different proposals, sort of policy proposals to protect wildlife migration. So you can see the different proposals that were asked on the left, and then on the right, the darker blue is strongly support, and then the lighter blue is the total support. So 88% support federal land managers maintaining open corridors for wildlife to migrate on public lands. 87% support essentially the same thing, but specific to national forest lands. 86% support building more overpasses and underpasses for wildlife in concentrated migration areas to cross safely, and also to, they also had the human safety component here as well. And then 82% support using special habitat designations to ensure that large blocks of existing high quality public land habitat would be managed and protected, with an emphasis on protecting migration corridors for the long term. 71% supporting that, requiring areas leased for industrial renewable energy on public lands avoid big game migration corridors. And then 62% support providing incentives for landowners to replace fencing in a couple of different ways. So, these top four proposals in particular have really high support, but all of these ideas were supported pretty broadly. So, and this is just a summary that just highlights all those percentages I covered, just so you can kind of see them all in one place. But again, these are this is really high support. The pollsters told us, these are really high numbers that we've seen here. And so, the different policies that Oregon has been working on through the House bill, and different opportunities that we might have moving forward to further ways that we can conserve migration corridors in Oregon. It's great to see that the public is really behind a lot of these different solutions that could be looked at. So not surprising at all, but really great to see these kinds of results. And that was all I had.
Right. Let me see if there are questions from any of the commissioners for you.
The Commissioner Labhart.
Go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank all three of you for the presentations. Very, very good. And Michael, I very much appreciate you spending some time with me for about an hour or two where we talked about this subject. So I just want to thank you for making the time to bring me up to speed. I learned a lot. I don't want to go back to the chart, but there's, I think the numbers are pretty telling. On average, 19 deer or elk are killed per day. 19 deer or elk. If you average out that number that he gave on a 300 divided by 365, 19 deer and elk per day are killed on our major highways. And then, which is really disturbing, is if you use the same numbers that Michael gave, 2 people per day are injured. And there was 2 deaths, but 2 people per day, and that's somebody's spouse, brother, sister, children, whatever, are injured on Oregon highways per day on average. And I fully realize that migration corridors and fencing isn't going to solve all those problems and isn't going to stop all of those, but it is a pretty important issue when we're talking about our deer and elk that we're losing, and people's have potential for losing their lives and heavy damage to vehicles. Insurance companies should be pretty interested in this also. So just a comment. Thanks.
Other commissioners? I had one question, Dr. Wheat, back to something that I think I heard you say, that we manage wildlife, we don't manage habitats. This seems to be changing that, or at least influencing people to change that. Did I hear you right, or were you meaning something else?
Chair Wall, yes, as an agency, we are tasked with managing Oregon's wildlife species, but apart from the wildlife areas that we own and manage, we don't manage wildlife habitat. So we have to rely on the actions of the organizations that do manage habitat, like the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, and private landowners.
Thank you. That helps clear that one up. There was one question that I had, and it's probably for you, Dr. Wheat, but it might also be for one of the other two who spoke. We've been talking about roads a lot and migratory corridors, and one of the lens that is from my own work is looking at these things, and this probably echoes what Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde said, and that is conservation of large tracts of land. And I especially know the nexus of conservation and ranching, but because so many irreplaceable natural areas that are and habitat are what we have left on Oregon's ag land. So what we have left, a lot of it is on ag land. So I wonder how much of our work that you've already done is directly with ag.
Chair Wall, yeah, so the work that we're doing is meant to identify these priority wildlife corridors statewide, and that includes on privately held agricultural lands. I think those public-private partnerships are going to be really important for implementing any sort of wildlife corridor actions, and that includes some of these transportation mitigation efforts. If we have a priority wildlife corridor that's crossing a highway, but the land on either side is privately owned, we need to ensure that the connection is going to remain stable, not only crossing the road, but on either side. So there is a great deal of importance that needs to be placed on building and maintaining those partnerships to ensure that private landowners are on board with maintaining these habitats.
Thank you. Any last questions, commissioners? Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is very encouraging to have this, what this whole group of folks are doing, and the department, and working with the department. It's just, it's great to see using some of the mapping data that the department's been doing for a number of years for habitats and other efforts really being put to use. So to protect animals and to get results done. And I'd also like to support what Commissioner Labhart said about getting the Forest Service involved in this program. And if we can't do it by contacting the regional office here in Oregon, but getting our legislators, federal legislators involved. And that's it.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Go ahead.
Yep, I just am gonna throw my hat into the how exciting is this? How cool is this ring? And just I love it all. And I love the organ mapping project. It just seems so interesting. I wish I could spend hours just looking at those maps and thinking about them. And I'm not at all surprised, Laurel, that the polling turned out the way it did, because I think, you know, Oregon loves its wildlife and its natural communities, and so I'm glad it's like a little bright spot.
Thank you.
It's a bright spot in October, everybody.
And we need them. Well, thank you, Dr. Wheat, to Michael and to Laurel. And Laurel, and thank you to echo from last month when we heard about Pew's support of the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund as well, which is connected to all of this, and very, very welcome. So thank you all. And commissioners, we are at 12, go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Well, I saw on the agenda that Mike Tody, Conservation Director for OHA, was listed as a speaker. Is that not going to happen?
Oh, that he is. I thought he, sorry, I thought I lost you. Okay, go ahead.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, I was just here for moral support, not that Laurel or Michael needed that, but also to help answer any questions that came up on behalf of Oregon Hunters Association. So appreciate that, Commissioner Labhart, and be reaching out with a number of you here in the coming weeks.
Thank you for being here, and Commissioner Labhart, thanks for catching that. So now we're ready to break for lunch. It's 12:11. Let's be back at 1:15, and we'll start with agenda item C, which is the Bowman Dam Hydroelectric Project fish waiver request, and see you in an hour. We do have 35 or so people signed up, so it will be, there are lots of people that will be testifying for us. So thank you, and see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I think I'll call us back to order. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and we are at a point where we are on agenda item C, which is the Bowman Dam Hydroelectric Project Fish Passage Waiver Request. And the two presenters today are Dr. Anna Pakenham Stevenson and Alan Ritchie. So let's go ahead and start right in. Which one of you would like to start off?
Commissioner Hall, this is Anna Pakenham Stevenson. For the record, Anna Pakenham Stevenson, I'm the Water Program Manager under the Fish Division. You want to mute that?
I'm trying.
1 second, please. Alan and I are in the same room together.
Okay.
So I lost my mute feature when I pulled up the PowerPoint.
Here, Alan,
yeah.
You show up as muted, but I think your voice is just entering.
I show up as
it's being picked up by Anna's mic. But Anna, you speaking shouldn't be causing any feedback. I don't think so. Try it again.
Okay.
I think I need to reduce my volume. Then is the issue.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, let's try that.
Perfect. All right, for the record, my name is Anna Pakenham Stevenson. I'm the Water Program Manager here at ODF&W within the Fish Division. Alan and I are very happy to be here today to present to you the Bowman Dam Fish Passage Waiver Request. The project is currently located in the Deschutes Basin. The drainage area above Bowman Dam is approximately 2,600 square miles. There's historic presence of native migratory fish, including summer steelhead, spring chinook, and red band trout. The presence of dams within this basin have blocked the historic distribution of salmon and steelhead. However, there's been recent improvements in the basin that are notable. Do you want to turn that off? We're getting some technical help in the room.
So I am muted.
Yeah, another thing is your speaker volume. So you want to turn down your speaker or turn it off.
Can you turn off your speaker on your laptop?
It already
is. Okay, I think that just fixed it.
I don't see that when I'm presenting the problem.
Okay, well, I'll continue until Alan presents and hopefully we'll resolve that problem. Okay, so again, the presence of dams in this basin have blocked the distribution of salmon and steelhead. However, there's some notable exceptions and improvements within the basin. In 2019, Opal Springs had a brand new vertical slot volitional passage, which was completed again just in 2019. And then Pelton Round Butte, fish passage was restored through a trap and haul system in 2010. Next slide. The Bowman Hydro project, the Bowman Dam itself was completed in 1961. This 240-foot dam is located approximately River Mile 72 on the Crooked River. This is approximately 20 miles upstream of the city of Prineville. The facility is owned by the Bureau of Reclamation and is operated by the Ochoco Irrigation District for irrigation and flood control. There are no passage or screening facilities associated with this dam. The Bowman Hydropower project proposes 2 turbines for 3 megawatt total power generation. The turbines will generate power between 80 and 400 CFS in concert with existing water operations. So there's not a change in water diversion, it is a run of the reservoir operations. The applicant estimates a net annual profit of approximately $300,000 annually. This is the 4th effort since 2001 to install hydropower on Bowman dams, all of which have had department consultation in terms of fish passage being a trigger. There's multiple federal and state permits associated with the FERC licensing processes associated with hydroelectric. The Ochoco Irrigation District needs to first apply for a preliminary permit from FERC, which they currently have. They are now looking for a passage approval waiver from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. In addition, they'll need a 401 Clean Water Act certification from the Department of Environmental Quality. They will need a new water rate from Oregon Water Resources Department and a license to construct and operate from FERC as well. In addition to these processes, there's multiple study requests and additional requirements that ODF&W and additional agencies put forward in the FERC process.
Good.
Yeah.
Did we lose you, Anna?
Yeah, I don't hear from either of you.
So Alan is attempting to unmute his computer right now.
I'll just do that from my end. I think being on the share screen is making it difficult to find that feature. Here you go. Did you get a prompt?
Unmute.
Yep, there you go. Yep, I hear you.
All right, you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, sorry for the technical difficulties here, but for the record, my name is Alan Ritchie. I'm our Fish Greens and Passage Program Manager, and part of my duties in that role is to help implement the state of Oregon's fish passage policy, which is to restore fish passage at existing barriers over time as actions implemented by the operator trigger fish passage requirements. The 2001 fish passage statutes were sensitive to current barrier owners and not immediately requiring fish passage to be restored. Instead, specific actions were identified to ensure fish passage was addressed incrementally over time when certain actions triggered fish passage. These actions are discussed in statute, defined in administrative rule, and are referred to as fish passage triggers. Fish passage triggers are commonly based on a defined set of maintenance or construction actions that upon reaching a threshold initiate fish passage requirements. Another fish passage trigger is defined in both statute and rule as when a fundamental change in permit status occurs. Adding hydro to Bowman Dam requires a new FERC license, new water right, and DEQ 401 certificate, resulting in a fundamental change in permit status fish passage trigger. So barrier operators have three options when passage is required due to a trigger. The most common solution is to implement the project consistent with the fish passage needs of those species present. In this case, ODFW works with the operator to ensure the project meets fish passage criteria, and we issue a fish passage approval for the project. Maintaining or restoring fish passage through this alternative is generally our preferred approach and supports the state of Oregon policy to provide fish passage. However, there are other legal alternatives. If there's no appreciable benefit to providing fish passage, you can apply for an exemption. This is typically used if other existing barriers prevent fish from actually accessing the barrier in question. If an exemption is approved, passage is not required at that time. That is clearly not the case at Bowman Dam, and an exemption at this site has not been discussed. Fish passage waivers are the last remaining option and are eligible when mitigation is proposed that provides a greater benefit to fish than the obstruction with fish passage. In the case of Bowman, the applicants have elected to pursue a fish passage waiver. Statute and rule is specific in when a fish passage waiver may be granted. Mitigation has to result in a net benefit, not just a benefit. Net benefit is further defined as a benefit to fish from the mitigation action that is greater than fish passage at the obstruction. For the project before you today, will fish benefit more from fish passage at Bowman Dam or implementing the eligible mitigation actions proposed by the applicant? There are a number of specific mitigation eligibility criteria defined in rule that projects must follow. These are provided as an appendix to the benefit analysis in your packet, and I have included a couple of the most applicable to this project in our discussion today. A significant issue that popped up with Bowman Dam is the reduction of total dissolved gas. Total dissolved gas is known to be an issue for fish in the Crooked at certain high flows, and ODFW agrees with the benefit of TDG reduction, but can't accept it as a credit for a fish passage waiver. Total dissolved gas has to be addressed to comply with DEQ requirements. Actions that are required as a condition in another agency's permit are not also eligible for fish passage mitigation. Due to this, credit for total dissolved gas reduction was not included in our analysis. Bowman Dam also impacts access to a large watershed with many miles of habitat available if passage were restored. We actually don't have a full assessment based on fish habitat surveys for this large basin. The existing habitat surveys that are present are not sufficient to extrapolate out to make assumptions about the larger basin impacted by Bowman Dam. Our mitigation criteria identifies the need to require data collection and evaluation before a decision in situations with no existing information, which require recent information, or which have no clear benefit. ODFW identified this concern to the applicant and requested they conduct this additional analysis of the habitat conditions to help establish the baseline, but this was not actually accomplished for the Bowman Dam project. So for the net benefit analysis, Oregon fish distribution information was used to identify perennial stream miles of habitat by species. We focused, areas above natural and artificial fold barriers were removed from this analysis as fish passing Bowman would not access areas above upstream barriers. A public comment was received during the Fish Passage Task Force comment period identifying 3 barriers that ODFW had not classified as absolute barriers in our previous assessment. We had those classified as partial barriers, but upon further review and reviewing this comment, we changed the classification of those barriers to full barriers. As a result of that, we reduced the red band trout habitat 34 miles to account for this. This includes the natural barrier pictured on page 6 of the applicant's comment letter. Although we did adjust this in our analysis and tables, unfortunately the map that appears in the benefit analysis was not updated. Due to only accounting for perennial streams, these estimates are low, but still result in a large amount of habitat above Bowman Dam that must be mitigated for. We do not have distribution data for all the native migratory fish species that are present, but based on life history characteristics, we assume that mountain whitefish, northern pike minnow, and the 2 sucker species have a distribution somewhere above the end of steelhead and below red band trout distribution. Because of the large amount of habitat up there, Bowman Dam is ranked high on our 2019 statewide fish passage prioritization, but this actually had no bearing on our benefit analysis. We used the best information available to determine the miles of habitat and know that there is a range of poor to good habitat quality within that distribution that would be used by fish if passage were restored at Bowman Dam. I want to draw your attention to the unique life history that steelhead in central and eastern Oregon have in their ability to utilize more challenging environments. A lot of focus has been aimed at stream channels in the upper Crooked that experience dry or low water conditions during the summer. These pictures are from other Deschutes tributaries that have periods of low or no water in the summer, but are also valuable steelhead habitat and used for spawning or access to spawning habitat every year. Eastside steelhead use these seasonally available habitats to spawn and rear until conditions force them to move. We have to be careful not to discount habitat based on its appearance during low or even no water periods. The applicant has proposed several mitigation actions to benefit native migratory fish in the Crooked River Basin. This includes gravel augmentation, fish passage restoration at another barrier, and a contribution to the Deschutes Land Trust Ochoco Preserve. Gravel augmentation is proposed for the Crooked River below Bowman Dam. Approximately 500 cubic yards will be placed every 3 years or as needed, under the assumption this will improve downstream habitat conditions, particularly for spawning habitat. ODFW supports habitat improvement through gravel augmentation, but it's difficult to assess and quantify the actual benefits of this proposal. Monitoring is based on an observation of the gravel recruitment pile to determine the need to replenish and tracer gravel to determine downstream distribution and transport rates. There's no monitoring to assess the actual habitat improvement or a change in spawning habitat quality or quantity to ensure an appropriate fish benefit. We also have fish passage restoration at an existing barrier on Ochoco Creek. This barrier is at River Mile 9 and is on the statewide fish passage priority list, sitting in Group 9 and in the mid-200s of 589 prioritized barriers. Combined with another barrier removal project upstream and scheduled to be implemented during the same year, this project will restore passage to about 2¼ miles of habitat. This is a good project that addresses a barrier on the statewide fish passage priority list and is a project ODFW has tried to initiate with the barrier owners a couple different times. This is a picture of that barrier that will be addressed. It's a seasonal dam board structure. Dam boards can be removed to adjust the water level, adjust the water diversion, which also affects fish passage and become a complete barrier. We don't know the actual solution proposed for this site yet, but we're confident that fish passage can be designed into this project. The last proposal in the mitigation package is the financial support of restoration efforts at the Deschutes Land Trust Ochoco Preserve. $200,000 are proposed as a contribution to this restoration effort. This is a valuable site for restoration with approximately 1.7 miles of river frontage on Ochoco Creek, Mackay Creek, and the Crooked River. Designs have not been completed, but the applicant has stated this project expects to include efforts to lengthen stream reaches in Ochico and Mackay Creeks, restore riparian and upland vegetation, reconnect the floodplain, and increase channel complexity. ODFW is unable to specifically assess the restoration benefits of this project as it relates to the waiver. This is a valuable site with good restoration potential, but all that is confirmed is a $200,000 contribution. Also unknown is what percentage of restoration benefits is credited to this waiver versus other sources of funds. The application describes this restoration project as a multi-million-dollar project. We have no way to know if the applicant's contribution and associated mitigation credit accounts for 1% or 20% of the total cost to implement.
Right. So in summary, our analysis indicate that providing passage at Bowman Dam would result in a minimum estimate of 464 miles of habitat provided. Like Alan said, this is a minimum estimate because it does not account for intermittent and ephemeral streams. Whereas the proposed mitigation waiver has approximately 18 miles of habitat benefit. Again, ODFW agrees that the mitigation proposal by Ochico Irrigation District does include beneficial actions. However, for a fish passage to be approved, benefits from the fish passage mitigation package and waiver need to exceed the benefits as providing passage at the artificial obstruction. We made this recommendation to the Fish Passage Task Force, who convened in June 26 of 2020. The task force consists of 9-member panel, 3 of which represent barrier operators, 3 of which represent fishing, environmental, and conservation interests, and 3 are from the public. The role of the task force is to review these applications and make a recommendation to the commission on whether or not fish passage waiver should be approved. The passage task force received 186 comments, written comments, and 10 verbal provided at the meeting. Of these 186 comments, 16 were either neutral or supportive of the waiver, and 170 were opposed to the waiver request. You have those comments in your packet. The task force made a recommendation to this commission to deny the waiver in its current form. There was multiple discussions at the task force meeting and in the public comments about additional mitigation measures that might be suitable to achieve fish passage waiver at this site. I want to describe a few of these here today. The first and foremost is additional flow restoration, in-stream flow restoration. Of the limiting factors in the basin, low flow is the primary driver identified in the Crooked Basin Plan. In the basin, low flow affects all life stages and species present. Our analysis indicates that there is the ability to meet in-stream flow targets while also meeting agricultural and municipal needs in many water years. Certainly in dry years, adjustments to these targets would have to be made. OID has both storage water rights and live flow water rights, and there's additional water rights within the basin that could be transferred and protected in stream to address this limiting factor. I will note some statutory changes might be required in order to transfer storage. Fish passage restoration is a common and successful approach in fish passage waivers. In the 2019 state priority list, there are additional 16 barriers that could be included in a mitigation package. Additional barriers in the basin, the Deschutes Basin as a whole, could also contribute to this mitigation package. Habitat restoration is another mitigation measure that could be used in a suite of mitigation tools. This would include work such as riparian habitat, strategic land acquisition, and floodplains modification, again, addressing limiting factors within the basin. Given the project this size and impact, conservation fund is also another option in terms of a mitigation package. OIG could contribute annually to a conservation fund that would set aside monies for restoration projects within this basin. An example of this fund is also found in the basin with Central Oregon Irrigation District, a project in the Upper Deschutes Basin and above Bend. In summary, there are a suite of tools that in combination could be used to support a successful mitigation package. Next slide. Because the fish passage waiver presented to us to the department does not meet the statutory requirement of a net benefit to native migratory fish as compared to providing passage at the artificial obstruction, ODFW recommends to the commission to deny the proposed fish passage waiver. You have a draft motion in front of you for your consideration. and Alan and I are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you to both of you. Commissioners, before we take questions, which will be in just a minute, I want to mention to you that we do have 35 people signed up to testify. So we'll take questions from staff, or we'll give questions to staff, and then we'll start moving people in. And Josh, if while we're asking questions of staff, if you could move in the first 4, and then as they're beginning to speak, the next 4, that would be terrific. I will mention to everybody that when we have elected officials interested in testifying, we give them the courtesy of going first. So Representative Vicki Breeze Iverson will be the first person to testify. And so with that, let's go to questions. Commissioners, do you have questions of staff? I have Commissioner Spellbrink's hand up, and I'll look for others as well. Go ahead. You are muted, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just a quick question for Alan or Anna. Right now, I understand there is no minimum flow requirement for the Crooked River from Bowman Dam. Is that true at this time?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, there is an in-stream water rate that is established and is currently protested. There is also a part of the Crooked River Act, 5,100 acre feet of Prineville water release as a form of mitigation, and then additional uncontracted storage associated with the Crooked River Act. The 5,100 acre feet released from mitigation from storage is protected to Bowman. The uncontracted storage associated for the fish and wildlife needs of the Crooked River Act is not currently protected in stream.
Okay, so the short answer was there is no minimum flow requirement.
There is a target established by an in-stream water rate. It is currently protested.
Okay.
We have a target. There is not that requirement being met right now.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, other Commissioner or Vice Chair Woolley.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I have a couple of questions. So what was the reason for the applicant not providing additional data when it was requested by the department during the application process?
Commissioner Woolley, members, this is Alan. That was the applicant's prerogative. There's certainly a cost with securing that data and doing that additional assessment. The applicants will be speaking later today, but there is a cost associated with that, and they elected to go forward with what was there.
Okay, so probably same answer for my next question. Anna mentioned additional measures that would have strengthened the application, which weren't included. So was it the same reason? Was that a cost factor or time factor that they elected not to consider additional mitigation measures?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Woolley, I missed the beginning of what you were saying there.
Were there additional, so there was a mention on the slide of several additional mitigation measures that would have strengthened the proposal. So did the applicant elect to not consider those at the time either?
That is correct. After the Fish Passage Task Force meeting, we had a discussion about the opportunity to increase the mitigation package, and they elected to go forward with what you have before us.
Okay, and then just one more question. You mentioned a project, a different Fish Passage project that there were attempts to develop in the past by ODFW for the owner, and those weren't contracted. Was that the same owner? Was that OID, or was that a different owner for the other passage impediment that you showed?
So Commissioner Woolley, that is the other passage impediment that I showed. It's not owned by OID. It is a valuable project that we've tried to work through our cost share program on a cooperative basis with the actual owners. and we were just never able to get that across the finish line between the Watershed Council and OID, including this in the mitigation package. They are working successfully with the owners to fund that project, but they aren't the actual owners.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Alan. That's all I have
Okay.
for now.
Any other commissioners wanting to ask questions? Then we will thank you both. And if you'll stay tuned, because there may be questions later, and we will call the first 4 people to testify. The first is Representative Vicky Breeze-Iverson. The second is Bruce Scanlon. The third is Steve Forrester. And the fourth is Steve Uffelman. So Representative Breeze-Iverson. We'll give him a minute to get over.
Let's see. There's only one person I thought would be Vicky, but I don't. Only because it said Primeville, but I don't see a name listed in the attendees list. So Michelle, hopefully you are looking at the list too. Do you see anyone who might be her?
You know, we're still missing several people from the list.
Yeah. And out of the 4 names you mentioned, Chair Wall, there was only one person that I thought would be one of them, which is showing up as Primeville in our view here.
Okay, then
others are not here.
Maybe we can keep working on that. And in the meantime, let's go with the other 3 people, Bruce Scanlon, Steve Forrester, Steve Uffelman.
Okay.
And before we have Bruce talk, Josh, I will give you the next 4.
Yeah, I don't see the other 3 folks either.
Chair Wald, there's a text message that says they're all together in Prineville.
Oh, got it. So yeah, so you are in this room here. So you should be able to unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon on the bottom left of your screen. So it looks like we do have the sound right there. We go.
We do the video.
Hear you. Oh, perfect.
There they are. Representative.
Hello.
Would you like to go ahead and start your testimony?
Thank you, Chair Wall and members of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. For the record, my name is Vicky Breeze-Iverson, and I'm State Representative for House District 55, which includes Crook County, Deschutes County, Lake County, Klamath County, and Jackson County. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in favor of granting a fish passage waiver at the Bowman Dam on the Crooked River. I am supportive of this project. The proposed hydropower project at the Bowman Dam is a positive collaboration among our city, county, and irrigation district. The project identifies needs in our community in the form of localized power generation, with needs for our irrigation district, such as maintenance for our current system with some efficiency updates in the near future. It highlights the ability of our local governmental bodies to work together for the good of our community and our local watershed. As a member of the House Committee on Water and the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee for Natural Resources, I am especially supportive of this project. It is a win-win for all involved, including the fish. The proposed mitigation for this project addresses multiple habitat limitations on the Crooked River, which have been in existence for decades. It provides positive outcomes without negative environmental effects. In the coming months, everything water shall become a larger conversation throughout the legislative process and communities around our state. I would like to see this project showcase how we make positive advancements in our management of water and enhance our natural resources in that process. With the mitigation factors addressed in this proposal, fish and other wildlife win. An outright denial of this project is a definite loss, as no habitat improvements shall be witnessed. In closing, I would like to make clear that I am asking for you to take into consideration the overall good of this project on its many levels and search for creative ways to move forward. If we continue to be stuck by what's happened in the past, we will stay there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Commissioners, are there questions of the representative? There aren't at this point, so thank you. And we will go to Bruce Scanlon. Is he in the room? Yes.
Hey, Bruce.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Mulcher, and staff. My name is Bruce Scanlon, and it is my pleasure to serve as the manager of Ochoco Irrigation District. OID is the applicant pursuing the FERC license to install a small hydroelectric facility on Bowman Dam. And we are partnering with the City of Prineville and Crook County in the promotion of this project. Our proposal includes the installation of that small 3 megawatt hydroelectric facility on the existing outlet works at the downstream toe of Bowman Dam. OID and its partners are pursuing this project in an effort to provide carbon-free electricity for the region, improve irrigation district operations and maintenance, provide a long-term revenue source to help finance additional infrastructure modernization, as well as enhance the fish habitat and water quality conditions in the Crooked River. As members of the Prineville community, we live, work, and play here. We care deeply for our home. The proposed project will not have any adverse effects on the environment, and the turbines that are installed will simply capture the power released in concert with the existing Bureau of Reclamation water operation. As Alan mentioned, flows will not be modified or altered to generate more power, and we do not have that authority. We are here today, as you all know, because Oregon law requires that modifications to existing artificial barriers without fish passage must either include passage or receive a waiver from this commission. These laws were written to protect Oregon's fisheries resources and from projects that could otherwise harm fish. And OID and its partners are not opposed to fish passage. We had an independent assessment to explore the feasibility of that option. However, passage was determined to be fraught with many obstacles, not the least of which was the enormous cost. This small project has no way to pay for that kind of undertaking. The department acknowledges this fact. In lieu of passage, the applicants have proposed several mitigation projects that we believe can be funded. The project cannot support additional mitigation beyond what has been already proposed because the economics simply do not pencil out. Descriptions of those projects are provided in your application and will be discussed more precisely in a few minutes. We're proposing more fish restoration investment than any other hydro project of this kind. And our analysis demonstrates that this project meets the requirements for the fish passage waiver because the benefits of this proposed mitigation exceeds the value of passage at Bowman Dam under current conditions. In conclusion, our community has invested large amounts of time and money to address the two primary issues that ODFW staff have historically identified as necessary to maintaining a healthy fishery on the Crooked River: flow and TDG levels. The waiver applicants supported the federal legislation that reallocated a large portion of the Prineville Reservoir stored water that was formerly reserved for irrigation to be released for the benefit of fish and wildlife. We have also recently made commitments in the Deschutes Basin Habitat Conservation Plan to ensure that sufficient flows are provided for the benefit of fish populations in the Crooked River. Now we are trying to improve the water quality in the Crooked by modifying the outlet structure, as has been recommended by the department, to dissipate the entrained gas in the Stilling Basin below the dam, thereby reducing the total dissolved gas levels and minimizing the potential for gas bubble disease occurring in the fish below the facility. I'm here on behalf of our community to request the assistance of the Fish and Wildlife Commission to accurately apply the intent and purpose of the state policy regarding passage and promote this environmentally responsible conservation project. In a moment, you're going to hear from the other members of our team who will provide additional details and the information to assist in your decision making. Next, you'll hear from Speaker Steve Forrester, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bruce. Steve Forrester, go ahead. And I would remind people to keep a real close eye on the time clock just because we have so many people who would like to testify today. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chairman Wall, and thank you to the Commission and the ODF and W staff. My name again is Steve Forrester. I am the City Manager of Prineville. I'm also Ochoco Irrigation District Board Member. I've been working on this project along with many others in the community for over 10 years and was part of the team that was successful in getting the Crooked River legislation passed back in 2014. I'm going to talk this afternoon about the project finances. On several occasions, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff have emphasized that the Bowman Hydroelectric project will produce significant amounts of revenue and that the waiver application does not provide sufficient mitigation. Specifically, ODF&W has cited the 2011 Bureau of Reclamation study, Hydropower Resource Assessment at Existing Reclamation Facilities, as evidence that the project could support additional mitigation. The study determined that Arthur R. Bowman Dam ranked 9th out of 530 sites in its potential for hydroelectric generation. However, since the study was released, significant changes in cost and renewable energy valuation have occurred. Specifically, the 2011 study estimated the cost of adding hydroelectric generation to Bowman Dam would be approximately $9 million. Our current estimate, developed through an in-depth feasibility study, determined that the project would have a cost closer to $15 million. The 2011 study also assumed that renewable power would be valued at approximately $73 per megawatt hour in 2020. Unfortunately for this project, renewable energy rates have plummeted over the last several years. Pacific Power has a current standard fixed avoided cost price of approximately $29 per megawatt hour, less than half of what was reported in the assumptions during the 2011 study. The Bureau's 2011 study also included several federal and state incentives that have been significantly reduced or are no longer available. Our current performance shows that the Bowman Hydroelectric project will break even at approximately $70 per megawatt hour. Even before we account for the conservation funds required to receive a passage waiver, this project simply does not pencil. However, we hope to find large load customers that will pay an elevated or premium rate for energy produced by this project for the environmental benefits it has. This is consistent with what we know with some of our large load users here in the community that currently are paying a premium for green power. Electricity generated at the Bowman Dam will provide the city of Prineville and Crook County with a consistent source of renewable energy to ensure long-term sustainability. Revenue generated by the project will be used by Ochoco Irrigation District to support water conservation projects. During the Fish Passage Task Force meeting on June 26, we were asked to offer additional mitigation funding in exchange for a favorable recommendation to the Commission. I hope this brief summary clarifies why additional mitigation funding cannot be provided beyond the amounts described in our Fish Passage Waiver application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. And the next person is Steve Uffelman. And while he's getting ready, Josh, if you could invite Sean Gibbs, Marty Vaughn, Ian Cooter, and Brian Barney, that would be great. Steve Uffelman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Wall, Vice Chairman Woolley, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Uffelman. I am the mayor of the city of Prineville. And I'd like to bring to your attention our concerns regarding Bowman Dam's status on the Fish Passage Priority List. Throughout the process of applying for this Fish Passage waiver, ODFW staff have consistently cited this list in order to emphasize the importance of providing passage at the dam. We recognize that it is a large task to accurately assess the value of passage at the many artificial obstructions found throughout Oregon. However, we find it necessary to point out critical flaws in the assessment concerning Bowman Dam. Two factors largely determine where barrier is ranked on the state's priority list: habitat quantity and habitat quality upstream of the barrier. Yet the model used by ODFW to predict habitat quantity and quality did not include an assessment of stream flows. Instead, the agency's analysis relied solely on crude estimates of stream temperature, which we found to be inaccurate. As a result, The passage priority analysis predicted a large amount of high-quality habitat upstream Bowman Dam. The current passage priority list was published in 2019, ranking Bowman Dam number 15 out of all barriers in Oregon. This high ranking directly contradicts all previous assessments of the upper Crooked River Basin, which described habitat as degraded and unsuitable for salmon and trout production in most stream reaches. Furthermore, there is no plausible explanation for why Bowman Dam was ranked number 534. Again, 534 near the bottom of the list in 2013, and then advanced all the way up to number 15 a few years later, following changes in the ranking methodology. In general, habitat conditions have not improved in the upper Crooked River Basin since 2013. The timing of this change was unfortunate because it occurred after we had applied for a preliminary permit from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. There is no scientific evidence to support the current status of Bowman Dam on the passage priority list. Despite this, ODFW staff have used this list to influence discussions about the quantity of mitigation needed to support the waiver. We believe the 2013 passage priority list is a more accurate portrayal of Bowman Dam's priority status relative to other barriers in Oregon. Please take this into consideration in your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, questions of the mayor? Yes, Vice Chair Woolley.
I just want to thank Mayor Uffelman for staying within his 3 minutes. Our Chair Wall has been very generous with having our testimony going over time. And so just another reminder, and for respect for all the people that are waiting to testify, to try to keep within the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Can somebody just quickly brief me on the amount it would cost to do the actual passage itself? I'm sure that number was in.
Yes, it is. So R2 Resources, am I unmuted here?
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm throwing you on the spot before you even start.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
What happened to the mayor? He just left you hanging there.
No, it's okay. So R2 Resources did an evaluation of a bunch of different passage options, and I believe the lowest cost would have been, and it should be in our fish passage waiver application, but I believe it was $72 million, and that would not be volitional passage upstream and downstream. To have volitional passage, I believe it would have been between 150 and $200 million.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sean, and you'll have 3 minutes
Okay.
if you can stay with that.
Chair Wall, but sorry, before that, I had Commissioner Spellbrink's hand is up. Should we?
Oh.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Sorry,
And
Sean.
you're on mute. Go ahead, yeah.
Yep. Okay, quick question. Currently, your electricity provided most of that Prineville area there. Does it come from hydro now, like Bonneville Power Administration, and does it? You have a public utility district there. Where does your power come from there now?
Yes, I'm being told by the people who know the answer. Yes.
Pacific Power.
Pacific Power, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready now. So go ahead, Sean.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Gibbs. I'm a biologist with Mount Hood Environmental. Our team was contracted by the applicants to conduct several fisheries evaluations pertaining to this passage waiver. We also helped put together the application before you. But today I'd like to focus my attention on total dissolved gas down in the Crooked River. The Chimney Rock Wild and Scenic Reach of the Crooked River supports one of Oregon's most popular trout fisheries. In a single year, more than 10,000 anglers have traveled across 30 different states to fish for red band trout and mountain whitefish in this reach immediately downstream of Bowman Dam. Unfortunately, These populations experience large fluctuations in abundance, largely driven by total dissolved gas, also known as TDG. You may be familiar with TDG issues caused by the dams on the Columbia River. Well, Bowman Dam is similar in that high discharge events entrain nitrogen gas and other gases near the outlet works of the dam. In some years, the department has found that up to 85% of the red band trout population is affected by gas bubble disease. Gas bubble disease occurs at Bowman Dam when flows exceed approximately 500 CFS, and this condition can be lethal to fish. This issue has been a major concern among anglers and the department for nearly 30 years. For example, TDG reduction at Bowman Dam was regarded by ODFW as a restoration priority since 1996. With the recent effort to reintroduce spring Chinook salmon and summer steelhead to the lower Crooked River, ODFW biologists have again emphasized the importance of reducing TDG. In a 2016 report, the department stated that, I quote, "Gas bubble disease remains a problem in the Crooked River. Necessary modification to the dam should be completed to eliminate or at least minimize the occurrence of gas bubble disease. Making changes to the current discharge regime and the outlet structure of the dam will benefit fish populations in the Crooked River. This will improve the likelihood of successful steelhead and Chinook salmon reintroduction and maintain a healthy and abundant red band trout population." End quote. Our clients have proposed to resolve this issue by installing 2 specialized valves at the outlet of Bowman Dam designed specifically to address total dissolved gas. And it will cost more than $2 million. Based on our analyses, we expect that this measure will directly prevent the mortality of more than 2,000 red band trout in an average year. Unfortunately, my client has not yet received credit for this mitigation measure during the waiver process. Department staff chose to interpret Oregon statutes such that the measure cannot be considered to benefit native migratory fish. Their reasoning is that the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality will require TDG reduction later on in the regulatory process. I'd like to make it clear to the commission today that TDG reduction is not currently a requirement of DEQ or any other agency. The application before you today is the first legitimate opportunity to reach a solution that ODFW and recreational anglers have desired for nearly 3 decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Vaughn. Thank you, Sean.
Oh, thank you. And I believe Marty Vaughn, he's not here with us in the room today, so you may need to grant him access. I believe he's calling in on a different line.
Yes, thank you. I brought Marty over here.
Perfect, thanks.
Marty, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, go ahead. And you'll have 3 minutes if you will.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Martin Vaughn. I'm a biologist and I'm the project manager for the Deschutes Basin Habitat Conservation Plan. For those not familiar with the HCP, this is a mitigation plan for the effects of irrigation water storage, release, and diversion on steelhead, salmon, and bull trout in the upper Deschutes Basin, including the Crooked River. Over the past 11 years, our team of scientists has worked with ODF&W, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs to review current conditions for native salmonids in the basin and prescribe actions that can be taken to minimize and mitigate the effects of the irrigation activities. In the process of doing this, we considered and prioritized a list of potential minimization and mitigation options for the Crooked River. Fish passage at Bowman Dam was discussed along with all the other options, but it was never seriously considered by any of the fisheries management agencies in the basin. And the recovery of bull trout, and ongoing reintroductions of steelhead and salmon and the recovery of bull trout have been planned and implemented with no assumption that passage would be provided at Bowman Dam and no indication that it's needed. All parties in the basin have long recognized that the costs and uncertain success of passage at Bowman Dam far outweigh any benefits that would be realized. Reintroduction and recovery efforts are continuing with all emphasis on the lower Crooked River downstream of Bowman Dam. During the course of our HCP development, we identified a list of feasible and achievable conservation measures from which we selected those that we included in the HCP. Unfortunately, we weren't able to include everything on our list in the final HCP. So I'm encouraged to see that the applicants for the Bowman Hydroelectric project have included a number of important items from our list in their proposal. In addition to the TDG reductions that Sean just described, the applicants have proposed 3 significant mitigation measures. And I think actually Mr. Ritchie did a pretty good job of summarizing these earlier. First of all, the applicants have proposed implementing passive gravel augmentation downstream of Bowman Dam, which is expected to restore the supply of coarse sediments that was lost with the construction of the dam. This measure will improve spawning habitat for Chinook salmon, steelhead trout, red band trout, and mountain whitefish in the 14-mile section of the river downstream of the dam. The second mitigation measure includes funding a passage project at Prineville Golf Club in Ochoco Creek. And this will provide native migratory fish with access to an additional 2.5 miles of habitat. This reach contains the highest quality habitat for steelhead and red band trout currently found in Lower Ochoco Creek. The third mitigation measure that the applicants would fund $200,000 in habitat restoration at Ochoco Preserve. This measure will help to restore river channel and riparian habitat on approximately 1.8 miles of the Crooked River, Mackay Creek, and Ochoco Creek, as well as upland and wetland habitat on the 185-acre parcel. In addition to the mitigation measures proposed in support of the fish passage waiver, the project will include modifications to Bowman Dam that will allow OID to control flows remotely and precisely for fish and wildlife habitat enhancement. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service consider these modifications to be a high priority for the Crooked River Basin, as they're expected to reduce the potential for stranding of native migratory fish. And coincidentally, those are items that we would like to have pursued in the HCP, but because the HCP does not actually cover the operation of Bowman Dam, because it's a federal facility, we weren't able to. So the proposed hydro project allows us to expand on what we're able to do in the HCP as well.
Martin, sorry to interrupt, but I need to ask you to wrap up just so we can save time for other people to testify as well.
Okay, I think that pretty much summarizes everything I had to say. So thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
That's terrific. Thank you. Next person is Ian Cruder, and after that is Brian Barney. So Ian.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be with you this afternoon. My name is Ian Corder. I'm a fisheries scientist with Mount Hood Environmental. Our role on this project has been a technical role, so I'm going to focus my comment on really the most important technical part of this waiver application process, which is the department's net benefits analysis. I'll start by pulling a brief excerpt from the Oregon Revised Statute, Section 509-5857B, which states that the net benefit to fish shall be determined based upon conditions that exist at the time of the comparison. And I want to emphasize that last statement, at the time of comparison. The department did not base their net benefits analysis on current conditions, as is required by state law. Rather, their analysis relied on assumed historic pre-settlement fish distributions as the basis for estimating the linear miles of habitat available upstream of Bowman Dam. Habitat conditions upstream of Bowman Dam have been badly degraded for over 100 years, and large portions of the Upper Crooked River Basin are not currently suitable for native migratory fish. The department's analysis ignores this reality and the available science, including the agency's own previous reports, demonstrating that current conditions in the Upper Crooked River Basin cannot support the survival and reproduction of migratory salmon and trout. For example, here's a statement from ODFW's 2010 Steelhead Recovery Plan with reference to the Upper Crooked River Basin, and I quote, "Summer flow is routinely below 5 CFS with stream temperatures in the mid-80s. Suitable steelhead production areas are fragmented and largely disconnected from viable migration and rearing areas," end quote. The available literature, including our own independent analysis, all conclude that the area upstream of Bowman Dam is of low value to native migratory fish under current conditions. A more complete list of incongruencies between ODFW's net benefits analysis and previous department reports was provided with my client's letter submitted to the commission on October 5th. Moreover, if this commission were to visit the area upstream of Bowman Dam today, you would see vast portions of the Upper Crooked River and its tributaries are stagnant inundated with aquatic weeds and algae, or completely dry. This waiver application process should be objective and scientifically credible in accordance with statutory requirements. And it's my professional opinion that my client has far exceeded the true net benefit threshold through their proposed mitigation measures. And keep in mind, this project does not harm fish, it only benefits fish. The merits of my client's proposal were highlighted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service in their written comments to the Fish Passage Task Force. And so in closing, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and the rest of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, I respectfully ask that you require ODFW to provide you and the Fish Passage Task Force with an accurate net benefits analysis that is based on current conditions so that we can define a reasonable path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Brian Barney is the next person to testify. Go ahead.
My name is Brian Barney. I am a Crook County Commissioner and an OID board member. To approve this waiver request would facilitate a significant effort to enhance red-bound trout fisheries in the Crooked River downstream of Bowman Dam. The funding provided by this project will also directly address factors limiting summer steelhead and spring Chinook salmon reintroduction efforts in the Crooked River. The National Marine Fisheries Service has stated that these measures are needed to support the ongoing reintroduction efforts. Likewise, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has emphasized that these measures are significant and are needed to protect native fish species in the Crooked River. We understand ODF&W and this commission's desire to enforce passage projects at artificial obstructions. As explained earlier, this project is small and cannot fund construction of passage facilities at Bowman Dam. And providing passage would not yield appreciable gains in our local fisheries due to poor habitat conditions upstream of the dam. Much can be gained by conducting restoration work downstream of the dam. If the commission approves this waiver request, we will have an opportunity to provide revenue for habitat restoration, water conservation products, and TDG reduction. The Crooked River Basin and its fisheries will benefit. I know you've heard a lot of information from our team today, so I'd like to summarize 3 key facts. First, this project will not adversely affect native migratory fish or the environment. Instead, $2.5 to $5 million will be invested restoring habitat for fish, the large conservation investment ever made for a hydropower retrofit of an existing dam in Oregon. Second, this project is too small to fund a $70 to $200 million passage project at Bowman Dam, and it simply cannot support any additional mitigation beyond what has been offered in our waiver application. Last, in our opinion, this project is an ideal candidate for fish passage waiver because it benefits both fish and our economy. Passage of this waiver application today will help provide the much needed conservation measures proposed for the fish. There are no additional conservation funds available beyond what has been proposed, and it will likely be many years before another entity attempts to revitalize the Bowman Dam hydropower concept. The goal of Oregon's fish passage policy, as you all know, is to achieve the enhancement and the restoration of Oregon's native salmon and steelhead populations. Our waiver application is aligned well with this objective. Please help us craft an appropriate path forward for this important project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to the Fish and Wildlife Commissioners, if you have questions of the last 3 speakers, we can do that in just a second. But first, let me ask Josh to invite Rod Barrett, Jeff Weiland, Mike Taylor, Craig Lacey. And Commissioners, do you have any quick questions of the last 3 speakers? Vice Chair Woolley.
Just a quick one for Ian Corder. So you mentioned NIMS and Fish and Wildlife Service comments. Were those appendices to your application? I didn't get all the way through that. I don't know if those came into our packets.
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley. Those comments were delivered to the Fish Passage Task Force. We did, in our client's letter, did include those same comments as attachments to make sure that you guys saw those. So you can find them in the package of task force comments or as well as attachments to the letter that was delivered by Ochco Irrigation District.
Okay, thanks, Ian. That's all.
Thank you. I think that's it on the questions. So we will go to Rod Barrett.
Chair Wall, so Rod is the only person out of the next 4 I could not find in our list, but he may be one of the call-in participants. So let me do a quick check, if you don't mind.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and listen to Rod then while you're doing that, Josh. Will that work?
Wait, so Rod is the person I cannot find. So
okay,
you want to skip him right now, or I
yes.
can see. So if one of the 2 numbers calling in, if you're Rod, try typing in *6 on your phone to see if you can unmute yourself. Hey, I'm guessing not. They're not getting unmuted. So yeah, we can skip for now.
So we do not have Rod then.
No, does not appear so. Okay.
Then can we go to Jeff Weiland? Josh, is he here? Or
oh, here it is. Yeah, you're just muted right now, Jeff. Click on the microphone icon on the bottom left. There we go.
Go ahead. I think you're still muted, sir.
Try it again, Jeff.
Muted itself again.
Perfect.
There you go.
Thank you all for your work. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm the conservation representative for the Sun River Anglers, 180 members who reside and recreate on the Deschutes above Benham Falls, and also use the Crooked River for kayaking and fishing. Conservation is part of our mission. In addition to recruiting the next generation, funding local ODFW projects, outings and education. First of all, the estimated 72 million to 115 million fish passage cost is simply not economic feasible for the hydro project partners. Investing 72 million in fish passage with an estimated return on investment of 300K would be fiscally irresponsible and is a complete non-starter. Denying the waiver results in neither mitigation activities nor conservation funding. Fish passage will also provide a downstream conduit for warm water bass, crappie, bluegill, and bullheads to migrate below the dam and into the Crooked and Lake Willie Chinook, where they will create irreversible biological hindrances to both anadromous reintroduction and native production. Habitat above Bowman Dam is marginal at best and restoration is unfunded. ODFW attempts to establish a population of red band trout above Bowman Dam failed after several years due to inadequate flow and excessive stream temps. Prioritizing fish passage to mostly unsuitable habitat allocates scarce dollars to a project with little chance of significant impact. Reestablishing a viable population of Crooked River steelhead before their experimental status expires in 2025 is critical to future species rulemaking. Spawning gravel augmentation is vital to that effort and will benefit native trout, whitefish, and other species. Who determines the timing and quantity of additional gravel supplied on an as-needed basis must be clarified in any waiver agreement. The project will mitigate total dissolved gases and gas bubble disease. The administrative rule blocking consideration of that mitigation for waiver purposes because it fulfills a possible future DEQ requirement doesn't change its real world values. TDGs and GBD will impact both native fish and steelhead that use the gravel augmentation, and that mitigation must be considered in the real world. The removal of the 2 fish barriers and habitat improvement at the Land Trust Crooked River Ochco Creek Preserve will provide approximately 4.3 miles of quality spawning and life stage habitat. Per the application, the project will have no impact on existing operations. The portion of revenue that should be dedicated to water conservation and water quality improvements should be specified as either a percentage of gross revenue, net profit, something like that. In summary, we believe the mitigations efforts of OID and its partners are affordable, achievable, sufficient to warrant approval of the fish passage waiver. Given that the fish passage cost is an absolute non-starter for the partnership, denying the waiver will result in the Crooked River, reintroduced steelhead, and native fish getting nothing at all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. The next person is Mike Taylor.
There you go, Mike.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mike Taylor. I'm the River Conservation Representative for the Wild River Owners Association. The association represents approximately 150 homeowners who live on or near the Deschutes River, about 8 miles below Wickiup Reservoir. We're directly affected by river flows, water quality, erosion, and fish and wildlife habitat. We care about all the rivers in Central Oregon, including the Crooked, which is an important tributary of the Deschutes. Like many people, I fish often on the Crooked. The conservation-oriented mitigation offered by OID as part of the waiver process would be very positive for the Crooked River and native migratory fish below Bowman. Those benefits will not be realized if a waiver is not granted. I'm going to echo a lot of the things that Jeff Weiland said in the last segment. I believe, I'm a businessman in addition to being a fisherman. I believe that fish passage above Bowman Dam is a non-starter based on its cost and other factors. This makes any potential habitat above Bowman irrelevant to a decision regarding the waiver of fish passage. My research information I've gathered shows me that, if any, there is only a tiny bit of possible salmon or steelhead habitat above the dam. Certainly not the 400 to 500 miles that are mentioned by some. Further, as Jeff said, fish passage would serve as a conduit for invasive warm water species from Prineville Reservoir. We've seen this in the upper Deschutes from Wickiup when it's drawn down to the level of empty and warm water species get sucked into the river. This would be detrimental to both the native migratory fish and to the cold water species that currently occupy the Crooked below Bowman Dam. On the topic of mitigation, we feel that OID and their partners should sweeten the pot, so to speak, and agree to an annual conservation fund contribution of some identified percentage of the net profits from future operations. We're talking about a hydro project that has decades of revenue flow. We think that the conservation fund should have decades of revenue flow and fluctuate with, in high water years, more would go into the fund. In low water years, less would go into the fund. To close, Wild River respectfully requests that the commission approve the fish passage waiver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mike. The next person is Craig Lacey. And then just before Craig starts, Josh, if you can bring over the next four. You have the list, correct, Josh? So I don't need to, yeah, perfect.
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Great. Craig.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Wall and the commission. I've been fighting fish for wild fish for a very long time. I live in Bend, and I was on the original freshwater advisory group for ODF&W. I helped write basin plans for the Upper Deschutes and the Donde River. I was chairman of the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, and I have a degree in fishery science from Oregon State and a BA in business. I agree with the ODF&W fish biologist that the proposed mitigation for the hydro project doesn't come close to what is necessary. And you've heard others take an opposing view of that, but I trust our biologists. It appears to me that there isn't enough revenue from the project by itself to support the passage issue. And if they're required to provide passage, I assume they'll walk away from the project. If they agree to increase the mitigation and not provide passage, passage will never happen at the site. And it's a major loss of an opportunity. What I suggest is that you set up a fund for fish passage only, not a conservation fund, but one specifically for fish passage, and have the Ochoco Irrigation District pay 10% of their gross revenues to this fund. And that amount is similar, if I'm correct, that amount is similar to what BPA pays for their fish mitigation on the Columbia River dams. So they would pay 10% of their gross into this fund. And then there would be the opportunity to add matching funds to that project, be it from BPA or from PGE, state funds, federal funds, other groups that would be interested in helping out. So I think but the fund should be specifically just for passage. I helped negotiate the contract with COI on their siphon project on the Deschutes. And we weren't clear enough about how that money was to be spent. And it never went toward the primary purpose of increasing low winter flows on the upper Deschutes. It got spent in other areas. And as a result, the primary limiting factor on the river never got addressed. So anyway, that's another long story. I'll stop. I'm out of time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Craig. Rod Barrett, is he here yet? Okay, then we'll go to the next person, who is Kimberly Priestley, and then Henry Model, and then Todd Heisler, Chris Gannon. So Kimberly Priestley.
Chair Wall, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Kimberly Priestley, and I'm here today representing Water Watch of Oregon, a river conservation group dedicated to protecting and restoring stream flows statewide. I'm here today to urge the commission to deny OID's fish passage waiver application. Water Watch submitted comments, which should be in your packet. My testimony today is meant to supplement those. Given time constraints, I will focus on just 2 points. First, OID's application does not meet the statutory standards that would allow a waiver. As you know, fish passage has been the law of Oregon for over 150 years. However, because enforcement was spotty, in 1999, a legislative task force was convened to try and pave a path to increase passage on existing barriers over time. That task force, made up of 12 water users, 2 fishing organizations, 1 conservation group, and agencies, came up with a 2001 law that is framing your decision today. This law is very clear. For existing barriers that aren't currently meeting the state's fish passage requirements, if a trigger event occurs, passage is required. The law does grant the commission the authority to waive passage, but only if alternatives to fish passage provide benefits to fish that are greater than that would result from providing passage. I mentioned the history and standards because as I read through the comments, I was struck by letters of support that pointed to the fact that OID's project would do no harm, is better than the status quo, would have no negative effect, and would provide some benefit. The overarching theme seems to be that it's better to have something rather than nothing. None of these are relevant to your decision today. While we agree that the package does provide some benefit, that is not the question before you today. The question before you today is whether the mitigation package provided by OID provides a greater benefit than passage would. We agree with ODF&W's determination that it does not. That leads to my second point, which has to do with OID's mitigation package. Long story short, in our estimation, there was a path to yes that would have met statutory standards, but OID did not take it. As you heard, the waiver application went before the Fish Passage Task Force in June. At that time, WaterWatch and others suggested that OID return with a more robust mitigation package that included mitigation in the form of in-stream flow. Flow is a well-documented limiting factor in the Crooked River Basin, and OID is in a unique position of having the capacity to offer it. Yet despite a likely path to yes, if flow was offered, OID failed to amend their mitigation package. Instead, OID continued forward with an application that provides roughly 4 to 18 miles of benefit as compared to nearly 500 miles of stream habitat that would be opened by passage. Long story short, OID had the opportunity to put together a mitigation package that would have met statutory standards, but chose not to. The problem is not with the statutes, as some have posited in comments. The problem is with the mitigation package offered. In closing, again, we urge the Commission to deny the waiver request as recommended by ODF and W. The mitigation package falls far short of what the statutes require and also of what OID is capable of providing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. The next person is Henry Model.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. And I want to recognize the positive efforts of the applicant and their allies in Crook County that are trying, I think, to come up with some solutions besides passage. However, I wish to mention there's sections of Wild and Scenic River both above and below the dam. And under the Wild Scenic Rivers Act, by the way, the Wild Scenic Rivers Act was designed to protect what remained of our beautiful rivers in our country and in Oregon. And Oregon has blessed with some of the greatest sections of Wild Scenic River in our nation. And the requirement of the Wild Scenic Rivers Act is to protect and enhance. And I want to repeat the word enhance the values that these rivers were designated for. And in the section below Crooked, in the section below Bowman, the values included scenic, recreation, and fisheries. And above the reservoir, Prineville, created by Bowman, is the North Fork of the Crooked, which has values as well that need to be protected and enhanced. The North Fork of the Crooked as a Wild and Scenic River. So we've got Wild and Scenic River above and below. And the passage of fish would be critical to enhance those values. And I don't think we should always look backwards, or we can look backwards in time. And I think if we go back far enough, I think conditions above the Bowman, the reservoir, were much better than they are today. And fish did make it up there. And my hope, and in my career, and my mission statement as I worked for all of you as an agency, was working with people to care for the land and water. And I continue to do that in my retirement on a board of a nonprofit. So I want to suggest that we need to take care of our precious remaining wild and scenic rivers. We need to allow for fish passage. And I want to suggest a solution to the applicants, and I respect them. By the way, I'm a resident of Crook County in Palo Butte, Oregon. So I respect you, all of you in the room down in town. And I know you sincerely care about our county and you care about our resources. However, I think there's a solution beyond what you have gone for. BOR, Bureau of Reclamation, which built that reservoir, and it still has connections with it, and OID, you can correct me on that, but they have $1.1 billion budget annually. Certainly they can be tapped. There are other sources of revenue that can be looked at to help state and federal. So if my time's running out, we've got a lot of money flowing around Crook County. We've got Apple and Facebook pouring billions of dollars in. I'd like to ask the mayor and the representatives to reach out to see if funding can't be found to provide for fish passage and improvement of the conditions above Prineville Reservoir. Is my time expired?
It has, but just barely. You were almost there. That's great. Thank you. Todd Heisler. Is Todd here?
Yes, yes. Okay, let me unmute you from my end. Hey, Todd, you should be able to unmute yourself by entering *6 on your phone.
Okay.
There you go. We hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Todd Heisler. I'm the director of the Rivers Program at Central Oregon Land Watch. And for the prior 15 years, I was the executive director of the Deschutes River Conservancy. I've spent much of my career in Central Oregon focused on in-stream flow projects that generate benefits for irrigators as well as for fish. So I've heard a lot of debate today about whether we should have passage or not. I'm not going to address that. It's really not within my expertise. But what I would like to do is to address in-stream flow as a potential mitigation obligation that, if the applicants decided to go that way, could be very significant for their benefits for steelhead. So we've heard a lot, I think, but prior to my testimony about how important increasing flows in the lower Crooked River is. And despite the fact that you heard a bit about the Habitat Conservation Plan and the federal legislation in 2014, none of those have actually secured flows at the levels that would really support the life cycle histories of steelhead. And so despite all of that prior work and those efforts, we're still not there yet for the fish as far as stream flow is concerned. And so your very own Tim Harden in 2011 did some very interesting research on flows in the Crooked. And he assessed a set of enhanced flows designed to meet the needs of irrigators and fish. So Harden calculated that providing minimum flows of 140 CFS year-round for steelhead and lower Crooked is optimal, but that would use 40,000 acre-feet more stored water than you would get than normal operations in a median year. So he shaped that curve and he reduced those flows below 140 and basically used 20,000 acre-feet less and came up with a set of what he referred to as recommended balanced flows. And they vary between 80 CFS and 140 CFS to meet the various life cycle needs of the fish. So then we took those balanced flows and we modeled them. We wanted to determine their impact in normal and wet years. We wanted to, and in dry years, their impact on the river and their impact on irrigation district water supply. We used actual historical data to assess the effects in the wet and dry years. In both of these scenarios, wet and dry, sufficient water was available to provide the recommended flows for fish to meet all the needs of Ochoco Irrigation District and North Unit Irrigation District. But when very dry years, that would be similar to the year we've just had, were modeled, there was not enough water to meet the recommended flows for fish and irrigation demands. And in these types of years, flows for fish and irrigation would have to be reduced in order to fairly share the scarce water resources. So we recommended in those years, in the very dry years, that those flow targets would be reduced to vary between 46 and 60 CFS. So based on this analysis, stream flow enhancement could serve as a mitigation measure that would generate significant guaranteed benefits for steelhead. By establishing mitigation flows for both good years and drought years, that's the important two-tier system, fish and irrigators can be adequately served in most years in a manner that is feasible for the waiver applicants to implement, and without a whole lot of extra cost, I might add. So,
Todd,
we recommend that, yep.
You could wrap up pretty soon. Your time is up.
That's it. I'm done. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Todd. The next person is Chris Gannon, and then it would be Bill Cunningham, Yancey Lind, Frank Porfili, and Seth Eisenberg. So Chris Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Commissioners, and staff, good afternoon. I'm Chris Gannon. For the record, I'm the director of the Crooked River Watershed Council, headquartered here in Prineville. I want to break my testimony into two parts. I want to speak as the director of the Watershed Council, and if time allows, I'd like to add a couple of comments at the end as just a citizen of Oregon residing in Madras. The TDG issue really is the big one for us as a council. We know and are aware that this issue has been with the river in this section of the watershed for over 30 years, probably. It's been a very big point of concern for staff, and we think this project is one of the best ways to address that issue. And as Mr. Whelan stated earlier, regardless of how we account for the TDG improvements, they either are made or not made based on the decision you will make to offer the waiver. With that said, I would like to move into the second part of my concern, which is the habitat conditions in the upper Crooked River watershed above Bowman really are not conducive at this time for steelhead, resident fish, Chinook. Probably 85 to 90% of the habitat miles indicated by staff are rated fair or poor. Very, very few miles rated good or better. I say that because I think the challenge is, and I'll offer a scenario to drive the point home, but the challenge is really, in my mind, is how will we move fish above Bowman Dam at this time when the habitat conditions are very, very poor, coupled with the fact that the lower Crooked River, where reintroduction has been in place and moving for the last 12 to 15 years, we have very marginal, if any, success at all. So to illustrate this point, I did obtain some data and I want to share it with you. It's data for both Chinook and Steelhead. The data is for a 7-year period for Chinook, or for Steelhead, I beg your pardon, and an 8-year period for Chinook salmon. The data is broken into male and female. So these are radio tagged fish that we know have moved into what we call the Bowman Reach. This would be the section of the river above Prineville and below Bowman Dam. So for Chinook, in 6 out of the 8 years that we have records for, there are no fish pairs. In other words, we don't have a female and a male in that section of the river. Again, 6 out of 8 years that we have data for. 4 out of the 8 years, basically half the period, there are actually no fish at all in that reach, neither steelhead nor Chinook. As you move to steelhead, again, thinking males and females, 4 out of 7 years, there are no pairs. And 3 out of 7 years, there are actually no fish. So the point I want to drive home is I'm not sure the marginal success, if any success in the lower Crooked right now, dictates or predicates a move, an ambitious move to move these same fish above the project. If the lower Crooked River's success was much higher and we had more fish, that would be the appropriate time to move fish above the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioners, any questions of Kimberly Priestley, Henry Model, Todd Heisler, or Chris Gannon? Seeing none, we will go on to Bill Cunningham. Whoops, you're still on mute, sir.
There we go. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, my name is Bill Cunningham, and I am on the Fish Passage Task Force and was the chair of the Fish Passage Task Force for the June 26th meeting that considered the Bowman Dam Fish Passage waiver. And I'm here mostly to answer questions, but I'd like to emphasize that we spent considerable time during our June 26th meeting considering essentially the same issues you're hearing today. We provided an opportunity for the proponents to provide us any additional mitigation measures, which, as you've heard from Mr. Ritchie, the proponents have not decided to pursue. And we're left with presenting you with our recommendation that we are required to provide you as far as advice to the commission. And our advice was this waiver should not be granted. I'd like to point out a couple of things that are perhaps of specific focus in our analysis. And I'm sorry, I'm a little disappointed in what I've heard so far from several other people, including many of the project proponents. Some of the waiver elements, some of the mitigation measures that are being presented are not fixed mitigation measures. The question of how much aggregate, where, how effective it will be when placed, what kind of species it will promote was never addressed. We're just being told they're going to dump gravel in some specific places to be determined in the future. And we have no ability to evaluate that. We had none during the task force meeting. I don't think you have any ability to evaluate that now. We were being presented with a $200,000 contribution to the Ochoco Preserve. Problem is, we don't know exactly what the preserve's goals currently are, what kind of habitat management goals are being set for fisheries. The whole project, the preserve project, is still in the planning stages. In fact, it hasn't even accumulated sufficient funds to go forward with its planning. So $200,000 in a guesstimated $5 million project is not going to get us necessarily any fisheries benefits at all. It's being presented as if there were fixed benefits. There are not. Those have yet to even be defined. The task force was then presented with essentially a bunch of mitigation measures that are all future oriented, to be determined, not fixed. And with that in mind, we were trying to find out whether we would get any greater benefits from these mitigation measures, and found the task impossible. I'm open for questions in my last 12 seconds.
Commissioners, are there questions of Bill Cunningham? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Uh-oh.
Sorry, got it. What was the vote?
The vote at the task force was a 7-2 vote, 7 in favor of the motion, which was to deny the waiver as present, 2 against.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no
Chair
other.
Wall-
Yes.
Chair Wall, thank you. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Bill Cunningham for his service on the task force and as the past chair, and really appreciate your engagement with us. And I'll offer the same thanks to the next speaker, Yancy Lind, who serves on our Restoration Enhancement Board. So just want to offer the thanks for both of your service.
And I would echo that. Thank you, Director Melcher, and I would echo it from the commission as well. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Bill, and we'll go on to Yancy. Yancy Lind.
Chair Wall, commissioners, and thank you, Director Melcher. I appreciate that. So I too have written extensive comments and submitted them. Hopefully you've had a chance to see them in your packet. I want to just make a few additional comments here now. Some number of years ago, I was the president of the Deschutes Basin chapter of the Northwest Steelheaders. And in that role, I organized a coalition of local fishing clubs who worked with statewide organizations like Trout Unlimited and Water Watch. And we jointly negotiated what became the 2014 Crooked River Act. And the 2014 Crooked River Act is a complex bill. But one component of it was to move the upper boundary of the wild and scenic river off of the top of Bowman Dam down onto the Crooked River. And the reason that we were very supportive of that was that it gave the opportunity for a hydroelectric facility to be installed. And frankly, all of us were very positive about the opportunity to have a hydroelectric facility installed for 2 reasons. One is it would trigger fish passage. None of us at the time thought fish passage was feasible. But the fact that it would trigger that would certainly allow for some discussions about other mitigating issues. And the other thing that is really important about the installation of the hydroelectric facility is that it would allow for addressing the gas bowl disease issue, TDG, whatever you want to call it. This is a serious, recurring, catastrophic issue that happens on the Crooked River below Bowman Dam. Simply put, too much turbulence creates too much nitrogen gas in the river. Fish can't absorb it, and you have massive die-offs of fish, primarily over 12 inches. I know that ODFW staff has said you can't consider this, but gas bowl disease is a really important issue. Here's the problem. The applicants do not provide a solution to the gas bowl disease. The Bureau of Reclamation has clearly stated in their analysis that the installation of these 2 valves, the benefits are undetermined, but unlikely to provide a resolution to the TDG problem. The only way the BOR says it can be done is by installing another dam, a weir, about a mile downstream below the dam, a rock weir, to create a pool that would allow for the water to be still and the gas to dissolve. Absent a real solution to gas bubble disease, there has to be significantly more mitigation provided, I believe, for you to provide a waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, Yancey. Frank Porfili?
Okay.
I heard you for a minute. Frank?
Can you hear me? Yeah, hello.
Yes, now, yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Frank Porfili. I'm 6 years old and I lived here in Cook County all that time. And I'm here as a witness to testify that I lived up there. My folks, my family owns 6 miles of.
Oh no. Frank?
Josh, can you work with Frank and we'll go to the next? Maybe we could go to Seth Eisenberg and we'll come back to Frank. Is Seth here?
Josh, just, for someone who spends their days on Zoom, probably have to have him call in through landline. I think his data connection is not strong enough to support the VoIP packets with Zoom. So if he dials in on the phone, you'll be able to get him back in, I think. Hi, everyone. How are you? Good afternoon, Chair Wall and commissioners. My name is Seth Eisenberg. I'm a board member and volunteer with the band chapter of Trout Unlimited. However, my commentary today is as a private citizen. You're going to hear from Sean Piga, the chapter president, later this afternoon, and he'll hit on some of the additional data points. I wanted to kind of comment as both a conservationist and an angler. I've lived in Oregon for 20 years. I've been in Central Oregon for 5. Also trained in forestry, fisheries, and wildlife management. I have a BS in natural resources from Cornell and a master's in zoology. I'll do my best to be brief, but in short, I'd like to urge the commission to deny the waiver to the applicant. And my reasons are as follows. First, the issues with the Crooked River in terms of native red band trout and mountain whitefish populations, even barring thinking about anadromous fish and the possibilities there, are not limited to gas bubble disease, also winter flows. So one of the prior speakers had alluded to this, and I would advocate that one of the things we could look at potentially would be a reapplication that would maybe address the flow issue as a potential mitigation, but my advocacy would be under the current application to not permit the waiver. I think just to point out, the Ochoco Irrigation District has had frequent issues with dumping water in the late spring. They probably could have mitigated flows in a more measured way. When the flows get over 3,000 CFS, seems when it's triggering the gas bubble disease problems. We also are facing significant issues with low winter flows. I hope that we are on a path to really dealing with the low winter flow issues with some of the stuff that's been negotiated recently, but only time will tell. I am troubled by the way the water has been managed in the late spring, especially when we have decent forecasts on snowpack and know what's going to come into the reservoir. There could be more gradual and reduced flows. So I'd like to focus primarily thinking about the populate or the habitat associated with Deschutes red band trout, or red band trout rather, and really, especially thinking about the forecasted number of miles above the dam, discount for the moment steelhead and Chinook spawning and rearing habitat. Even if we were to reduce the number of miles of just the ones for red band trout by 10-fold, so down from 464 to 46.4, the applicant's mitigation efforts, even on their upper boundary at 17.95 miles, still only provides 38.7% mitigation. So it does clearly not exceed the projection, even with a 10-fold reduction. So that would hit at sort of the models that folks have complained about relative to being too aggressive in terms of the amount of habitat, et cetera. So I think what I'd ask you to do would be to discount that prior testimony, because I think that, yes, maybe there were changes in the models, but even at a 10-fold reduction, it still doesn't make sense. It's even worse if you compare it with the lower projection they have at 3.95 miles mitigation. You know, I'm sorry that the numbers don't work, but I believe the applicant's well aware that they can't provide sufficient mitigation. So I think we're kind of stuck at this current moment in terms of thinking about what this is going to provide. But the imperative is that we follow the law and we follow the rules, and the greater benefits are clearly not achieved. The other aspect, I guess, would be, I was a little troubled by the applicant's unwillingness to be able to come back with a revised set of data and information when the commission asked for some additional. And I think there would have been creative options that would have been able to be brought to bear at that time. So with that, I'll leave any extra time for answering questions, but appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you for your time and the efforts that you put in, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Seth. We have one more person, and these four is
Wall.
Yes.
I have Frank on my cell phone, and we're going to bring him in to finish his testimony that way. Would you mind if we go ahead and continue?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, Frank. No. Okay, Frank, we're ready for you.
You ready for me now?
We are. Can everyone hear Frank?
We can. Go ahead, Frank, and you have 3 minutes, if you will.
Okay, all right. You might have to stop me because I don't have a timer. But anyway, yeah, my name is Frank Perfili, and I've lived in Cook County basically all my life. And the reason I'm testifying today is I was a witness. I lived up there. My folks owned 6 miles of the property there where the Crooked River runs through. And when they built the reservoir, they took 4.5 miles of it. But I was born in 1943, and I was on that river for 18 years, and we spent a whole lot of time fishing, a whole lot of time swimming. We were swimming with our horses in the water and irrigating. We irrigated about 300 acres of property. And I guess and my mom was born in 1917, and she lived on that river the whole time. And of all the time we fished, we never did see a steelhead. We never did see a salmon, and all we caught was suckers and catfish, and we ate a lot of the catfish. But my point is to the commissioner, is a fish ladder really necessary? And I was up there September 7th on the upper end of the ranch this year, and I took pictures of the riffles with no water flowing over the riffles. So there is pools right now, and this was very, over all the years that we irrigated there, we had an old John Deere tractor that had a belt drive on it, and we had a pump that we was setting them holes and pump it into our irrigation ditches to get enough water for our crops at this time of year. And so my question to the commissioners is, with the potential of creating the power of all that water that's sitting there in the Prineville Reservoir, is it really necessary to have a fish ladder, which, if you look at all the years I was there, my family was there, and those fish didn't go up there anyway because the river was dry at times, and so they couldn't live up there. So why would you build a fish ladder to create something that I watched all those years that didn't work? So that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Commissioners, any questions of either Frank Perfili or Seth Eisenberg? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Sorry. This is for Seth Eisenberg. I'm just curious about what role Trout Unlimited has played in the Crooked River system in terms of partnering with the good things that are going on there. Are you guys engaged with folks? Do you guys have some relationships there?
There are relationships that exist. I think I'd rather let Sean Piggott elaborate on that if he's on the line, or he could comment on it when he comes on, and he's in the next set of speakers, I believe. I think it would be more appropriate, since I had indicated I would speak as a private individual, but I did want to cite my affiliation there.
Okay, we'll ask Sean then. Anything else, commissioners? Thank you. Then the next few are Michael Messina, Ben Kirsch, Sean Pijot, and Chris Gannon. So Michael Messina. Michael, are you there?
Hey, Michael. Let's see. Yeah, Michael, you're in this room now. You should be able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera. There we go. Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wall and our Chairperson Wall and Commissioners, thank you for your time and for having me. What I wanted to talk about was, like one or two of the others, not necessarily take a position, yes or no, on the waiver, but to offer a solution, a third solution that maybe that others are not considering. I've heard a lot of people talk about the economics of the project and how if this waiver is not granted, then it's over. No one can afford a $72 to $200 million fish ladder, but fish passage doesn't have to cost that much. There is technology available. There is volitional, autonomous, selective fish passage systems that are currently in use today. Whoosh Innovations is a company that has technology that has systems that move a variety of species up and over barriers such as a dam. This technology is currently in use by the government of Canada. It's up in British Columbia right now at the Big Bar site. What I also heard, I think it was early on, Representative Breeze Iverson talked about creative ways to move forward. I don't think an outright denial would just vacate the project. It just forces people to get creative. And, perhaps there are some of the corporations who have corporate renewable goals could be partnered with to contract for, to put in a system that is far cheaper, maybe $2 to $4 million. I don't know without a site visit, but it's far cheaper to achieve the same goal. So where the project could go forward, you could get a partner who could contract with for the power, and most importantly for the fish, they get a gentle glide up and over the dam, which saves their energetics. And this is an important piece. It saves their energetics so that they can move farther, faster upriver toward or on their migratory journey. For other parties too, fisheries managers, there's a great deal of data that these systems can collect. And that's an important component of fisheries decisions. So I guess what I wanted to encourage was A, consider a third solution, such as this technology that can accomplish the goal. And B, don't be afraid to be creative. I've heard that desire be expressed, and I'd be happy to take part in that process. We have a number of ideas and experiences, and we'd be happy to put them into use in this situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Ben Kirsch.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. My name is Ben Kirsch, and I am the staff attorney with the Deschutes River Alliance. We are a science-based advocacy organization who advocates for clean water and a healthy ecosystem. And our supporters include Oregonian businesses and recreators who rely on the Deschutes for their livelihood and for their enjoyment. The DRA agrees with ODF&W staff that the fish passage waiver should be denied. As proposed and left unrevised by OID, the offered mitigation is lacking for at least 3 reasons. First, the habitat restoration proposed is minimal. Second, there are no proposed increases in flows, which are sorely needed in the Crooked River's tributaries. And third, the Crooked River's water quality will remain at its currently impaired levels. Considering this, the proposed mitigation is not a net positive as compared to fish passage around the dam. With that being said, the DRA believes that fish passage should not necessarily be preferred over below dam mitigation efforts now and in the future. For the reasons mentioned earlier by various other people, fish passage around Bowman Dam faces many issues that make it an imperfect solution. Central among these are the low flows in the upper Crooked River. Rather, the more pressing need for these migratory fish is the water quality and the water conditions in the lower Crooked River. Because all migratory fish that will be affected by Bowman Dam will be exposed to the Crooked River's heavily impaired water quality and low flows, improving these would be more beneficial. Additionally, the water quality impacts from the Crooked River continue downstream into first Lake Billy Chinook and then eventually into the lower Deschutes River. So the goal here should be expanding mitigation efforts in the Crooked River beyond what is proposed. Those expanded mitigation efforts would focus on increasing flows and decreasing nutrient pollution. Increasing flows would have the double benefit of providing fish access to more habitat in the lower Crooked River's tributaries and will help lower the overly warm water temperatures. Increasing flows, as has been suggested, can be achieved by purchasing in-stream water rights and permanently returning them to the Crooked River to maintain those higher levels. And decreasing nutrient pollution will help address dissolved oxygen and pH issues in the Crooked River, which affect both Lake Billy Chinook and the lower Deschutes River. Those nutrient pollution issues can be addressed by expanding vegetative buffering and cattle fencing along the fence, which will help mitigate some of the fertilizer that contributes to nutrient pollution. So in sum, we agree with ODF&W staff to deny the fish passage waiver, but would be in favor of expanded mitigation efforts to help fish, as they are more achievable and more beneficial than fish passage might be. We look forward to the commission's decision, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ben. Next person is Sean, and I'm going to let you say your own last name. I think you're muted.
On the bottom left of your screen, Sean, there should be a microphone icon.
Sorry. Yes, you gave me a French flair that's not warranted.
Okay.
Commissioner, it's Sean Piggott.
Got it.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Piggott, and I'm a volunteer with and president of the Deschutes Red Bands chapter of Trout Unlimited. I'm also a 32-year resident of Deschutes County. Our chapter has over 650 members in the Deschutes Basin who are both conservationists and anglers with a special passion for the rivers and streams in Central Oregon. I'm also speaking this afternoon on behalf of the State Council of Trout Unlimited, as we worked very closely together in reviewing OID's application and preparing our written comments, which were submitted to you on June 22nd. So let me just hit a few really quick highlights. ODFW ranks the fish barrier at Bowman as number 15 of its 589 highest priority barriers in the state. And based on the comparative data in Table 2, page 23 of their report, the waiver proposal offers too little in terms of downstream mitigation. Our bottom line is that the OID proposal can and should go a lot further in offering that downstream mitigation. Let me try to put this in some general dollars and cents context. So as we've heard, the total hydro net annual profit is estimated at $300,000. In terms of the proposed mitigation measures, we've got gravel augmentation every 3 years at an estimated cost ranging from $265,000 to $471,000 over 50 years. The removal of the partial fish barrier on Ochiko Creek is a $90,000 one-time investment. The Deschutes Land Trust and Mackay Creek improvements, a $200,000 one-time investment. So the annual ongoing commitment in the proposal over the 50-year process is $5,300 to $9,420 for that gravel augmentation. The one-time commitment is a total of $290,000. But if you want to annualize that over this 50-year planning period, you're looking at approximately $5,800 a year. So again, by way of offering some general context, at the high end, the proposed mitigation expense equates to $15,220 annually, or roughly 5% of projected net annual profit. The loss of upstream habitat and fisheries far exceeds the level of mitigation measures and commitment of revenue OID is proposing. net benefit does not pass the dollars and cents test. In terms of opportunities missed, it would have been appropriate to include in the proposal a mitigation fund. I think you've heard this before, as a set aside of a fixed portion of annual hydro profit dedicated to downstream fishery and habitat improvements as an ongoing program. Unfortunately, that did not happen. In summary, we support the Fish Passage Task Force and ODFW staff's recommendation that the waiver request in its current form not be granted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next person is Chris Gannon, and then I'll ask commissioners if they have questions for any of the last four. Chris Gannon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you again, Commissioners. I wanted to pick up where I left off, and I did want to make the point that the Watershed Council for the Crooked River fully supports getting both steelhead and salmon into the upper basin when the time is right, when the time is appropriate to do so. The time is not now. This is not the right time to try to move fish from the lower river into the upper basin, because the lower rivers reintroduction program only has marginal success. Year one, 12 years ago, in terms of fish numbers, fish sustainability, looks exactly like year 12. There's no upward trend in any success signal for the existing lower Crooked River reintroduction program. So to me, it seems infinitely makes more sense to wait till the appropriate time to try to move these fish above the project. As a citizen of Oregon, I would just quickly say, and I'll only use another 15 seconds or so, Chair, but as a citizen of Oregon, I would say I'm a little frustrated by the fact that we have goals, quite ambitious goals in Oregon for zero carbon emissions, the governor's plan, and I don't understand as a citizen how we're ever going to get there if we don't take advantage of the opportunities like providing a waiver for a retrofit at an existing facility. It just does not make good logical sense. I would encourage you, in fact, to take a look at your 2001 waiver rule. I believe that over 20 years, societal goals have shifted. I think a revision of those rules might make sense to bring more contemporary issues into the rule. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. And you just proved that I didn't look at the list carefully enough because I thought I caught duplicates, but it gave you an extra few minutes apparently. So thank you. Tim DeBoot is the next person, then Craig Horrell, Mark Thalacker, and April Snell. Before we take the first one of those four, commissioners, were there any questions for Michael Messina, Ben Kirsch, or Sean Piggott?
I have a question, Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Woolley.
This is for Mr. Messina. I didn't hear your affiliation. Are you with the Whoosh company?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You bet.
That's all.
Any other questions? Okay,
Commissioner Hatfield.
Yeah, my question was, is Sean Piggott, are you the Trout Unlimited person that was going to speak for Trout Unlimited? You're muted. You're needing to unmute, please.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me answer that question.
So yeah, the question basically was, what kind of a relationship do you have working with folks that does Trout Unlimited have working with Crooked River folks on fish issues?
Yeah, I think we have a long history of effectively working with the Watershed Council.
Okay.
We're also a financial participant with the Opal Springs project. We've been involved with a lot of the water quality sampling that the Watershed Council has headed up. And Mr. Gannon from the Watershed Council has graciously come and addressed our board on several occasions, updating us on what the activities are and volunteer opportunities along the Crooked River. Plus our participants fish the Crooked a lot.
Right, good. Okay, thank you.
Looks like no more questions, so we'll go to thank you all, and we will go to Tim DeBoot and Greg Horrell.
Chair Wall, I do not see Tim.
Okay.
Let's see, Craig is not here either.
What about Mark Faliker? Or April?
Yeah, I see Mark and April, yes, so I'll bring them over.
Great. Okay. Mark Faliker?
Mark, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Hello, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Mark Faliker. I manage Three Sisters Irrigation District and Sisters. I farm down in Lower Bridge. I serve on the board of directors of the Family Farm Alliance, member of Oregon Water Resources Congress Board of Directors, and then I'm also current chair of ODF&W Fish Screen Task Force. So this whole process, I feel like we're kind of misdirected on what we're trying to achieve. You know, we're trying to help fish. We're trying to protect sustainable farming. And in this particular case, we also can reduce carbon footprint by reducing Pacificor's basically carbon appetite for burning coal. Three Sisters Irrigation District is unique. We're in the process of building our third renewable green hydro plant this year. We've got 2 running, but because the process is so difficult and the contracts are so hard and the bureaucratic red tape is so much, basically we're the only district in the state that has built any renewable projects. And we use those renewable projects to pay back the clean water revolving loans that we use to put pipe projects in the ground that then have restored over 30 CFS to Waichus Creek. Right now, we're running a drought that is similar to 2005, where we saw the stream get as low as 45 CFS in Waichus. And right now it's about 55. And we're passing 20 CFS right now, where in 2005 and prior to 87, it was dry. You know, Ochoco is about to make a 30-year commitment in the habitat conservation plan to improve the Crooked River and help fish. And, you know, by denying them the ability to create a green renewable resource to generate power to help pay for conservation, you're just shooting yourselves in the foot. I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, I understand the law. I understand Water Watch and Central Oregon Land Watch and all the typical folks who, you know, throw the monkey wrenches into everything. I mean, I've dealt with major litigation over the last 22 years doing restoration. Ultimately, the districts will prevail and will return and restore stream flows and will make it better for fish. But why is everybody making it so hard to get to the end game? I mean, you know, seriously, this is supposed to be a green state, yet we are anti-green renewable energy. And I appreciate, you know, you all wanting to bring fish up above, but there's a million reasons not to bring the fish up above. And you've heard that. I mean, I just looked at the Crooked River gauge and it's dry. There's 0 water coming into Bowman and you guys want to pass fish. I think, I agree with Chris Gannon. You've got to fix what's going on down below first. And this is a tool for Ochoco to do that. Anyway, I appreciate the time and I wish you all luck.
Thank you, Mark. April.
Good afternoon. Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher and staff. I'm April Snell, Executive Director of the Oregon Water Resources Congress, a nonprofit of irrigation districts and similar agricultural water suppliers. These government entities are actively improving and modernizing aging infrastructure to meet the needs of farmers, ranchers, and other agricultural water users they serve, while also working collaboratively with cities and other stakeholders on innovative solutions to complex regional water management challenges. Finding ways to balance agricultural, municipal, and industrial water uses with in-stream and aquatic habitat needs is not easy or cheap, and it takes a lot of time, particularly in navigating complex state and federal requirements. While I am here in support of Ochoco Irrigation District's proposed fish passage waiver for Bowman Dam, I want to be clear, our association actively supports fish passage and fish screening efforts. We helped create, reauthorize, and are continuing to seek new funding for the Fisheries Restoration, Irrigation, and Mitigation Act, or FREMA program, a federal cost share grant program for fish passage and fish screening device. This program has been successfully used by ODF&W in past. With new appropriations, this would also be a viable funding source for a variety of fish passage barriers around Oregon. However, there is no funding in the program currently, and fish passage is not financially feasible or appropriate in all circumstances. It should also be noted that with current economic conditions, there is even less funding available at the state level for individual and ODF&W progress towards fish screening and fish passage. The development of hydropower at an existing dam can provide incremental revenue for irrigation modernization, yielding enhanced water efficiency, increased water conservation, and innovative habitat projects that would otherwise not be financially feasible. As others have mentioned, the value of the energy is minimal in dollars, but when leveraging other sources, it can help catalyze broader water project efforts that would otherwise not be possible. The sustainable clean energy generated also helps support community resilience and statewide renewable energy goals. Conversely, without the project, the dam will still exist and all of the water and energy benefits will be foregone. Bowman Dam is a federal facility owned by the Bureau of Reclamation and is only operated by the district under contract. The proposed fish passage waiver and associated hydro project is part of larger basin-wide efforts to meet the myriad of water needs in the Deschutes Basin, in-stream and out of stream. Denial of the passage waiver will remove options for these solutions and will not result in fish passage being addressed at Bowman Dam. It is important to take the proposed fish passage mitigation measures within this larger context and suite of benefits provided. ODF&W's recommendation that the proposed mitigation does not provide a greater benefit to native migratory fish species than fish passage would is an unduly narrow interpretation that supports an outdated status quo approach that will result in no new benefits to fish habitat or the community. Denial of the fish passage waiver will result in loss of funding critical to basin-wide habitat conservation efforts and further hamper collaboration between diverse and willing stakeholders. I will add I have great respect for Director Melcher, as well as for Alan and Anna, so I will simply say that communication between various ODF&W's staff on this topic can be greatly improved. And I think regardless of the decision, I look forward to further conversations about the process and how we can improve that. I will also note that unlike the screening task force, there are not any representatives on the fish passage task force with background in irrigation or agricultural water use, which would have been helpful in having this discussion. I am reminded of an issue we addressed in 2012 related to in-conduit hydropower projects. And while those projects are distinct from installation at a dam, there is a similar need to find a regulatory path forward that supports the installation of beneficial projects at existing dams while also funding fish passage removal and fish habitat improvements around the state. Supporting on-the-ground improvements and projects with no negative impacts should be selected over pathways with protracted litigation and stymied restoration. And contrary to what litigation-driven interest purports, something is better than nothing. We recognize there may be a need for legislation that clarifies how.
If you could just wrap up. Yeah.
We recognize there may need legislation to clarify fish passage mitigation for projects at existing dams, just as prior legislation was needed to provide a path forward for in-conduit hydropower. However, the Commission does have the authority to look beyond a narrow interpretation and allow for mitigation measures that provide greater benefits than the status quo. I urge you to approve the fish passage waiver application and support collaborative water management solutions in the basin and solutions that work for communities, farms, and the environment we all share. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, April. The next person is Mike Taylor from Bend, but we had already Mike Taylor from Lapine. Is that the same person?
Let's see. I only see one Mike Taylor, so let me bring him over here so we can confirm. Okay, that's the same mic from earlier.
There's a Mike
Yeah,
Taylor from La
it is
Pine.
the same. It is the same mic.
Oh.
Okay, then let's move on to Mike Britton from Prineville.
I do not see Mike Britton. If I may, Chair Wall, there's one call-in number. I just want to make sure that person is not one of the attendees wanted to make a testimony. So the number ending in 877, I'm going to allow you to talk. If you're one of the attendees scheduled to make a comment today, please unmute yourself and identify yourself so I know who this number is. You can enter *6 on your phone.
Yeah, this is Dave Filippi. I'm not one of the commenters. I'm just listening in. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Then can we have 4 more commenters total. Dave Dunahey, David Moskowitz, Kaylin Barter, and Jefferson Jacobs. So if Dave Dunahey is available, please.
No, Dave is not available.
Then how about David Moskowitz?
No, we have, I see Jefferson Jacobs.
Okay,
and Kaylin.
Okay, then let's do Kaylin Barter first and then Jefferson Jacobs. Kaylin, are you available?
Yes, Chair Wall, can you hear me? Am I on screen?
We can hear you. I can't see you yet.
Okay, let's apologize for that. I'm attempting to start video. And for some reason, my video is not sharing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and begin with my testimony.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes if you will.
Excellent. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Kaylin Barter, and I am the Water Policy Program Director for the Wild Salmon Center. We're an Oregon-based nonprofit that promotes the conservation of wild salmon ecosystems across the Pacific Rim. Our interest in this project derives not only from the potential gains for wild salmon as a result of this project, either through passage or through adequate mitigation, but also from the potential ripple effects of the commission's actions today. The Wild Salmon Center urges you to follow the recommendations of the agency and the Fish Passage Task Force to deny OID's waiver because the proposed mitigation measures fall short of providing a net benefit to native migratory fish. Net benefit is the legal standard that binds the commission's review of all passage waiver applications. On one side of the scale, the benefits of providing passage to native migratory fish. On the other side of the scale, the benefit of the proposed mitigation to native migratory fish without passage. Unless the scale tips toward mitigation, the commission must deny the passage waiver application. ODF&W typically evaluates mitigation proposals through the lens of a mile for mile benefit. So 1 mile of foregone habitat access without passage would need to be offset by more than 1 mile of habitat benefit from mitigation. Here, with 464 miles of habitat upstream of the dam, there are practical limitations to meeting the typical mile for mile standard. Therefore, OID's mitigation proposal should have been closely tailored to addressing the primary limiting factor for fish downstream of Bowman Dam, namely stream flow. OID had options for addressing stream flow in its proposal, but unfortunately its proposal fails to identify a single mitigation action related to stream flow. OID could have included in-stream transfers of marginal irrigated acres, withdrawing its in-stream water right protest, and publicly encouraging its partners to structure and protect reservoir releases consistent with the Crooked River Act of 2014. But OID chose not to. Should the commission deny OID's waiver application today, it should condition approval of any future passage waiver on inclusion of these actions in a mitigation proposal, and it should encourage the applicant to collaborate with the department to negotiate cost sharing. Today, you've heard that you should instead be focused on the project's lack of harm to fish, or you should balance the benefits of the proposed mitigation against no project at all, or you should look more broadly at general project benefits, but that is not the standard. State law prioritizes passage and it provides an off-ramp where mitigation generates more benefit than passage. Now, let us be clear. We are supportive of this hydro project generally, and we also support creative ways to move forward for this project. But OID hasn't developed a thorough application that addresses the primary limiting factor, And that's what it needs to do to meet the net benefit standard, where the upstream habitat benefit is so massive as it is in this case. The Wild Salmon Center urges the commission to deny this waiver application and also urges the applicant to come back with a solid mitigation proposal that gets us closer to adequate stream flow for native migratory fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylin. Jefferson Jacobs. And I believe that Jefferson will be our last person unless either Mike Britton, Dave Dunahee, or David Moskowitz have now joined us. So go ahead, Jefferson.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Director Melcher, and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment today regarding the proposed fish passage waiver request for the hydroelectric facility at the Bowman Dam on the Crooked River. I didn't realize I was going to be the last to speak today. And I just wanted to say that Kaylin's recent comments were not affiliated, but were a really succinct statement wrapping things up. And perhaps she should have been the one to speak at the end. And I second everything that she said. My name is Jefferson Jacobs, and I am commenting as a representative of the Oregon Natural Desert Association. ONDA is a nonprofit public interest organization with more than 10,000 members and supporters dedicated to the conservation of Eastern Oregon's public lands and waters. Founded in 1989, ONDA's mission is to protect, defend, and restore Oregon's high desert. ONDA and its large volunteer restoration workforce has made significant investments in stream and riparian restoration projects on the South Fork of the Crooked River, upstream of the Bowman Dam. These projects include planting more than 20,000 trees in riparian habitat on 3.5 miles of stream with an actual self-reproducing red band trout population and strong perennial river flows. This project involves collaboration with NRCS, Fish and Wildlife Service, BLM, and private landowners. We have a strong interest in seeing resilient, self-sustaining riparian habitat supporting healthy native fish populations in the Crooked River system. According to the ODF&W fish passage analysis, the proposed mitigation will not provide net benefit to native migratory fish populations compared to providing fish passage at Bowman Dam. This is because the benefits of fish passage at Bowman Dam would be dramatic. Almost 500 miles of upstream habitat and an increase in genetic exchange between currently isolated fish populations, resulting in improved fitness. Because of this and the undersized mitigation actions, we strongly support the recommendation to deny the fish passage waiver as proposed. We recognize that fish passage at this site would be very expensive and technically complex. However, these challenges should be considered, one, in the light of the benefits of fish passage or more appropriately sized mitigation efforts over the 50-year span of the FERC license. Two, in the context of the potential of developing much more creative fish passage or mitigation solutions. And three, in light of the benefits provided by fish access to additional higher elevation headwater streams as a way to help mitigate local stresses caused by global climate change. The passage-related discussions made today should be in the context of how restoration successes may improve conditions and expand populations in the future so that the management of the Bowman Dam site can facilitate, not hinder, long-term fisheries restoration over the coming decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jefferson. And commissioners, I'll ask for questions in just a second, but David Moskowitz is here now. So we'll go ahead. David?
Yes, David, I've allowed you to unmute yourself. If you can please enter *6 on your phone, that should unmute your mic. Chair Wall, one more thing. I see that one of the attendees who testified earlier, Henry, he has his hand up, and I'm not sure if he's trying to indicate that he's got somebody else in the room who is scheduled to testify. So should we maybe after David bring him back in the room to clarify the raised hand?
Maybe he could speak to Michelle Tate and we could find out what what is the case, because we have to be fair to everybody. And if they didn't sign up to testify, then that's really not fair.
Okay, understood.
Somebody that signed up. So let's go with David Moskowitz while you have that offline conversation. David?
Okay, David, are you able to unmute yourself? again, you need to enter *6 on your keypad. Oh, there you go.
Hi. Can you hear me okay, everyone?
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. We're a wild fish conservation organization with offices in Washington and Oregon. And Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, very much appreciate the opportunity and your long service today. We'd also like to thank staff for doing such a good job to incorporate the public into this process virtually. This is a new dawn really for the Deschutes Basin, and it started way back when PG began to consider passage over the Pelton Roundview complex, and so this is another step forward in considering opening up a access to a basin, and whether or not the commission decides to grant this waiver or not, it's important to look back at the policy of the state of Oregon, which is at ORS 509.585, number 1. And it's the policy of the state of Oregon to provide for upstream and downstream passage for native migratory fish. That's the fundamental issue that we're dealing with here. There's a process by which people can be exempt by projects and proposals can be accepted from that principal goal, that principal statutory goal. And that's what the applicant came forward and made a case to the Fish Passage Task Force, and they did not convince that group, an esteemed citizen group. And here we have a second bite at the apple in front of the commission with a proposal that wasn't changed at all. And it is, I can't tell if it's arrogance or if it's an unwillingness to look at making a real investment in the Crooked River. And I think that prior testimony from Sean Piggott from the Trout Unlimited chapter evaluating the impact of these proposals on their net profit on a monthly, annualized, and over project time here. I think that is very enlightening. This is not a sufficient proposal, and by denying it, the applicant can reconfigure their decision and come back to you. This isn't the last bite at the apple, and I think that is where we have to have the commission has to look at what the analysis the staff has done, and it is clear that the applicant has not met the statute in this case. There's some really important elements of the future for the Crooked, and really it is all about water, and the flows in the Crooked have been. That's why the trout have been in trouble on the Crooked. It's one of the reasons why the passage of anadromous fish is in trouble. This applicant could have proposed things that directly addressed the key limiting factors, and it doesn't seem like they did. I think there's been some excellent analysis of the proposal, the 3 items that they are planning to do, and they appear to be inadequate and insufficient. $1 short and a day late.
Dave, if you could just wrap up, that would be great.
Oh, I guess, okay. I was looking at the clock. I've got you on my computer, and it says I have 1.25 minutes left, but I know that I always go over. I know Director Melcher is he's not smirking, but he probably would do that because I usually do go over. Apologies for that. I'd like to make note of a couple of citizens who made the Crooked River essentially above Bowman Dam, a forgotten watershed. And Guy Orcutt and Gene McMullen, who have both passed, are anglers and activists who pursued protection, restoration, enjoyment by others on the little streams in the Crooked River Basin above Bowman Dam. And their dream can't be snuffed out at this point. Oregon can't trade away its public trust resources or forget those citizens who made those lovely places better than they found them and better and accessible to everyone. This is a big decision, and we urge the commission at this time to deny this application at this point in time. We really appreciate the opportunity to testify and be happy to take any questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dave. Commissioners, I have two questions. One is whether you have questions of our last 5 speakers. And the other is one earlier speaker would like to come back and make a few more comments. I have told them no, unless you folks want to turn me around. Okay, we're leaving it where it is. Are there questions of Jefferson Jacobs, Kaylin Barter, Dave Moskowitz? I think those are the last 3. And seeing none, then we will ask staff to come back for any follow-up questions from the commission. And it looks like we have one commissioner already with a hand up. So Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Question for Anna or the group, Alan, sorry. If I heard correctly, I wrote it down. Sean Gibbs made a comment that the total dissolved gas does not apply for the DEQ H2O water quality standard. And if I understand the testimony, or I mean the staff's report, let me find it here. The department is not able to include this measure in its benefit analysis because the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality has stated that the project must reduce TDG levels in water below Bowman Dam in order to meet water quality standards 110% for the DEQ 401 water quality certification project. So who's correct here? Help me understand. You're still not talking.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now I got you. Okay.
Yes. Hi, ODF&W did meet with the applicant and DEQ. DEQ is going to require a TDD reduction as a with their 401 certification, and therefore is not considered in this passage waiver.
Okay, thank you.
We also have a question from Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Mary, it's more of a comment right now. Is that all right? Or
well, let's if we can just get through any questions and then we'll go right to any comments that people would have.
Okay.
Any remaining Vice Chair Woolley?
Thank you, Chair Wall. So the staff have talked about 464 river miles of habitat, and 464 miles is a big number. And the quality of the habitat has come into question, the quality of the upriver tributaries. So could you just let us know what percentage roughly of that habitat is considered viable habitat or potentially successful habitat for spawning?
So Commissioner Woolley, we don't have solid habitat assessment data for that area. Those 464 miles are all streams that are classified as perennial streams that would be accessed by red band trout. This is part of the reason we encourage the applicants to conduct an assessment to dive into these details so that we would have a better assessment to fall back on for this venue. But as of now, we know those are all perennial streams. Some of them are in good condition. A lot of them are in poor, but poor habitat is still used by fish. Poor does not mean that they aren't used at all. They're still used for rearing. They're still used to access better habitats. As I showed you in the pictures in my presentation, Eastern Oregon, those Deschutes, especially those, Eastern Deschutes tribs, a lot of those streams go dry during the summer every year, but they're still used by fish when they're watered up.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I have a question. When there's a pollution event, say Tillamook Dairy dumps milk into a stream and kills fish, that's a fish kill. Doesn't ODFW ask for compensation for that? And I'm wondering, has there ever been compensation for fish kills from total dissolved gases?
We certainly, Commissioner Zarnowitz, we certainly have the ability to enforce penalties based on take. That has occurred throughout our history when those events have occurred. I'm not aware of any take that has occurred as a result of gas bubble disease due to TDG.
Okay, thank you.
Any, Vice Chair Woolley.
So I have a, is it worth it opinion question. It seems pretty obvious that the applicants don't have the money for adequate fish passage. They've offered an inadequate and insufficient proposal. And it's been suggested that they come back and provide additional mitigation in a stronger proposal. Is there any mitigation that is sufficient to provide an equivalent benefit to an actual fish passage? And I guess the other part of my question is it's also, it seems to me that the applicant will probably, they'll either, this is just my speculation, they'll either try to work with you and try to create a stronger proposal, or they'll just pull out. And so then there will be no benefit to fish. And then we just sort of leave it up to the future of what could happen starting over with something else. So can there be kind of an apples and apples equivalency of mitigation measures short of a full-on and very expensive passage project?
Commissioner Woolley, we did look at a suite of mitigation tools that could be proposed to receive a net benefit. We had not done a specific analysis of what it would take to get to a net benefit. What we are pretty confident on is that flow would be a significant component of any benefit package that would be successful in moving forward. However, what the specific package would look like, we had not yet evaluated, but have encouraged the applicants to look at additional mitigation measures.
Okay, so there could be sufficient mitigation measures proposed that address the flow issue without an actual structure. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, flow as a form of mitigation from Bowman to Lake Billy Chinook that is protected would provide a significant uplift to the resources of the species. It is the primary limiting factor within the basin, in our opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Evaluate that if it were proposed.
Thank you.
We have two more questions, and then maybe we could take a 5-minute break and come back with initial statements and sense of the commission. So 2 more questions, and the first one was from Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, yeah, really, I guess it was an observation. I don't know if anyone remembers the letters that we received from the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the letters they submitted to the commission. And I guess I would agree with the opinions that they expressed. And I think NIMFS wrote that they support further discussion between OID and ODFNW on possible conservation measures. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wrote that they encourage ODFNW and OID to work together to reach an agreement that will allow the proposed project to proceed. We strongly support ODFNW and OID's continued efforts to reach an agreement which both parties find acceptable. And I guess I just wanted to read those kind of reflect my opinion too.
Commissioner.
I'm still wait. I'll wait till after the break because it's statement.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break, and it's 3:50. So let's be back at 3:55, if you will, please. Okay, I think everybody is back. Welcome back. And we have a couple commissioners who have asked to speak, and we're to the point where I think we finished all the questions, so we're ready for some initial thoughts, sense of the commission. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you. Let me collect my thoughts here for a second. You know, I can't help but feel like there's just such a great opportunity here in front of us. Not with the current application, because it's obvious that that's not working right now. But you know, if you look at the people who have testified just today, we have so much talent in this state to solve these kind of problems if we would apply it towards one another, and maybe work on some relationships. And I don't know the folks involved with this application. I didn't talk to anybody before this meeting. But when I look at this, I say, look, we have something incredible. We have a treasure, which is 500 miles of tributaries just above this dam, which is pretty amazing. And maybe it's not in very good shape and needs a lot of work, but it's also part of our future as a state. And I appreciated the comments about needing to focus up on that lower piece first and see how much you can get going in the right direction in the lower piece before you start really focusing above. The cost of putting in passage, if you're an irrigation district, it's like there's no, I understand the statute and I respect the statute, why it's there, why we have it, but how are you ever going to meet that standard, and what would ever be enough? Like, where's the bar of what's enough? It seems impossible if you're trying to do, like, as I appreciated Commissioner Woolley, you know, if you're trying to do apples to apples on this, it's hard to win. I hear a lot about mitigation being attached to flow, and I know how tricky that can be. And a lot of those kind of flow conversations can happen when there's good relationships. And that's one of the reasons I asked, you know, like, who's helping here? Who's working in this system? Like, there's nonprofits that have roles, you know, like Trout Unlimited has done a lot in the Klamath system and been a real team player in solving thorny things like this to move to a better place. So are the players that could make something really amazing for all of us in this situation playing and working with each other? And are the applicants, you know, do they, you know, do they have people that they're trusting, that they're talking to? I appreciated the commissioner, wrote his name down.
Brian Barney.
Yeah, who said something, I can't find it, but basically, you know, can we work together to do something creative here? And I know what happens with people who've worked on these kind of things for a long time. They can start like pulling their hair out and going, hello, we've already tried hard enough. But maybe this is a place where we can rethink it a little and reconfigure it a little to try to get to a better place within reality. Because not only would there need to be potentially in the future, maybe even fish passage here, if you look long, long down into the future, if you could. But the, you know, probably millions of dollars of restoration and cooperation with landowners. And so you got to create a whole relationship here to get to where you want to be. And we might have that opportunity to look at it that way. Thinking that an irrigation district can sort of mitigate for a century and a half of damages, a lot of them above them. I just think it's a no-win for anyone. It just puts us all in a box where we don't have a neat way to move forward with each other. This is complex, and it takes all sorts of people to make it happen. And I would just say that the statute is not prepared to deal with a situation like this. And I don't know what we do about that, but maybe acknowledging it and doing whatever we can to try to find some creative paths. And then also, hoping that the applicants can feel enough trust to step up and offer some solutions too. The man that spoke from the Three Sisters Irrigation District, there are creative ways to deal with these sort of things. Like if they had the hydropower operating, then sometimes you could, be maybe using some of that hydropower dollars to purchase some irrigation rights at the right time of the year that then go in stream when they need to. I mean, there's all kinds of ways that you could do something really neat and really creative if the people have the right spirit. Reading all the testimony that came in on this just frankly sort of broke my heart after a while because it leaves, it just leaves you in this place of, there are the people who have been doing it all wrong. And then there's all the people that are more right and know how we should do it. And the people who are to blame. It doesn't leave you with a good feeling. It doesn't leave you with a feeling like we get to move together as Oregon and fix things. So anyway, I'm rambling, but I think there's huge opportunity here. And I just think that the right mixture of creativity wasn't in the room. And it does concern me that the lower commission that recommends to us doesn't have anybody who is part of irrigated agriculture on that lower fish task force, not because any other reason than that somebody from agriculture might be part of the solution of thinking about how you could creatively do something here, because they can speak that language about flows and allocation and water rights as well as deal with the issue of passage. So anyway, I'm actually kind of hoping, Alan and Anna, that something good could still come from this and that all the partners that are interested in such a healthy, wonderful fishery, the Trout Unlimiteds and the Wild Salmon Centers and all of these people, we rally with each other instead of putting each other in boxes that nobody can get out of on any side. All right, that's enough.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Labhart has his hand up too.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Let me start off by saying I wish we weren't at this point today. I wish we were at a better point. I'd like to say thanks to the 279 of you who took the time to send us an email, an individual letter, and the form letters, a lot of form letters that we received in our commission packets. And then, of course, those of you who testify today, is most appreciated, I'm sure, by all of us. I can speak for all of us. So as we've heard, Bowman Dam was not built for and is not equipped with an upstream or downstream fish passage facilities. The Ochoco Irrigation District, OID, hydro project proposes a new facility on Bowman with hydro capacity of 80 to 400 cubic feet per second and a 1 megawatt turbine and a 2 megawatt turbine with an estimated annual power output of about 15,000 megawatts. The project is proposed to operate on a run release strategy using water that is released for irrigation, flood control, and fish and wildlife purposes. The 3 turbines would provide green energy to approximately 1,400 homes in the Prineville area. And State Representative Vicki Breeze Iverson says in her letter to us, and I'll quote, "This is great news for renewable energy and the proponents deserve a big pat on the back for proposing this project," unquote. I couldn't agree with her more wholeheartedly. I hope the Prineville City Manager, Steve Forrester, is correct that they can find a load industry to pay an increased green energy rate to demonstrate their commitment to clean and renewable energy. Licensing by FERC and issuance of a hydroelectric water right by the Oregon Water Resources Department are, quote, triggers, unquote, for required fish passage under state law. As the license applicant, the operator of the dam, OID, has chosen to apply for a fish passage waiver rather than providing fish passage at the dam. The commission is authorized by statute to enter into an agreement with the owner or operator of an artificial obstruction that waives the statutory requirements for fish passage in specific circumstances. To enter into such an agreement, the commission must determine after hearing from the June 2020 Fish Passage Task Force public review comment that the proposed mitigation, in this case, one of the 3 methods that they're proposing a mitigation, by the owner or operator will provide a net benefit to native migratory fish. And I'm not going to go into the OAR or the ORSs for that. But the net benefit is defined in statute and rule as, quote, an increase in the overall in proximity, habitat quality, or quantity that is biologically likely to lead to an increased number of native migratory fish after a development action and any subsequent mitigation measures have been completed, unquote. OID has submitted its final fish passage waiver application to the department, and they did that on May 7th, 2020. As stated in the staff report, OID is proposing to provide 3 in proximity mitigation measures, and staff covered these, and I'll just briefly cover them too. One is to add approximately 500 cubic yards of gravel downstream of the dam every 3 years or as needed to replenish the gravel recruitment pile. Number 2, contribute funding to assist the implementation of an offsite fish passage project on Ochoco Creek that currently does not provide fish passage. And OID will provide $90,500 to that project, which will cover the cost of the implementation and provide additional funding for passage design and project management. 3, contribute $200,000 in habitat restoration at the Ochoco 185-acre preserve on the Crooked River near the confluence with Ochoco and McKay Creeks. The waiver application also includes a proposal to install 2 Halbunger valves for passing water release that could reduce total dissolved gas in the Crooked River downstream of Bowman. So let me first clarify the requirement and our role in it. And I did that earlier with a conversation with Anna. The department is not able to include this measure in its benefit analysis because DEQ has stated that the project must reduce TDG levels in waters below Bowman Dam in order to meet the water quality standard of 110% total dissolved gas for the 401 water quality certification. And it also says that mitigation shall not, in OAR 635-412-0040 sub 3 says that provides that mitigation, quote, shall not provide and not include any activity that is a requirement or condition of any other agreement, law, permit, or authorization, except if it is also for fish passage mitigation of the same action at the artificial obstruction of a different level of government. So that pretty much solves that for me, unquote. The department analysis suggests that OID's proposed mitigation would benefit approximately 3.9 miles of stream as a minimum and up to 17 maximum below Bowman Dam for red band trout, steelheads, and spring chinook. If fish passage was able to be placed at Bowman Dam, it would provide fish passage to approximately 464 miles of accessible habitat, some excellent, some good, some poor, for red band trout. 63 miles of accessible habitat for steelhead, some excellent, some good, some poor, and 57 miles of accessible habitat miles for spring Chinook, some good, some excellent, some good, some poor. Again, OID proposes to mitigate 3.9 miles of habitat below the dam. What bothers me most with OID's in proximity mitigation proposal is that it doesn't even come close, in my opinion, to passing the red face test for a net benefit mitigation measure. The Fish Passage Task Force also said OID did not satisfy even reasonable mitigation measures as a net benefit as required in statute. One person who testified this afternoon stated in his testimony, "Why is ODF&W making it so hard to find a solution to this good project?" Unquote. Another said communications with OID could be severely improved. In my opinion, the department and the Fish Passage Task Force went out of its way to work with OID to find a reasonable compromise that both parties could live with. So let me elaborate on that, because this is what frustrates me. I'm not going to list all the meetings. I asked staff to provide me with a list where a compromise could have been negotiated, but suffice to say, between the March 14th, 2017, 3 years ago, kickoff meeting with OID and today, there were 43 meetings, follow-ups, conference calls, letters, and other forms of communication between OID and or their contractor and ODF&W staff to try to find an acceptable benefit solution that both parties could live with. Even the director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife met with OID on December 23rd, 2019 to try to find a compromise that was satisfactory to both parties. And that's pretty unheard of, where the director gets intimately involved in those kind of things to this level. That meeting failed. After the Fish Passage Task Force denied OID's proposed fish passage waiver options, one of the Fish Passage Task Force members reached out to OID and proposed some other options for possible discussion. In other words, more compromise. OID did not accept this offer to meet and discuss other possible options. I even asked staff to reach out to OID on July 12, 2020, following the June 26th Fish Passage Task Force meeting, which I listened to virtually, where the Fish Passage Task Force denied the request, to see if OID would be willing to meet with me and ODF&W staff to see if we could find a compromise that both sides could live with. Staff informed me that this offer was declined by OID. Crook County Commissioner Barney said in his testimony today that we stand ready to find a solution to move forward. Based upon what was tried to date to find an acceptable solution up to this point, I find that hard to accept. NOAA's Columbia River Branch Chief Dale Bambrick, in his June 22nd letter, 2020, said, quote, "We do support further discussions between OID and ODF&W to reach an agreement on conservation measures," unquote. This offer was not taken up by OID. A similar letter was sent by Bridget Moran, Field Supervisor for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in June 2020. Ms. Moran states, quote, "We strongly support the ODF&W and OID's continued efforts to reach an agreement with both parties find acceptable." Again, no acceptance to try to work things out. So the only conclusion I can draw from all of these attempts to reach a satisfactory compromise is that maybe OID has another agenda. I believe OID believes that the commission will likely turn them down, as the recommendation from the Fish Passage Task Force was 7-2 to deny the waiver request. The staff recommendation is to deny the statute we must follow. It's quite clear that this request will not pass muster even in the most generous terms. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm speculating that OID's plan is maybe to check the box that the commission turned them down and maybe go to the legislature in the 21-23 session, as Chris Gannon alluded to in his testimony today, to try to secure a waiver for their request, which in my opinion could set a dangerous precedent for other future mitigation proposals. Or they may try and get the Fish Passage Waiver statute itself changed, which in my opinion is very detrimental to the fish we are statutorily charged to protect, conserve, restore, and provide for the resources for fishers for current and future generations. They also might have another motive that I'm not aware of too. I wish I knew what they're ultimately hoping to achieve, but my request to meet with them and have an opportunity for discussion of a compromise after 3 years of work was not accepted by OID. Yes, the hydropower facility is something we all should be proud of to support, and I compliment them, the county, and the Crook County citizens for this effort. But at what expense? It just frustrates me, and you can tell it in my voice, to no end, that with numerous attempts to find additional creative solutions such as in-stream flow restoration, fish passage restoration options, as well as possible long-term conservation / passage fund, as Mr. Barney recommended in his testimony today, we could not reach an agreement, and we're at this point today. It's a win-lose as far as I'm concerned, and not the Oregon way, as some would say. So in summary, despite some very positive benefits realized downstream of Bowman Dam that would result from the applicant's proposed mitigation package, when compared to the net benefits of providing both upstream and or downstream, which is what the proposal is, downstream, of negative migratory fish, I find the proposed mitigation is deficient. So pursuant to the fish passage statute, the Department Administrative rules, I conclude and agree with the Fish Passage Task Force recommendation, the staff analysis, and the public input that recommended denial that the measures proposed by the applicants will not provide a satisfactory net benefit to migratory native fish populations in my reading of the statute that we must follow. I recommend that we deny the fish passage waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner Labhart and Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, both for your comments, because I think they're both appropriate here. I think I worked on, when I was at ODFW, some of the Pelton Round Butte mitigation, and I look at the efforts that PGE went to restore fish, to work with the tribes, to provide a lot of mitigation. Obviously, they're a well-funded organization and very different than OID and the city of Prineville. But and then there's Opal Springs, who also made the effort to pass fish. And there's a number of other efforts in the Deschutes Basin where irrigation districts piped water to preserve flows in the Deschutes River. And a lot of it was done on their own dollar or money they could get from the federal government. I heard a lot about the creative options for people to that people were proposing as alternate mitigation that was not part of OID's package. And I think that I agree, we need to have all the creative people get together and along with some of the large companies that are now based in Prineville who could help provide what we need, whether it's fish passage, which I think is probably the hope of any fisheries biologist to get the rest of the Crooked River opened up, or protected in-stream flows, which would be a difficult task because there's very old water rights in that basin, and you'd have to get some fairly senior water rights put in stream to actually protect them. So I don't see how we could approve this given the mitigation that has been proposed, which I think is very, very, very below what is available with fish passage. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. Any of the other commissioners want to make a statement right now or question? If Commissioner Woolley.
Well, I agree with what my fellow commissioners have said, and especially Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Commissioner, you weren't rambling. I was very eloquent and heartfelt, and I could almost plagiarize you verbatim in terms of a summary that I would give, so I don't have to give one. I would just say that, I mean, Crook County has a fairly small population. They're likely tapped out on what they can do. I think their proposal probably represents what they can do financially. So deeper pockets do need to come into the conversation. And that's part of that creativity and innovation part of this that other people have talked about. I think that's the only way that the other mitigation measures that staff have recommended can be addressed. As Commissioner Labhart said, it may be more than just a matter of money. Maybe there's some other issues, but we do know that even the other measures that are proposed, they are probably more expensive than what OID has proposed so far. So, I'm pretty much, in alignment with what's been said already, and I don't need to say much more. Hopefully there's an openness to work with this some more, bring some more folks in, bring some other financial resources in, and just come up with a better product. And everybody just rise to the higher level that we all want to benefit fish. That's the bottom line. Thanks.
Thank you all. Great comments. I had a couple or a few that I would like to add, and then I think maybe we could look for a motion. One of them that I want to just mention is that what I heard from all of the comments and staff and the Passage Task Force folks is that there were lots and lots of attempts to find a path through this, and lots of ideas were put on the table for how we could get to mitigation. So I don't want to lose that. I think there was a remarkable set of attempts to find that solution. A second point, and this is one that I'm not sure that anyone has covered yet, but I think it's an important point, and that is, in a case like this, where there's a facility that's been in place for decades and decades, the state and the fish resource may have to, under Oregon's statutory structure, suffer for decades and decades without passage. But what the statute does say is that when we come to one of these triggering events, then we need to look at passage and putting passage in. And there are clear ways around that. We talked about all of that, and I don't need to go back into it, but I think that's an important point, that we have the chance to undermine or support the statutory framework that Oregon has been working under. And I think it's important to support our statute, the framework. I agree wholeheartedly with people who have said there's huge opportunity here, and it's heartbreaking to see it go away. And in similar situations, people across the state have found a way through that. And I'm not ready to give up on this one, that someday we can come back and figure this out. But at the end of the day, in this one, after hundreds of pages and some great testimony and lots of conversations, we keep coming back to the fact that this one, this mitigation that's proposed isn't close to net benefit. And that's I don't see a way to vote for anything but to deny it for myself, because the mitigation isn't close, the proposed mitigation isn't close to net benefit. And that's the bar we need to meet here. So those are my comments. It looks like we have one more hand up, and then maybe we could go to a vote. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you. I guess that, and maybe it goes back to a question for Alan or Anna, but I mean, pragmatically, how would you ever meet that net benefit? I mean, I completely get that the package put forward has not been accepted by the department. It hasn't been accepted by the pre-task force. But, you know, how do you make up for what's going on here? I mean, I get it's just I feel like I don't want to be someone that's undermining the statute, but I feel like the statute just really is asking the impossible here. I don't, and I guess maybe Alan, you could comment, or you guys could, I don't know. And I also am very, very unclear on how you would ever determine what is enough. Who determines that, and who determines that you've reached that? Because I mean, this is, you know, like, this is like the Visa ad, right? Or whatever. This is priceless. The habitat, I just don't know that this irrigation district could ever come up with a fix that met net benefit. When you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Anyway, somebody can straighten me out on it, because obviously I don't know a lot of this.
I think Director Melcher is trying to speak.
With Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, I think you just have to remember that the statute is written for a full breadth of any possible fish passage issue in the state. And so we and the commission has a history of granting waivers, and you grant those waivers based on the staff assessment that there's a net benefit to some other mitigation. But most of those waivers are granted in situations where there's very little habitat above the barrier. So it's much easier if there's very little habitat above the barrier to come up with a mitigation package that provides a net benefit. Whereas in a case like this, and we can certainly debate whether there's 465 miles of habitat or 100 miles of suitable habitat, but clearly whether it was 100 or 400, the proposal does not meet that net benefit criteria. And so it's a function of this particular project as it relates to their seeking a waiver. So I hope that's helpful. But
it is helpful, Kurt, and I hope that I am somehow making sense in that 450 miles above that particular barrier is potentially priceless in the future, you know, to your great grandkids or mine. But right now, putting the burden of that priceless thing on one fish passage project, I just don't think that I don't think that an irrigation district, even if they gave you 50% of their whatever they're trying to do for this economic development project to support Prineville, I just don't think I don't think they can get there. I don't think they can arrive. And it's fair to say, Mark and others, you know, I wasn't in the room, so maybe they've been, you know, kind of like we are in Klamath County. Maybe they've been a little obstinate at times here. But I'm just worried that we have a bar that no one in this kind of situation could meet. So I get that this is not going to work, but I feel like it's a unique situation, and I wish we had a path for this, or can find one. So,
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, this is clearly the largest waiver application that's come before us. As Kurt, Director Melcher said, most waivers that come before us are for a few miles up to 10 miles that are more obtainable and easier to assess. You know, what we do have in the Crooked are a couple of different reservoirs with water. You know, we certainly need to look at water as being a key feature to get you to some significant benefit at this site. You've got Ochoco Reservoir and Bowman Reservoir, and potentially an in-stream water rights downstream that could be purchased or converted in stream. So that, I guess, is our first initial gut reaction at how we could get to a benefit at this site. Is, you know, water in the Crooked is likely the best bet to look at. And that's difficult for OID to give up that water, but there is water in 2 reservoirs and downstream that we could look at how that might be used, how it's currently being used, and is there an opportunity to increase in-stream flows?
I'll weigh in. I totally agree with what you're saying. I just wish that once we reach that point where OID said, well, okay, we're done, we don't want to go any further. I always think that there's always a solution to every problem. I kind of have a MacGyver thing, there's always a solution to every problem. And so once they reach that impasse, and there was an opportunity with maybe some proposals that were submitted by the Fish Passage Task Force, at least one of the members had several ideas that never got discussed. We heard that in some of the testimony today about maybe making small donations to a fund that could be used for mitigation down the road that would allow for the district who doesn't have a lot of money to maybe build something up over time. Never got a chance to discuss that either. Never got a chance to discuss other options because from what I'm being told now, OID said, nope, we're done. This is it. This is our point. So now we're faced, the application is before us. We have to make a decision because we don't have any, this is the application before us. We don't have an opportunity to go back and say, well, let's revisit this and let's see if we can work this thing out, because they said, no, this is as far as we want to go. So that's what bothers me, is I just wish we could have had some more time to work this out. A 3-year project, and we could wait a few more months to work this thing out. But that's where we are, in my opinion.
Commissioner Labhart, they do, if OID chooses to revise their mitigation package, they certainly do have the opportunity to reapply. There's nothing preventing them from working with us or to you, as was suggested, or other entities, to try and reformulate a mitigation package. And that could go right back through the net benefit analysis to the task force and back to you folks as well.
Well, the irrigation water rights issue is, those things are so tricky to figure out. It's not as easy as everyone thinks, whose water right? Is there a willing seller? I mean, is there, I don't know what the details are, but I love this stuff. I got to tell you, I love it. But even them doing the assessment, I heard that today. I'm like, well, why didn't OID go back? Why didn't they assess this correctly? Well, criminy. Assess 450 miles of habitat? I mean, maybe they don't have that capacity, right, either. And so I'm not trying to just, I know, one of the things I know is I'll put myself in their shoes. I know how ornery we can be.
Thank you all. I think Anna may have been trying to say something, and if not, maybe we're ready to look at going ahead and making a decision here. Anna, is there anything else you wanted to add? Okay.
That's okay.
Is anybody ready to put a motion on the table?
I can do that. There again, I think maybe there could have been a little more work on OID's part as being creative, trying to find a solution. Anyway, so I would move to deny OID's fish passage waiver request, finding proposed mitigation does not provide a net benefit to native migratory fish species as specifically described in the department's benefit analysis.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote, and I can see everybody. So if you would like to do a thumbs up if you want to vote for the motion as made by Commissioner Spellbrink. So are there thumbs up? We have 1, 2, 3, We have 5 thumbs up. Those opposed? 1. So motion carries 5-1. Good discussion, hard discussion. I appreciate your time incredibly, and to staff who clearly put years into this, thank you. And also to those people who testified and to those who proposed and worked on this from a myriad of perspectives, thank you. Enjoy your weekend. I think that's adjournment unless anybody has any last minute. Director Melcher, anything else we need to do or?
No, we've covered all of our other agenda items, including other business in the middle of the meeting. So we are good to adjourn. Thank you all for your attention and your, I guess it's about 8 hours plus sitting before your computers today.
Yes. All right.
So
Thank you, everybody.
are we doing executive session today?
No, we scheduled an executive session in case it was needed. So we do not have any executive session items today.
Okay. Okay, good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rain when it comes.